Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host. The Yao Mean of Revolution. The world is shocked as Iran humiliates the U.S. and Israel. More devastation and destruction. U.S. told to leave the Middle East. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Y'all, well, the U.S. has lost total control of the Middle East. They have warned all U.S. citizens leave immediately. They cannot protect you. They can barely protect themselves. What we are witnessing on Geopolitical TV, because the news don't want to show y'all this, is total devastation and destruction and humiliation. This is crazy. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. I gotta replay that. I mean, CNN, Fox News, and CBS, and they want some footage that will shock Americans. Show them this. Show Americans seeing this happening. Israel, they would be like, "What the fuck did Trump get themselves into?" But they don't want to show y'all this. And that's how you know they manipulate the people. They're trying to dig up some footage of them bombing Iran. Show the Americans what's happening to us and our allies. But they're trying to manipulate the Americans, but they can't. Total destruction. Total devastation. I don't even know if people accept it. If they don't stop immediately, first. This is what the U.S. did to Iraq. Imagine this is what the U.S. did to Iraq. It was called shock and awe, and it was like, wow, look at the might of the U.S. They don't want to show y'all somebody giving them a spanking like this. This is what 8 days and nights are like. I can't believe this. I don't even know how long this look like, friend. You probably thought that was Gaza. Nope. You thought that was Gaza, didn't you? I don't think
זה בחיים הרצוג.
הנה זה נפל פה. הנה המות והנה פה.
חבר'ה, נפילה בבני ברק.
And these people in Israel who posted in the video, they're going to go to jail.
נפילה ברחוב הנגב בבני ברק.
They don't want none of this stuff getting out to the people. Let them tell it, Iran ain't hitting them. Everything is going great for them. I've been watching the news because I got to bring y'all this. So I'll scravenge and see what fake news is talking about so I can counter it here with the truth. I haven't once seen these people show y'all the Fatah 2 hypersonic missile that was launched. Not once would the U.S. media at least show the Americans what are their troops facing? Death and destruction. I heard Trump lie on TV today and say with a straight face, well, Iran now is almost defenseless. We've destroyed this. I can take people back who was watching this channel when they told you Russia ran out of missiles in 2022. 2023, they said the same thing. They say that's the lie they tell Americans. They're going to forget. They want y'all to forget they keep lying to y'all and say Iran was defenseless and was powerless. Why they saying that Iran is hypersonic missiles that can't be stopped? Destroying their missiles. Hypersonic missiles that the U.S. don't even got. Imagine. You know better.
New missiles, new escalation, and a direct strike on the heart of Israel. Iran has launched a heavy ballistic missile attack using its advanced Fatah system, with impacts reported in central Israel, including Tel Aviv. Here's what we know right now. On day 6 of the escalating US-Israel-Iran war, Iran unleashed what it calls one of its most advanced weapons, the Fatah missile. This marks the first reported combat use of Iran's so-called hypersonic missile series, and the target, central Israel. According to Iranian sources, multiple Fatah missiles were fired as part of a new wave of retaliatory strikes. The Fatah series, first unveiled in 2023, is described by Iran as capable of extreme speeds, reportedly up to Mach 13 to 15 during its final approach. That's over 10,000 miles per hour.
And that is
Iran claims the upgraded versions can maneuver.
That is not their most advanced missile. They don't warn the U.S. They've been warning the U.S. That's not their most advanced. They got about 4 or 5 that's more advanced than this that they finna be unraveling. Mark my word that they finna be unraveling they've been waiting 40 years for this fight. They got 40 years worth of motherfucking weapons. 3 times bigger than Iraq. These people out of their mind. Trump lying to us, telling us they blowing up. You blowing up decoys. You might have hit some of it. They have enough ammunition to bring the U.S. and Israel to their knees, and they're going to do it in the Middle East.
Mid-flight, making interception far more difficult than traditional ballistic missiles. Explosions have been reported in the Tel Aviv area. Air raid sirens sounded across central Israel as defense systems activated. While many incoming projectiles were intercepted, some reportedly penetrated defenses, leading to impacts in urban zones. Emergency services are responding, and damage assessments are ongoing. This isn't just another missile barrage. The introduction of the Fatah system signals a technological escalation. Unlike older ballistic missiles that follow predictable arcs, these newer systems are designed to maneuver at high speed during their descent, complicating interception by multi-layered defense networks. If confirmed, this represents a new phase in the conflict. The conflict has already expanded across multiple fronts in the region, now with advanced missiles entering the battlefield and strikes reaching deep into major population centers.
Imagine the U.S. and Israel used their advanced weapons the first day. That's when they was using their advanced tomahawks and all that shit. Now they just got to, ain't nothing else we can pull out except a nuclear weapon. That's a fact. Ain't no new weapons we can bring. I mean, let's use some artificial intelligence. No, we got to fight with what we got now. And Iran got some of the new shit. They going to bring it to the battlefield. That's the problem with the U.S. All that stealing our money. And when it's time for real war, your ass out. Because they seen what you had in Ukraine and they wasn't impressed.
The risk of broader regional spillover is increasing. Energy markets are reacting. Air defenses remain on high alert, and both sides are signaling they are prepared for sustained operations. So the question now, was this a limited demonstration or the beginning of a more intense missile campaign? With new missiles unleashed and central Israel struck.
See, the U.S. liable to get drug into this in our homeland because France, Britain, Germany, they talking shit now because the U.S. and Israel is getting humiliated so bad. You have the other NATO, they have got to come in and die with them. They got to be some crash dummies to take some of these. I swear, they need more bodies to take some of these Iranian rockets. Just Israel and the U.S. is getting pummeled. They can't take it. They need more NATO forces so Iran could have to point their missiles other places to blow that shit up. That's a fact. Russia warned them. China warned them. Even Turkey warned them. But North Korea is definitely warning them and warning the U.S. If NATO try to jump in this fight, they don't have. That's why people been. That's how the war spiraled out of control. But North Korea has been warning the U.S. They're not going to wait on their turn. If the whole world is getting into this, they definitely going to hit the U.S. That's a fact. They're going to do it.
This conflict has clearly entered a more dangerous stage.
Now, I ain't going to be nuclear in about 2 to 3 months.
Subscribe to One India. a night Tel Aviv had never known before. The sky fractured with intermittent sirens, followed by ballistic flashes descending at speeds exceeding 5 times the speed of sound. This was not a passing strike. It was the 9th wave of Operation True Promise 4. Iran deployed its heavy ballistic missile, Segil-2, in the most controversial combat test of its history. A multi-headed behemoth surged through successive layers of air defense, from David's sling to Thad, as if they were empty space, offering no resistance. And behind it, Israel's strategic depth shook under explosions no one had anticipated. Inside operations rooms, the question was no longer, will Segil be intercepted? It became, how many missiles will get through in the coming waves? In this episode, we reveal how Iran shifted the balance of power from aircraft runways to hypersonic launch platforms. Stay with us. The scenes of destruction in Beit Shemesh were not merely the result of bombardment. They were a formal declaration that Israeli defense systems had slipped out of service. The figures circulating in the media do not describe the truth. The truth is that Segil-2, during True Promise 4, did not face defenses, it faced a technological vacuum. When the sky split open, radars were not seeing a target, they were seeing an error in their own survival calculations. The missile proved that the myth of absolute defense has passed into history. At 17.5 meters in length and 1.25 meters in diameter, Segil houses a 2-stage solid-fuel rocket motor that propels it to a staggering velocity exceeding Mach 14, more than 17,000 kilometers per hour. That means the distance between the launch platform and any target deep inside Israel is covered in minutes, leaving defense systems in a state of total technical paralysis, not only because of speed, but because of smart guidance. Here lies the technical dilemma that confronted Israeli operations rooms. Segil-2 does not rely on a traditional ballistic trajectory that is easy to intercept. The missile is equipped with a composite guidance system, blending anti-jamming inertial navigation, INS, with a high-precision inertial measurement unit, IMU. This system allows mid-course trajectory corrections during the boost and mid-flight phase. In the terminal phase, the missile employs terminal guidance algorithms, enabling maneuverability to evade tracking radars and disrupt interception systems such as THAAD and David's sling. When Segil-2 alters its angle of attack at the final moment, the interceptor strikes empty air, while Segil strikes its target with surgical precision, with a circular error margin not exceeding 50 meters at a range of 2,000 kilometers. When we examine the warhead of Segil more closely, we uncover the truth often avoided by Western analysis centers. The warhead is not a solid mass, but a refined fragmentation design that relies on distributing kinetic energy at the point of impact. This means every kilogram of the warhead transforms into a hydrodynamic shockwave that shatters infrastructure from within. That is why buildings in Beit Shemesh collapsed as if struck by a tectonic earthquake. The energy generated by hypersonic impact, combined with the fragmentation effect, places every strategic asset, from airports to command centers and hardened facilities, at the mercy of destruction that leaves no room for repair or evacuation. This blend of extreme velocity, jam-resistant guidance, and fragmentation-destructive capability has turned Segil into a strategic nightmare, one that does not merely threaten Tel Aviv, but reshapes the balance of power across the entire Middle East. ending the era of reliance on missile shields and inaugurating an age of force that cannot be repelled. Technical blindness. Why can't United States satellites track Segil? But the tactical nightmare of Segil does not begin at atmospheric re-entry. It begins the moment it moves on the ground. The mobile launch platforms carrying this missile are not merely trucks. They are complex intelligence nodes. Platforms that move, conceal themselves, and reposition in silence. Because Segil relies on solid fuel, the preparation and launch process is reduced to mere minutes instead of the long hours required by liquid fuel missiles. This seemingly small time differential is what granted Iran the ability to execute the shoot and scoot tactic with high efficiency.
That never stopped it.
The launcher emerges from fortified tunnels beneath mountains. The missiles rise toward the sky at hypersonic speed, and the truck returns underground before reconnaissance satellites can lock precise coordinates or direct a preemptive strike. Destroying Segil before launch has become like chasing a shadow across a vast desert. And even if we assume, hypothetically, that detection systems capture the trajectory in time, the greater challenge begins here: the dilemma of programmed economic attrition. In defensive doctrine, intercepting a high-speed ballistic target requires launching at least 2 interceptor missiles to ensure a high kill probability. The cost of a single interceptor from systems like Arrow or David's Sling is estimated in the millions of dollars per unit, while Segil is domestically produced at a cost significantly lower than the interceptor fired to stop it. When simultaneous waves are launched, as occurred in Operation True Promise 4, the objective is not merely to destroy a specific site. It is to exhaust defensive stockpiles, drain budgets, and create radar saturation that paralyzes command and control systems. It is a harsh mathematical equation. Whoever possesses the greater number of launch-ready missiles can impose the rhythm of battle, even if the opponent owns the most expensive shield in the world. What happened in Beit Shemesh was merely a limited rehearsal, and True Promise 4 was not just a fiery message. It was a signal of a shift in the equation of power, where air superiority alone is no longer sufficient to guarantee protection in an era where ballistic missiles dictate the tempo at supersonic speed, and at a cost that defies logic. In the end, the battle has not concluded. It has taken on a bloodier and more complex form. And here is the question for you, dear viewer. Do you believe Iranian ballistic missiles can decisively determine the outcome of the war in the coming days? Or are there alternative American plans yet to be tested? Share your opinion in the comments, and don't forget to support us by subscribing.
We have a lot to unpack, and honestly, the situation unfolding in the Middle East right now is nothing short of a strategic disaster for the United States. We are witnessing something historic. For the third time, Iran has flat out rejected any notion of a ceasefire with the Trump administration. And in response, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has shifted into what they are calling the heaviest offensive asymmetric retaliation in their history. While the corporate media is focused on the shock and awe of the initial American strikes, the real story is what is happening beneath the surface.
As tensions with Iran rise, a quieter fear is spreading inside Washington. America could run out of missiles before the war runs out of targets.
Well, as the conflict in West Asia continues to spiral, the battlefield is not just military. It's been a verbal war of words as well.
The message was posted by Iran Security Chief Ali Larijani. Look at what he said, and I'm quoting again, "We will not negotiate with the United States."
Despite the bravado coming out of Mar-a-Lago, despite the claims that the U.S. is ready for a long fight, the indicators are pointing to a very different reality. Reports are surfacing that the Pentagon's stockpiles of Tomahawk missiles and key interceptors are being drained at an alarming rate. If the pace of interceptions and continued Iranian retaliation holds, these arsenals could be critically diminished far sooner than the public realizes. And that, folks, is the real reason Donald Trump is scrambling, desperately and publicly, to sell a ceasefire to a nation that has been preparing for this exact moment for 47 years. The Iranians are smart. They see the trap, and they are refusing to walk into his narrative. Before we dive into the details of why America is running on empty and why Iran is poised for a long war, I need you to hit that like button and share this video. We are one of the few outlets connecting these dots because the mainstream press is too busy reading Trump's teleprompter scripts. Subscribe to the channel right now to support honest, uncompromising journalism that tells you the truth they don't want you to hear. Now, let's talk about the elephant in the room, the sheer panic emanating from the White House. Just days ago, Donald Trump was telling Axios that he could either go long and take over the whole thing or end it in 2 or 3 days. But now, that timeline is shifting faster than his administration's talking points. First, it was days, then it was weeks. And now he's hinting at a month or so. Why the constant change? Because the military reality on the ground is shattering the political fantasy they sold to the American people. The truth is, Trump authorized the killing of Iranian leaders, including the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khamenei, under the delusion that the regime would simply collapse or come crawling to the negotiating table. Instead, the exact opposite happened. The IRGC has unified, and the retaliation has been fierce and sustained. So now, with American service members coming home in flags and the Gulf region set ablaze, Trump is trying to gaslight the world into thinking Iran is the party refusing peace. He's standing there, begging for a deal, and the Iranians are looking at him like a used car salesman with a broken-down engine. They remember 1953. They remember the tanker war, and they have been waiting for the day the American armada would overextend itself. Over on Capitol Hill, the pushback is growing louder and more coordinated. Adam Schiff didn't mince words in his recent Senate floor speech. He explicitly stated that Trump is waging an illegal war without congressional authorization, warning that the founders' worst fears have come to pass. He is absolutely right.
Madam President, we are at war, once again, this time with Iran. It is a war that the president declared, incidentally, almost accidentally, when he talked about the prospect of casualties among our bravest service members being a possible outcome. An outcome that has already all too tragically come to pass with the death of 6 of our troops and the grave injury of others. The massive size of the deployment also makes clear this is war, in a real sense, in a constitutional sense. The scale of the bombing, the danger to not only our forces in the region, but to all of our regional partners.
Schiff, along with Rand Paul and others, are pushing a war powers resolution to shut this down, demanding that the president either come to Congress and make his case or cease hostilities. This isn't just partisan squabbling. This is a constitutional crisis. The executive branch is waging full-scale combat operations based on shifting narratives, and Americans are dying for it. Speaking of shifting narratives, the lies are piling up so fast that even CNN, which usually handles Trump with kid gloves, has compiled a comprehensive list of his contradictory and exaggerated claims. They point out that the intelligence simply does not back up his assertion that Iran was weeks away from a nuclear bomb, nor does it support the idea that Iran was planning to strike the U.S. mainland with ICBMs. The Defense Intelligence Agency assessments suggest that capability is years away, if pursued at all.
I am the candidate of peace. I am peace. People don't believe that.
A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
We do not want war with Iran. We actually want peace. The Iranians are clearly not very good at war. Perhaps they should follow President Trump's lead and give peace a chance.
Kamala's campaigning with warmongers like Liz Cheney. How do you think that is? She picks Liz Cheney, whose father virtually destroyed the Middle East. You know, Liz Cheney, she talks big, oh, I want war. She always wants war. Every time I was with her in the White House, we should attack this nation, that nation, nations that people never even heard of, we should attack. She's a big, tough guy. She sits back in Washington, oh, we ought to go and attack Iran, Iraq. We're going to attack everybody. That's why I broke up with her. All she wanted to do is go to war with everybody. These war hawks, they want to draft your kids to die in wars, and they will never fight themselves. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why.
This brings us to the critical issue of logistics, which is where wars are really won or lost. The Pentagon's plan was predicated on a quick, violent shock. They fired off a massive volley of Tomahawk missiles, thinking it would decapitate the leadership and shatter the will to fight. But Iran's strategy, as outlined by defense analysts, has been to shift to what is called asymmetric endurance. They have dispersed their command structures, hardened their missile infrastructure deep in the mountains, and accepted that they would take initial damage to preserve their second strike capability. And now, that second strike is coming, wave after wave. The U.S. Navy, stationed in the narrow confines of the Persian Gulf, is being forced to expend multi-million-dollar interceptors to shoot down Iranian drones and missiles that cost a fraction of the price. Let's look at the numbers. Raytheon, now RTX, has announced plans to ramp up production to over 1,000 Tomahawks a year and over 500 SM-6 missiles annually. That sounds impressive on a press release, but it's a peacetime production goal. In wartime, those missiles are being burned through in weeks, not years. Marco Rubio, to his credit, let the mask slip when he admitted that Iranian missile production actually outweighs the United States' ability to intercept them.
They are producing, by some estimates, over 100 of these missiles a month. Compare that to the 6 or 7 interceptors that can be built a month. They can build 100 of these a month, not to mention the thousands of one-way attack drones that they also have.
Think about that for a second. The United States, with all its industrial might, started a war it cannot supply. They gambled that Iran wouldn't fight back, and they lost. This isn't just about fancy cruise missiles either. It's about the simple math of manufacturing. The U.S. defense industry is geared toward profits, not survival. They build complex, exquisite systems that take years to assemble. Iran, on the other hand, has been under sanctions for decades. They have mastered the art of building massive quantities of Shahed drones and ballistic missiles that are good enough. They are designed to saturate enemy defenses, to overwhelm the radar, and to force the Americans to fire back. Every time a U.S. Navy destroyer lights up its radar and launches a standard missile to take down an Iranian drone, the Pentagon is losing the economic war. They are burning through a finite stockpile that the president just claimed was the best in the world. And as those stocks dwindle, the U.S. position weakens. That is the trap. Iran is playing the long game, forcing the United States to empty its warehouse while they keep the pressure on, firing missiles at targets across the region nonstop. The U.S., meanwhile, is realizing that there is no off switch to this conflict. You cannot just declare victory and sail away when your interceptors are running low and the enemy is still launching barrages. And the domestic front is where this really starts to unravel for Trump. He ran on a platform of America first and ending endless wars. Now, his own base is turning on him with a fury that must be keeping him up at night. The latest CNN polling conducted by SSRS shows that a staggering 59% of U.S. citizens disapprove of these military actions. That is not a split nation. That is a consensus against the war. 60% of respondents said they don't believe Trump has a clear plan, and 62% are demanding that he go to Congress for approval. The MAGA faithful are feeling particularly betrayed. You have Tucker Carlson calling the strikes absolutely disgusting and evil. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene, who just resigned from the House, posting on X that the administration is a bunch of sick liars, reminding them that they campaigned on zero wars. Even Nick Fuentes is out there saying, "I told you so." When the isolationist right and the anti-war left start singing from the same hymn sheet, you know the jig is up. They see this for what it is: a bloody, unauthorized quagmire that does nothing to lower inflation or make life affordable for people back home. Take a listen.
What we are told about the relationship between the U.S. and Israel is that they are our ally and that we are their patron and they are our client. We furnish them with $3.8 billion per year in military aid. Last year, the Congress authorized $26 billion. Forgive me, that was in 2024 in the spring. $25 billion in additional U.S. military aid for Israel. We furnish them with F-35s. We tolerate their nuclear program. We protect them in the international community from condemnation in the Security Council, from sanctions from European countries.
The reality that the Pentagon is facing now is that they are stuck in a meat grinder. Iran has signaled that its military doctrine is now structurally aggressive. They are not just going to absorb hits. They are going to use the Strait of Hormuz as a weapon. They are going to target U.S. bases from Iraq to the UAE. They are going to unleash cyber attacks and use their proxy network to turn the region into a no-go zone for American interests. The U.S. has the superior technology, but technology runs on supply lines, and those supply lines are long, vulnerable, and expensive. Iran is fighting with its back against the wall, defending its sovereignty, while the U.S. is fighting a war of choice 7,000 miles from home. History tells us which side usually wins that kind of attrition battle. The U.S. public has no appetite for body bags coming home from a war they didn't vote for, and the politicians are already scrambling to distance themselves from Trump's false war. So, where does that leave us? It leaves us with a U.S. president who is desperate. He is desperate because his maximum pressure campaign has collapsed into a maximum embarrassment. He thought he could snap his fingers and Iran would buckle. Instead, they have called his bluff. They have refused to negotiate because they can see the Pentagon's inventory sheets. They can see the U.S. running low on Tomahawks. They can see the political support crumbling at home. For 47 years, the Islamic Republic has prepared for the possibility of a direct confrontation with the U.S. They have built their military doctrine around the idea of making the occupation and continued warfare too costly for the American taxpayer to bear. And now, Trump has walked right into that trap. He has opened a door that cannot be easily closed. He has proven that despite all the rhetoric, the United States cannot sustain a high-intensity conflict against a determined regional power with a domestic manufacturing base of its own. The humiliation is just beginning. The more Iran fires, the more the U.S. bleeds, and the more the world realizes that the emperor has no missiles left. Keep watching this space, because the next few weeks are going to redefine power in the Middle East, and it does not look like it is going to be in America's favor. Stay safe.
Forces in the region in response. So Washington chose to hit first to reduce the American body count. Yeah, right. Netanyahu said jump and Trump said how high. And that's why the tables have now turned. Because the excuse is no longer Iran was about to attack America. It is we joined a war because Israel was about to start one and we didn't want to take the retaliation. Well, you're idiots then. Because now you are. And if you expect us to believe any of that, you think we're all idiots too. We're not. U.S. Central Command has now confirmed 6 American service members have been killed in action as of 4 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday, including the recovery of the remains of 2 who were previously unaccounted for from a facility struck during Iran's initial retaliation. A war sold as preventing American deaths, therefore, has already produced American deaths. The administration's first job, therefore, becomes managing the gap between the nonsense they're spouting and that toll. Saudi Arabia's defense minister spokesperson, Major General Turki al-Maliki, has said the United States Embassy compound in Riyadh has been hit by 2 drones, causing a limited fire and minor material damage. No injuries reported. But that phrase, limited fire, is coming up again and again, isn't it? It's the kind of minimizing language that states like to use when they're trying to keep things calm. But the act itself is the point, isn't it? Because a diplomatic compound in a capital being hit means the host state bargain is now being contested by force. You can host the machine and still call yourself neutral if you want, but you're not really, are you? Certainly drones don't care what you call it. And once a capital city is taking hits, every host state has to plan as if it's next because, well, they're just the same if they're hosting US assets, aren't they? Patriot and THAAD missile defense systems have turned this into a counting war as well, not just a speech war. You can see it, can't you? Every incoming drone forces a decision. Spend an interceptor on it or let something through. That is the dilemma. Those interceptors are not endless after all. Israel, the United States, and the Gulf hosts are the ones burning through them fast, and they're burning through them because the war has turned into a repeatable incoming problem, not a one-off strike problem. Israel is firing to protect its own cities and bases. The United States is firing to protect its forces and facilities spread across the region. Qatar, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, they're all firing because they host US assets, and they're getting hit or threatened as part of that same base map. So once you're in that position, you don't get to pick a quiet night, do you? You get waves of attacks, different phases of Operation True Promise 4. You get alerts, you get crews on rotation, you get commanders who would rather spend an interceptor than explain why something hit, why something found its target perhaps. And that's how these stockpiles are getting chewed down fast, even when most of it is stopped. They're running out because interception isn't one missile per incoming target, it's often multiple shots to raise the kill chance. And the cheaper the incoming object is, the worse that trade-off looks over time. A slow drone that costs a fraction of an interceptor still forces an interception decision every time one appears on the radar. You either shoot it and spend increasingly scarce rounds, or you let it run and accept whatever damage it might be intending to cause. You do that night after night after night, and the math starts to become rather brutal, doesn't it? Resupply is not a tap you can turn on. Patriot and THAAD rounds are expensive. Production of them is slow. And the Gulf states have been reported as asking Washington for replenishment while being told not now or being fobbed off. Some reporting has even been cited saying Qatar's Patriot stock could be exhausted in a matter of days now at current usage rates. It's not a scare line, it's a simple rationing problem. Once you're rationing, you're choosing which bases, which cities, which facilities you protect and which you don't, which ones you leave exposed. And that's why all of this is working in Iran's favor, even if you never claim to know the private plan, because the effect is built in nonetheless. If Iran can keep sending their cheaper, their slower systems in large numbers, it still forces the defenders to keep spending their high-end interceptors to stop them. And that turns successful defense into a slow drain on the defenders' future options. The longer it goes, the more the defender is pushed towards triage. And triage is where alliances start arguing, and host states start bargaining, and publics start asking why they are paying the price for someone else's law. And that pressure ends up becoming a constraint, a limit. And it's also being reported that the United States is stonewalling these requests from Gulf states to replenish depleted interceptors as Iranian missiles and drone attacks continue to intensify, with one Gulf state reportedly tying US access to its air bases to guarantees about American commitment to its air defense systems. That's not a diplomatic spat. That's something big. That's a supplies dispute inside an alliance that is now being tested directly by fire. When a host state has to say, we're going to restrict your base access unless you refill our defenses, that's a state admitting it cannot sustain the burden of hosting without immediate resupply. And the moment that bargaining is public, the alliance becomes a transaction under pressure. And of course, the US cannot magic these things up out of thin air because the production process is slow. Iran's pattern of using cheaper, slower drones and older payloads functions as an air defense's draining weapon. It was always their plan, even if nobody published an official doctrine statement saying that is the exact case, because the effect is still the same. You force the defender to choose between letting things land or spending scarce interceptors to stop them. And that is how a state with a large pool of cheaper systems can turn high-end defenses into a liability, because the defender is not only spending money, it's spending time, logistics, and future capability. And once that stock gets low, the defender's choice is narrowed to either accepting damage or risking panic. And that becomes a bigger and bigger constraint. And then, of course, Iran can roll out some of their newer and faster and more powerful stuff. But then there's a money-making angle to this war, apparently, which is particularly sick, and questions surround a Trump link to it, because who's going to be surprised, frankly? Israeli police have opened an investigation into a Polymarket account that correctly forecast the date the strikes began and made a very large profit. And the reporting around that says hundreds of millions were traded on contracts tied to the timing of the war. So was this some sort of Iranian grift going on over the back of this? Iranian war grift? There's a live question with the police file behind it now. A war date is not a sports result, is it? A war date is cabinet scheduling, operational planning, aircraft positioning, classified stuff, classified intent, need to know. When an account lands on the right date and makes a serious amount of money, hundreds of thousands apparently, the question becomes whether somebody with access turned knowledge into cash. And we need an answer to that. And it just so happens that Donald Trump Jr. has been publicly linked to Polymarket through an advisory role and investment ties via a Trump-aligned venture firm. And the White House is denying any link between the lucrative trades and individuals close to Donald Trump, with one senator saying it's insane to think that this is legal and he wants legislation to ban it. Well, that's the political poison that spreads even without proving any kind of a direct hand on a specific bet. Because it's believable, isn't it? People can believe it. People don't need a guilty verdict to smell a rat, do they? But actor Donald Trump Sr., even though he's as big as toddler as ever as well, he's also been quoted as saying he does not rule out boots on the ground in Iran now. He's been quoted saying the campaign is ahead of schedule and the big wave has not even happened yet. He's still talking up his big wave. And yet he's been quoted as projecting this war to last 4 to 5 weeks now. Oh, I thought it was 4 weeks now. You're pushing to 5. Why is that then? Saying it could run even longer than that too. Those are the words of a man selling escalation as momentum then. A leader who is confident in a short, contained operation, but he's fully in control of, as he has previously led us all to believe, does not talk like that because big wave coming. It's not reassurance. That's warnings. Warnings are used when you need to prepare the audience for what's about to be done and what might be done back to them. Why waste the element of surprise? Why didn't you go for your big wave first? And as for boots on the ground, how? There's nowhere for you to land in Iran. And trying to gain access via certain ports, which is what they would have to do given the mountainous terrain lining much of Iran's coast, much of its coastline, much of that coastline, of course, being in the Persian Gulf, which is cut off due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, it doesn't seem tactically very clever to me. Iran's Red Crescent has issued a notice stating 153 countries have been involved in incidents now. 500 counties even in Iran have been involved in incidents. 504 locations in Iran have been hit. And the number of recorded attacks has reached 1,039, with 787 people reported killed so far. And the search for the debris, the removal, the transfer of the injured continue. Those are the numbers that sit underneath every politician's tidy language about targets. If 504 places have been hit, the strike pattern is not a neat surgical exercise, is it? Those are attacks that are spread across the country's entire internal life, its internal profile. No precision here, is there? There's no strategy even. No specific military targeting. And yet we're meant to believe Iran are the indiscriminate barbarians, right? Well, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has used the Minab school deaths as the moral ledger of this war, while we're on the topic of fatalities, posting an image of all the graves that have been dug for more than 160 young girls killed when their primary school was hit, being laid to rest today as they are. Western-backed indiscriminate targeting, as that obviously was, and tying it directly to Donald Trump's promised rescue of the Iranian people. With saviors like that, you don't really need enemies, do you? It's a line that's not meant to persuade a Pentagon lawyer or any military figure, of course. It's meant to persuade a regional public and a global audience that Iran's retaliation is justified by the scale of the civilian cost, a right to defend themselves, you might say, that they are not the nation who started this. And you could call that propaganda if you want. But it's also the way states build legitimacy for long campaigns. And given the sequence of events thus far, whatever you think of Iran, or its leadership, of the theocracy, or the Ayatollahs, or whatever. Legitimacy still favors them here. They didn't start this. They point at the innocent dead, and they demand the world choose whether or not to look away from that. But attacking Iran isn't enough for Israel, it seems, as they also figure it provides cover for expansion elsewhere. And of course, I've already touched on the strikes in Lebanon. Well, there's more. The Defense Minister, Israel Katz, has been quoted as authorizing a deeper move into southern Lebanon now, speaking about advancing and holding additional dominant terrain, more land seizures, and the Israeli army has said it launched a ground incursion now to establish a security zone, describing an enhanced forward defense posture with troops positioning at strategic points. Occupation language dressed up as protection again, only for theirs. And the Lebanese army is frankly struggling to cope with it. The security zone created by invasion is not a fence, is it? Someone else's land being turned into your buffer by force. And once the language becomes about holding on to it, the implied future becomes their staying. So that's going to be more stolen territory there. Because the cost of withdrawal is always framed as insecurity, while the cost of occupation is pushed onto the occupied, who never, it seems, have a right to defend themselves from it, according to our Western pliant-client media. It's being compounded, of course, by Lebanon's own government, of course. Lebanese PM Nawaf Salam still announcing that total and immediate ban on Hezbollah's military and security activities, calling on Hezbollah to hand over what he calls illegal weapons and remain a political party, instructing security forces to prevent military action and arrest violators who it seems are being targeted because they are prepared to defend their territory. He's repeated that decisions of war and peace rest with the state, and that's the Lebanese government attempting to reassert monopoly on force in the middle of bombing and displacement. A state can try to impose that monopoly when life is calm. Trying to impose it while villages are being threatened with strikes turns it into a legitimacy stress test, because people measure authority by protection. And when protection is absent and is actually being punished, you're well on the way to losing the support of your people very fast indeed. Hezbollah politician Mohammed Raad has responded by attacking the government for taking ostentatious measures against Lebanese citizens who reject occupation while failing to confront Israeli violation, saying people expected a decision rejecting aggression and got a decision banning the rejection of aggression. And that is Hezbollah's domestic move laid down as a sentence designed to stick. It doesn't need to prove the Lebanese army is cowardly or inept. It only needs to show the government is focusing its forces inwards while an external force is operating on Lebanese soil. And it begs the question of what exactly it will take for this Lebanese administration to begin opposing Israeli attacks on them, having been violating the ceasefire for more than a year with scant attempt to push back on it. Israeli authorities have been reported issuing evacuation warnings across more than 50 towns and villages now in the south of Lebanon, instructing residents to leave and move at least 1,000 meters away. And the visible effect has been families fleeing with what they can carry while roads choke. And that's how a security zone gets created in practice. You empty the land first. You call it defense. The state that issues the warning can later call the area cleared and necessary, and the people who left are then treated as a problem of resettlement rather than a people removed under threat. Israeli occupation forces have also been reportedly keeping Al-Aqsa Mosque closed for a third consecutive day during Ramadan under emergency pretext tied to the Iran war, because of course they are, with Palestinian officials describing worshippers blocked from entering, the cover of war with Iran enabling further subjugation of Palestinians. Israel never miss an opportunity, do they? Ramadan is the month of mass prayer. Closing a holy site under force during Ramadan is a control move. An emergency is the excuse that makes control moves easier to push through because the world is distracted and the target population is told to accept this for security. But of course, it is never their security, only ever Israel's. Benjamin Netanyahu has been quoted in an interview describing the US and Israel as the good guys fighting the bad guys. Newsflash, you aren't, mate. But he's once again invoked Amalek language to justify these atrocities that he is behind. Certainly, if you were to believe Marco Rubio, he is, but he's also denied those claims that he dragged Trump into the war, calling them ridiculous and praising Trump as the strongest leader who does what he thinks is right for America, despite the US having no stake in this war whatsoever and wouldn't have lost billions of dollars worth of military equipment if it had stayed out of it. But Netanyahu is a man fighting a narrative war inside his own alliance now. The accusation that Israel steered the United States into war is a dangerous one because it turns American deaths into a question of whose war this is. Israel first on everyone's lips. And Netanyahu's denial is aimed at keeping American consent attached to American pride. But it's a fool's errand. As so many in the US now are against this war, regardless of their political leanings too. And Trump's polling is falling through the floor as a result. Spain has also now become involved, though not in the way Trump and Netanyahu might like. It's now been reported that Spain is refusing to allow its bases to be used to attack Iran, with US aircraft tracked leaving Spanish bases in response. That's a European government trying to remove itself from the retaliation picture by cutting the runway out of the chain. A base used for strikes becomes a legitimate target in the story of the side being hit. Keir Starmer should take some note of this, and a government that says not from here is admitting it believes that story will be acted on. Donald Trump and Netanyahu are now trying to keep 3 stories alive at once, sir. That the war is defensive, that is, it is controllable, that it is morally clean. Well, the evidence they can't hide is that the justification has been admitted as preemption against expected retaliation. The defences are being drained at a rate allies cannot replenish, and the money story is leaking into public view through police investigation and platform ties. Further atrocities across Palestine and Lebanon are not going to go missed either. That combination is what a meltdown looks like in slow motion, because once the public starts reading events through that lens, every new strike adds heat, every new excuse adds suspicion, and the only move left is escalation sold as necessity until the stocks, the politics, or the bodies stop it. Looking at Iran right now, it seems the only way this ends is with US removal from the Middle East now. Gulf states can accept that new reality, that US military presences do not protect them, and quite what will be left of Israel, both politically and physically, by the time this finally ends, is frankly anyone's guess at this point. Momentum and strategy seem more and more obviously to be with Iran. And while Trump can talk up his big wave, whatever the heck it is, Iran haven't started theirs yet either, just running down those defenses on old and slow missiles at a time. For more on the latest developments, check out more on this news here. I will be staying with these events.
Nuclear negotiation team. So thank you for coming back on the program. We are now well into the 4th day of this war, and we're starting to get, I guess, a clear overview over the ability of each side to essentially inflict pain on the other side, but also the ability to absorb pain. I was wondering, what are your assessments of where we are heading and how the war is being fought?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, Glenn. It's always an honor. I think that by now it should have become clear to the West, the collective West, the elites in the West, that things are not going as planned. And as I've been saying for many months, and as some others, including mutual friends of ours, have been saying for a very long time, the calculations that Washington makes and its allies make is based on a narrative that is inaccurate. And that narrative that is inaccurate and false and misleading, it leads to policymakers formulating policies that ultimately fail and create misery for people across the region, if not across the world. The idea that the Islamic Republic of Iran is unpopular, that it is collapsing, that it is imploding, that it's a house of cards, that it's corrupt, that narrative may make Western leaders and policymakers and journalists in the mainstream media feel good, but it doesn't reflect reality. In fact, I did a program on Al Mayadeen last Friday, on a program that I do on a weekly basis called Demystifying Iran. Because of the war, I won't be doing it this week, but last Friday I did a program that people can watch in the first few minutes, it becomes clear. I was comparing the narrative on Iran, this forever imminently collapsing Iran. This narrative of Iran is being on the verge of collapse. It's been ongoing for 47 years. And I give some examples of the late 1980s and the 1990s and the beginning of the century. If you take those pieces from the New York Times and the Washington Post and put them into today's New York Times and Washington Post and other outlets, you won't notice the difference. Back then, they were saying that the revolution has failed, another revolution is brewing. The youth who have not, this is like 30 years ago, the youth who did not witness the revolution, they are seeking something else. All the things that we hear today in the Western media, the same narrative existed 35, 40, 45, 25, 20 years ago. So it's always collapsing, but it never seems to collapse. And you would think that by now, especially after the 12th Day War, where they were expecting Iran to fall like a house of cards, you would think that they would rethink those policies. Of course, I don't think we expected that to happen because we all have a lot of experience with the West. And of course, when the riots in Iran happened on the 8th and the 9th of January, they were reinvigorated, and they were saying that the so-called regime that they love to call Iran a regime is about to fall and collapse, which again, we were saying that this is nonsense and that popular legitimacy is high in the Islamic Republic, according to all polls, and the presence of people on the streets. And of course, after this war, we saw the same thing. Trump wanted people to come to the streets. He was fantasizing based on those narratives that Western media produces, Western think tanks produce. People did come to the streets for the exact opposite reason, to condemn him, to commemorate Ayatollah Khamenei, who they see as a martyr. And not only are they coming to the streets, Glenn, they come to the streets under fire, under bomb attacks. So at nights, last night and the night before, across the country, there were huge rallies, which I'm sure you've seen online. And I put some of them in the ones in Tehran in my Telegram channel. But the night before last night, in Tehran alone, there were 20, I think, gatherings. And each of them were in the tens or hundreds of thousands. And the same was true last night. And you can see in some of the footage that people are on the streets as anti-aircraft missiles or anti-aircraft fire is, you can see it. But people don't move. They don't budge. They don't run away. They don't hide. They chant slogans against Trump, against Netanyahu, the Israeli regime, and in support of the Islamic Republic. That's the reality. And for me, it was obvious that this was what's going to happen. But the miscalculation in the West is never ending. And I think until there's some sort of change in the West, which I think may be coming soon, because of all the multiple crises that the West and the United States are now facing. Until that happens, I don't think that the United States will learn. But Iran is determined to punish the enemy. And they are determined to inflict a strategic defeat on Trump and Netanyahu.
Yeah, I saw some media reports as well, some Western ones who suggested, because they had some pictures and videos of some women walking without their hair covered up, and they said that this was an indication of the people standing up against the regime, because they think that women are compelled to cover up their hair. So for this reason, they thought that this was a sign that the government was falling. But this is a key problem, this self-delusion and misinformation, because if you want to get along with Iran, you need to be properly informed. If you want to even defeat Iran, then you also do need to know something about it. So it's very strange, this self-delusion. I did want to ask how you see the war.
One thing I'd like to add: the very fact that they divide society between those who cover their hair and those who don't is so utterly childish. It is unbelievably childish. Among my own relatives, I have women who haven't been wearing the hijab for years in private and family gatherings and so on. And they're hardcore supporters. And I do know women who wear the full hijab who don't support the Islamic Republic at all.
But it's become the indicator journalists often use to see the support for government. Yeah, I know it doesn't necessarily have to make much sense. Yeah. But in terms of how the war is fought, though, how do you see the focus on logistics? It appears that the Iranian strategy attempts to go after logistics. That is, all this, warships and all the material of the United States. They have to dock somewhere and refuel, rearm, and it appears that Iran is going after a lot of these ports, especially Bahrain's Fifth Fleet. The Fifth Fleet, America's Fifth Fleet, but located in Bahrain. Do you see the same focus on logistics, or how are you interpreting the Iranian strategy here?
Yes, I think that what Iran is doing is that it's destroying the infrastructure that the United States built across the Persian Gulf, which is very easy for Iran because it doesn't even have to use those long-range missiles. They can use drones. They're older. Most of the drones and missiles that are being used right now are the old generation ones. Some of them are 20 years old. So they're using those to destroy these bases, their logistical capabilities, as well as their warehouses. A lot of their assets were destroyed in Kuwait, and they are targeting American soldiers too. A lot of the soldiers and those linked to the armed forces of the Trump regime, they've sought refuge in hotels, and the Iranians said that we are not going to close our eyes to that. Wherever they are, we're going to hunt them. And so if you at times see that there are areas that are struck that do not have anything to do with the military bases, those are places which Iran considers to be U.S. assets, or places where the U.S. armed forces are using for the time being. So Iran is not going to pull any punches. It is striking the Americans, but also Iran sees all these countries, these family dictatorships, as complicit. The 3 airplanes that we saw shot down in Kuwait, now whether it was friendly fire or they were brought down by Iran doesn't make much of a difference. Actually, I think when they claim it was friendly fire, it sounds worse because it just shows how incompetent they are and how their weapon systems are not reliable. But the fact that they were shot down over Kuwait, which is very close to the Iranian border, and U.S. planes and Israeli planes don't fly into Iran. They fire from missiles from outside of Iran. But the fact that they fly over Kuwait shows that the Kuwaitis are allowing them to use their airspace. And of course, the Saudis are allowing them to use their air bases. Oman or Jordan is allowing them to use their air bases. And across the Persian Gulf, it's the same. Turkey, while it continues to transport oil to Netanyahu to help him continue his genocide, they also allow NATO AWACS planes to fly over Turkish territory to get information about Iran and the resistance. And they also allow U.S. bases in Turkey to be used to help offensive and defensive capabilities. So all of these countries are in the American camp, and all of them are complicit in war. And the countries in the Persian Gulf in particular should not expect Iran not to strike. And as you know, right now, oil and gas is not leaving the Persian Gulf. And Iran has told ships to stay put. And those who are under pressure from the United States do make a move to leave, they are hit. And so far, I think 7 or 8 ships have been hit. The others are staying put. Iran does not want to halt the flow of oil. Iran does not want the destruction of oil facilities or gas facilities in the Persian Gulf, nor does it want the tankers to be destroyed. Iran didn't want this war in the first place. But Iran is putting pressure on the United States and these regional family dictatorships, which have been complicit in this war, so that it will come to an end sooner. But if the war escalates, Glenn, I have no doubt that at some point, these tankers and oil and gas installations will be destroyed. And when they're destroyed, if there is a ceasefire, then subsequently, there will be no tankers or oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. So the smart thing to do would be for the countries in the Persian Gulf to put pressure on the United States to bring this to an end, because I think ultimately they're the ones who are going to be hurt more than anyone else. Their own survival is at stake, and Iran does not want is not directing its hostility towards them, but the United States is pushing the region towards this situation. And if that happens, then we will have a global economic meltdown, in my opinion, worse than 1929. And especially when it comes at a time when the United States needs cheap energy for its AI projects, and which are very energy intensive. And this is the most foolish thing. I mean, it's utterly immoral and murderous. And just this morning, we had a very large funeral for the roughly 165 children that the Americans murdered in Mina City. And Western media is completely different, obviously, than BBC and CNN and all the others. They're just stenographers for the Epstein class. But Iran does not want escalation. It's simply defending itself. So if these regimes are successful in forcing the Americans to retreat, it's good for everyone.
Yeah, the attacks on the hotels is an interesting area, because in under the rules of just war, you have divided into two: the right to go to war with this, they use ad bellum, and then you have the rules when you are in war, the use in bello. And on the rules of war, it does suggest that whenever you have, even if you have military, soldiers or weaponry going into civilian area, then this becomes essentially a legitimate target, which is a crime then by the people who put the military in the civilian area. But you mentioned this escalation, and I read that there was some pressure from the United States for some of the Gulf states to join in directly, especially then Saudi Arabia. But also there's some news stories that the British and the French will also send some weapons down to the region. They say it will be used indirectly, that is to shoot down the Iranian retaliatory strikes. How do you see the possibility here, though, for this war to spread even more? Because it could go both ways. On one hand, the Gulf states could put pressure on the U.S. to end the war, but on the other hand, the U.S. can also put pressure for them to join in.
What could these countries in the Persian Gulf actually do in a war? I mean, if Iran seriously wants to undermine them, they can do it very easily. All Iran has to do is destroy their oil and gas facilities and destroy their key assets. And they are all completely dependent on energy. They're not like Iran. They're not like some of the other countries in, let's say, in Central Asia or in the Caucasus. They are completely dependent on energy. They have nothing else. The Emirates, the Saudis, the Qataris, Kuwaitis, what else do they have? They have nothing. So they're very vulnerable. Just a few missiles and drones in the right places would bring everything down. Not something that Iran wants to do. Iran did not start this war. Iran does not host bases of countries hostile to other countries in the region. Iran has no foreign bases. No foreign country has bases in Iran. So the smart thing for them to do in order to survive would be to convince the United States to back down, and the United States has to retreat. It would be, of course, a major defeat for the United States, but Iran is going to see this through. Iran has no plans to end the war, and it will escalate when necessary. And we've seen that Iran's capabilities are very substantial. The fact that the United States does not have the ability to destroy our missile and drone underground bases is the reason why the United States and the Israeli regime are bombing hospitals. They bombed the hospitals in Tehran. They bombed the hospital in Sadr al-Zohab in Khuzestan and elsewhere. They bombed schools. They bombed the central emergency. I don't know what it's called in English, but in Tehran, the National Center for Emergency, like where people, and when they need ambulances, they call, and where people, first responders, go to help people. They bombed that building. They bombed the central building for the Red Crescent Society. They do double tap strikes. One of my friends witnessed this in Ferdowsi Square. They struck buildings, and then when people went to save or to find survivors, they struck them again. And they did that also in another square in Tehran, and they've done it in other cities. So this revenge killing and taking revenge on ordinary Iranians is because they're incapable of striking Iranian key targets. Most Iranian underground bases have not been used yet. The overwhelming majority have not even been opened. They don't even know where they are and where their gates are. They're using a series of underground bases that they used in previous wars and a few that are directed towards the Persian Gulf. But the vast majority of Iran's capabilities have not even been revealed. And Iran is, as I said earlier, using older missiles and older drones. So Iran is in this for the long haul. It's more than prepared to fight for a very long period of time. With regards to the Germans or the French or the British, I think that their armed forces are a joke, and their capabilities are not something that Iran takes seriously. I think they have more than enough problems already in Ukraine, and the problems in Ukraine will probably get much worse under the current circumstances that all these air defenses are being depleted in the Persian Gulf region and in Palestine. We're seeing Iranian missiles going right through the defenses in Israel. Obviously, they're running out of air defenses, and the air defenses aren't very good anyway. And the same is true in the Persian Gulf. The drones and missiles we've been watching this morning, heavy strikes. A very heavy strike early this morning, I think, took place against U.S. base in Bahrain. So their air defenses are clearly not very good, and they're also being depleted. And that's not good news for Ukraine either, because the Ukrainians are desperate to get more air defense capabilities from the West. I don't take any of that seriously. Neither the Persian Gulf countries, which are very vulnerable, and nor the Europeans, which they've already run out of weapons, and their armed forces are they can't fill a stadium, each of them, with their armed forces.
We mentioned that the Gulf states are, well, let's say excessively dependent or completely dependent on energy exports. We also seen over the past the past days that Saudi oil installation has been hit, as well as in the United Arab Emirates, in Qatar, they suspended the gas production, the LNG. So, and of course, all this complicates even further when you look towards the shutdown or partial shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. So, how do you see the is this a key component then of the Iranian strategy, that is to shut down their energy as the economic instrument to distance themselves from the United States, or is it more to I guess shake the ground beneath them to challenge their ability to continue as they've done in the past?
Well, the Iranians have said that they did not carry out the drone attack on the Saudi Aramco facility. And we heard, I didn't watch the Tucker Carlson interview, but we heard from him that the Israelis were attempting to carry out bomb attacks in Saudi Arabia and in Qatar. So it's unclear what's the real story with the energy facilities. And Iran does not. If Iran wanted them destroyed, they would have destroyed them. If Iran wanted the tankers destroyed, they would destroy them. I don't know if you saw the footage of Iran firing a missile at a tanker that was disobeying orders to stay put, and that missile was just, someone was filming it, and they were filming it just go right by the different tankers that were sitting beside each other. They clearly that they didn't want to touch any of those tankers. The missile was just going right. It was a cruise missile, I imagine, and it was going right through these different tankers and leaving them untouched. Only the tanker that wanted to leave the Persian Gulf under pressure from the U.S. Armed Forces, the U.S. government, that was struck, and a series of others that were struck for the same reason. So Iran doesn't want anything damaged, but it is shutting the Strait of Hormuz for the most part right now to put pressure on the United States, to bring an end to this war, to put pressure on consumers in the United States, so that they would put increasing pressure to bring an end to the war. If there is ultimately escalation, it would be as a result of the actions of the United States and the Israeli regime. Just as the problems that we have, they're to blame. If anyone is upset about the natural gas prices suddenly shooting up because of Qatar not being able to send gas through the Strait of Hormuz, it's because the United States, it's because Trump and Netanyahu started this war. If they had not started the war, that energy would have been on its way to Europe or wherever else it was supposed to go to a few days ago.
Well, there have been some reports that obviously Trump didn't get the quick regime change war he had been hoping for, and there were some reports that he had done some used some channels, I think, through the Italians to ask Iran to agree to a ceasefire to put a quick end to it, but then they got a negative reply back. Again, I'm not sure if it's true. I have no way of verifying it, but it does open up an interesting question. That is, if the United States believe that they made a mistake, either they want to walk this back permanently or more likely temporary, and try again in another few months. How would Iran respond to this? I mean, what are Iran's demands and requirements to put an end to the war now that it's already ongoing?
The United States has to be punished, and Iran is not going to accept some ceasefire. That's not happening. The Iranians have to reach a stage where they feel that in future the security of this region will not be threatened by the United States. And so the Iranians are prepared for a very long war. And remember, they were saying, I think it was Netanyahu that said Iran had like 2,000 missiles or 1,800 missiles. Well, I think, and I've always been saying that this is nonsense. Iran, the number of Iranian missiles that have been prepared to strike Israel, you'd have to multiply the 2,000 by a large number, and you get to the real number. And then the missiles and drones that have been produced and are ready to fire towards American assets in the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean, they're much larger than the number of missiles that are prepared for the Israeli regime. So Iran is more than prepared to continue this war for a very, very long time. and it will make sure that the United States regrets this war. The smart thing for the United States to do is to accept failure and back off sooner. But if it does not, it will have to accept failure at a much higher cost. The Iranians are not going to accept a situation where the Americans can regroup 6 months from now, 8 months from now, 10 months again from now, and then try their luck again. That's not going to happen.
I'm a bit surprised by how surprised people are by the capabilities of Iran and how they're using these capabilities. Because, well, anyone who's been watching this podcast, well, speaking with you as well as other guests, have pointed out that Iran has a very vast amount of missiles, drones, but also how Iran would respond. That is, if it was attacked again, because it's by the United States, it would be seen as an existential threat, and they would then essentially hit all bases across the entire region. This was, it should have been common sense, but if you're going to accept that common sense, then you first have to accept that Iran would consider this to be existential. And I think, a lot of media and politicians, they can't accept it because they insist they're just promoting democracy or, or whatever defending themselves. So something along these lines. But in terms of the United States backing off, do you see the main or possible objective being to expel the U.S. from the region, or some kind of a security arrangement where Iran's security is respected, or do you think any diplomatic pathways are now impossible, given that the JCPOA was dumped? Iran has been attacked twice now during negotiations. Is there anything that can be achieved through diplomacy, or will this just be resolved on the battlefield?
Yeah, I don't think anything can be achieved through diplomacy. Iran has no interest in speaking with the Americans. We have already seen how the Americans behave. Trump negotiated, and those negotiations were a facade, both during the previous war and during this war. And his opposition have no problem with that. This is important. The Democrats don't have any problem with murdering Iranians and betraying the and lying about the negotiations and having fake negotiations. They hate Trump, but during the State of the Union address, the only place where the Democrats and the Republicans all got up and clapped like seals was when he was attacking Iran. So you cannot trust the United States, and I think countries across the world are recognizing this too. They see what's happening. So Iran is going to fight it out. And ultimately, the Americans are going to have to find a way to retreat. That's the only solution that will be acceptable to Iran. If the Americans retreat faster, that's smarter. But if they don't, it'll come at a heavy price. But I think the decisive strategic defeat that Iran wants to inflict on the United States would be such that the United States never again thinks about doing this to Iran. That's what Iran wants, to make sure that the United States is weakened and punished in a way where it doesn't do this again. And I think that's already happening, by the way, Glenn. The fact that for 4 days, Iran on its own, and so far, Yemen has not been engaged, Iraq mildly engaged, Hezbollah mildly engaged, increasingly being engaged, but Iran's allies are still waiting. And the Iranians can do much more than they're doing now. They haven't even been using their key assets. They haven't even touched them yet. So, if what the Iranians, what people are already across the world are already seeing is the superpower and its sidekick, or maybe the sidekick is the superpower. But the two of them, their forces combined with the support of the entire West and their regional proxies, including Erdogan, they failed. Iran is hammering them for 4 days. And I think that already is destroying this image of the United States as this invincible superpower. That I think will have major implications in the future, regardless of the economic toll that this is going to have for the Americans, and the fact that it's going to make the economic situation in the United States substantially worse, far worse than before. But that aside, the world is seeing that this single country is striking day and night, and that does not make the United States look strong.
Oh, we're in a very unique time, I think, in history. That is after the hegemonic era, or the unipolar moment after the Cold War, when there's only one center of power. I think for the US, as well as the wider political West, wars is something that would happen in faraway countries, and overall, it's the assumption that as long as there's a will, then the US could dictate every outcome everywhere in the world. I think, as we speak, we have two wars in which both in Ukraine against Russia, and as well against Iran, where there's not an ability to essentially impose the desired outcome. And again, I think it's a wake-up call that the international distribution of power has shifted. But what kind of takes me to my last question, which is, what do you see as being the long-term implications of this war? Because if it would simply end today, you can argue it might be limited, but given that it would likely drag on for some time now, how do you see this impacting the, I guess, global alliance systems, energy partnerships, trade? How do you see this war shaping, essentially the world?
Well, one thing that I should point out here, which is anecdotal, is my experience. And that is that some of these young people who were influenced by the West and were on the streets rioting in January the 8th and 9th. Sorry, our calendar is different from your calendar. So I get confused. I think it was January 8th and the 9th. Some of them, or at least let's say three of them, have approached me directly and said, "We want to help." And sort of in an indirect way, some more direct, some less direct, they were trying to say that we regret what we did. Now we want to see what we can do to help. And I told them to go and see if they need volunteers on the streets to protect the people and so on. And I was speaking to a colleague of mine who was very active online and in the Iranian cybersphere. And he was saying that there are strong indications that many of those people who are deeply in, their worldview was shaped by the West, those liberals and so on, that their mood has changed, because they did not think that the Americans would strike schools and hospitals and destroy the Red Crescent Society and carry out double tap strikes in different cities, including multiple ones in Tehran, and destroy people's homes and murder ordinary people who are just sitting at home waiting for this war to end. So they have consolidated the Islamic Republic, and Ayatollah Khamenei, he is now his status has gone through the roof, and not just in Iran, across the region and beyond. You see that what the Americans did has been the absolute reverse of what they intended. They made Iran and the whole movement much stronger. And of course, as we discussed before, Islam, in particular the Shia ideology, supporting the oppressed and standing up against the oppressor, and Karbala and Imam Hussein. If American intellectuals, or elites, I should say, and more precise, and policymakers had studied a bit about this sort of thing, they would have known that their they've chosen the wrong country to pick a fight with. And so I think that in the long run, what is going to happen is that despite all the harm, despite all the deaths, despite the destruction of civil infrastructure, and more is to come in the days ahead, that Iran will emerge stronger, and that Iran's adversaries are going to be weaker. And I think that the consensus among Iranians about building stronger ties with the non-Western states and ignoring the West altogether, that narrative is going to be much stronger. I already see that happening. The United States and those that have been with the United States are seen as unforgivable. So the United States has even demolished that small, but percentage small, but still that segment of society that was looking to them, believing, naive and young liberals, believing that they were a symbol of hope and freedom and democracy and so on. They've destroyed that base, and I think that for a generation or two, that will just make the United States no longer able to have any influence in Iran. But I think by then, the U.S. empire will have collapsed much, much sooner than that. And I think that the war against Iran is pushing forward that collapse very swiftly.
In the literature of political science in the 1990s and 2000s, a lot of these articles and books, they focused a lot on the power of the United States, not just being the military and the economy, but the soft power that is the appeal, even by its adversaries, the assumption that they would follow certain rules, uphold certain values, that this had a gravitational force, and which was considered, not to be as easy to measure as economic power, military power, but nonetheless immensely powerful. I think, many people began to argue that this was being squandered 20 years ago with the attack on Iraq, but obviously from Gaza now to Iran and all these other wars, it's I think it's a very precious asset which the Americans have thrown away at their own peril. So no, it doesn't make any sense in any of this. Why they thought the attack on Iran would work? Why they thought that killing the highest religious authority in Iran during Ramadan would cause people to take to the streets as they're finally liberated by American bombs? I mean, all of this is just too wild to accept being real, but it's no, I think a lot of mistakes have been done, and hopefully if someone learns from this, perhaps more peaceful relations could be established in the future. But for now, it doesn't seem any pieces coming in the near future, and it seems all sides appear to escalate. So troubling times ahead, but as always, thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you very much for having me, Glenn. It's always an honor.
Day 3 of the war, and a troubling question is emerging in Washington. Is the United States burning through its most expensive missiles faster than it can replace them? US forces have intercepted hundreds of Iranian ballistic missiles and drones targeting American bases and allies across the Middle East. The US military is relying on advanced air defense systems like Patriot, THAAD, and ship-based interceptors to stop those attacks. But every interception uses costly high-tech missiles, and experts warn that a prolonged conflict could begin to strain American interceptor stockpiles.
I think it is, I'll grant the administration this, it is way too early, 48 hours in, for cost estimates. Clearly, when you combine the efforts of the amount of munitions that we have spent over the last year attacking the Houthis, the amount of munitions that's been spent on other ventures, I think the 7 different military conflicts the president has put America into, our munitions are low. That's public knowledge. It will require additional funding. Funding where we have other domestic needs as well.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also acknowledged the scale of Iran's missile buildup, warning that Tehran's production capacity far exceeds the rate at which US interceptors can be manufactured.
They are producing, by some estimates, over 100 of these missiles a month. Compare that to the 6 or 7 interceptors that can be built a month.
Analysts estimate Iran may have entered the war with roughly 2,500 ballistic missiles, meaning the battle is becoming a race between Iran launching missiles and the US, and Israel destroying launchers and storage sites before they can be fired. At the same time, the United States is also expending offensive weapons. US Navy destroyers have launched Tomahawk cruise missiles against Iranian targets, weapons that are also considered critical for any future conflict with China. For now, US officials say defenses are holding and the operation is progressing. But if the war drags on, the fight may test not just military power, but also how long America's missile arsenal can sustain the battle.
Day 4, and the shots just keep coming. Body blows really on both sides. Here you see before you, this is almost, it's not live, but it's very, very current. Just happened. The international airport in Tehran is absolutely in flames. It has been struck by the combined U.S. and Israeli side, causing significant damage. There is also another body blow for Iran that just happened earlier this morning, just a couple of hours ago, in the result of the Ayatollah being assassinated on the first day of this. They were meeting in the holy city of Qom in Iran to elect a new replacement Ayatollah. They had an interim immediately placed in there, and they met with this council, and I think it was the Guardian Council or something like that, but where the guys who would basically meet to select. Well, turns out that the Israeli intelligence got wind of it, and they found out, and they flattened the building. So you can see that's where they were in right now. We don't know anything about casualties. We don't know if anybody survived, if everybody died. It's unclear, but this would be another major blow for the Iranian side, and certainly is going to continue to weaken the governing structures, and I'm sure that's the exact intent on the American/Israeli side. We're going to see what happens from that. Iran is a very large country. They have a big bureaucracy and a lot of components to its governing facilities and its structure. But that can't help but be really hard. If that's true, if the reports are true and that's what was in there, we'll wait and see what kind of an impact that has. But there's also things going on both sides of this. But to try to figure out where this war is and most importantly, where it's headed, we have back with us today Colonel Douglas Macgregor, defense and foreign policy analyst, former advisor to the Secretary of Defense, and always need to mention a highly decorated combat veteran who understands matters in the Middle East better than nearly anybody. Doug, welcome back to the show as always.
Hey, thanks very much.
Well, listen, let's just start right off the bat. I mean, what do you think is the significance of at least the reports that the council that was supposed to select a new Ayatollah? So if the first one where there was allegedly 40 military and other political leaders that got killed along with the Ayatollah, if this one's, according to reports, there were 88 members that were part of this council that could potentially have been killed. What do you think the impact of that might be?
Well, to answer that, I think you have to ask the question, what happens when you fire a CEO of any large international corporation? You pick a new CEO. What happened when Field Marshal Rommel was fatally wounded in a car driving through the countryside of Normandy during the invasion of Normandy by US and British forces? He was replaced. I think there's an obsession on the Israeli side with killing leaders. And this passion for assassination has found a home now with the CIA and our president. But I wouldn't expect much to come from it. There's an assumption that Iran is some sort of backward tribal society where every time the tribal chief is killed, there has to be a new gathering. And until that gathering occurs, nothing can happen. And if you kill enough of the tribal leaders, the tribe will disintegrate. I just don't see any evidence for that. There's been no slackening in the fire from the Iranians since this war began. They continue to hit targets all over the region with great effect, especially in Israel now. And I don't see any evidence that that's going to stop. So I think this obsession with killing senior leaders, whenever you can find them, particularly those people who are religious, is going to do them much good. If anything, I think all of this galvanizes the population in its determination to resist submission to Israel. Because from the standpoint of the people on the ground in Iran, they know that we are simply doing what the Israelis want, that we are effectively the force that's being hired on by Israel to do its bidding. They know the real enemy for them is Israel, and that Israel wants to dominate them, wants to liquidate their country, wants to rule the entire region. That's as simple as it is. They're not going to submit to that. Killing any number of mullahs isn't going to make any difference to the outcome for them.
And what do you think, Doug, about those elements that have, for decades, inside of Iran, have been very unhappy with the mullah leadership and the Ayatollah and the rules that they have? And there have been periodically protests that had to be put down, et cetera. And so there's definitely some constituencies within Iran that didn't want, that wanted to get rid of the Ayatollah. What are the pros and cons, or maybe that's not the right word.
Yes,
what is the prospect that these could
missiles
result?
Are hitting in. Those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period
Is this
of time
something
in
live,
these other
Gary?
countries. So I think it was
Indeed,
right about
yes.
that. We attacked first.
All right, so yeah, let's
And we
see what
didn't
the president said here. Anything, then
we're
we'll get
really,
back to where we were talking a second ago.
decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly, for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot. As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and it's okay. But we gave away a lot of high end, but we have plenty. But we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply. We also have a lot of the very high end stored in different countries throughout the world. We're literally storing it there, which is actually something that I insisted on in my first term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great. A lot unbelievable amount of ammunition or munitions, as they say, we're giving away to, the Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, it was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine. And it just should have been done. Look, it's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. But we have a tremendous amount of munitions, ammunition at the upper level, middle and upper level, all of which is really powerful stuff.
Trump, Abbott, Hancock, the conservative team securing the Texas border. Kelly Hancock delivered.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at that, because he's addressing. There's two things that we were going to talk about. One of them we'll get to in a minute, but the second one, I'm glad he brought that up, and it's great timing on that, Gary. Is that there's this claim that, hey, we got to hurry up. We only have a couple of weeks. And I think you even mentioned you thought we had maybe a couple of weeks from like 2 or 3 weeks ago, that if we started this, we'd only have a couple of weeks at high intensity with these offensive, especially interceptor missiles, and we would have to get a resolution or we'd be in trouble. That's been reported in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Washington Post. Several people have been talking about that. Apparently, General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, also warned about some of the risk that we go into. But now then here, President Trump yesterday and again live today says, yeah, you know what? Don't worry about that. I got plenty of ammunition. In fact, some categories are unlimited. What do you make of that?
Always keep in mind that President Trump, whatever else he may claim to be, is a marketing genius. He's someone who rose to prominence and became a billionaire because he's very good at marketing himself and whatever the product is that he's selling. And that's what he's doing in the Oval Office right now. Everyone I've talked to has said exactly what you just repeated. There is no evidence for the limitless supply of high-end missiles that he's talking about. But he can say it, and he will say it, because he's trying to sell a war. He's trying to convince everyone that we are winning and that we are going to win, although he's never really defined very clearly what that means. What we're implying from his remarks is that a win means the elimination of the Iranian government and its replacement with a puppet that Israel and the United States are comfortable with. I don't see much evidence that that's going to happen. And I don't see any evidence that his aspiration is going to be fulfilled. He's also, within the last couple of days, said that he's interviewing candidates for leadership in Iran. And some of them are, in his words, really good people. And this is in anticipation of him installing these puppets once this war ends, which he is making it sound like it's imminent. War is going to end. Somebody else put something out last night on X, and of course you got to remember, X will put up with anything you put on it, who said Iran is on the verge of capitulation. This is all nonsense. And this is all marketing. And this is to boost support for something that a lot of people are asking questions about. So no, it's just forget it. Here's a little note for everybody. I've been receiving information from on the other side in Department of the Navy and others that are saying our destroyers at sea, these are the Aegis class destroyers, have fired remarkably small numbers of missiles. In fact, very few have fired missiles at all. Now, these are the standard missiles. They're designed as part of the Aegis system to shoot down incoming ballistic missiles. They also have strike missiles that they can fire to land on targets on land, and they haven't fired any Sea Sparrows. And I asked, well, this is very odd. Why is that the case? Because people are being told to guard their inventory carefully, to manage what they shoot, because we don't have inexhaustible supplies. And remember, you've got to go back to port somewhere to reload. Where do you go? Well, we've lost all the ports in the region that we normally use, which means in the Med, you've got to go back to Europe. Or in the Indian Ocean, we're talking about falling back on Indian ports where we can do it. And the Indian ports are not really ideally designed for the purpose, but that's where we're talking about going. So it's back to logistics. The logistics is a nightmare. And the logistics continues to plague us. And I don't see any evidence at all that that's going to end.
You know, it's interesting. He was said there his oft-repeated comment about here's the peace president. The guys are going to end all these wars. That the Ukraine-Russia war would never have started if he'd been elected back in the 2020 election. But now here he is. He has just chosen to start a war. I mean, do you? It's probably a rhetorical question, but do you think he gets the juxtaposition of his own words that he just said this war wouldn't have started if he had been in office, and now he is office and he has chosen to start this one?
Wherever Trump is the center of the universe. Whatever Trump does is an enormous success. Whatever Trump says is brilliant. That's the Trump brand. That's marketing. Has no connection to reality. And his remarks have no connection to reality. How many times do we have to listen to this man say, I rebuilt the American military in my first term? What are you, nuts? That's absurd. Nothing could be further from the truth. You know, you try to tell people it takes 10 years to build a new army. That is an army that's designed to fight in the future, not the past. It takes 20 years or more to replace a fleet of ships. It takes a long time to build ships. It takes a long time to crew them and train them and put to sea. It takes a long time to replace pilots when they retire. That's why they ask pilots to come back in emergencies, because we don't have enough. This is all nonsense. But most Americans don't know as much about the military as you and I do. Most Americans have no one inside the military telling them anything. You know, I've got one nephew in the Army and another nephew in the Navy. The naval officer is is flying in the Mediterranean right now. So, you know, we have some connection to reality. We know what war means. He has no idea what the word war means. We're just at the beginning of a very long and desperate contest. And the thing that he continues to ignore is, look, oh, that's a great cartoon. That's perfect. What he continues to ignore is that Iran's principal mission is to survive. That's how they win. They survive. They do not disintegrate. They do not fall apart. They continue to resist. What's the definition of winning for us? Well, we have to be seen as having conquered the enemy, of having brought him to his knees. Now, who is likely to succeed? We, 7,000 miles away, are going to bring this country to its knees so that President Trump can arrive like Douglas MacArthur did in Tokyo at the end of World War II? No, it's not going to happen. It's fantasy.
Yeah, and that leads to part of the other problem here. I mentioned at the outset that there was, first of all, are we going to run out of missiles? You've addressed that. That still remains very much a concern, regardless of what he just said. The president did there. But then there's also this issue of why we started. Now, he came in as the peace president and all this, and he said that, this war wouldn't have started without me, but now he started one. So now they got to justify why it is. You said this was all about selling and marketing, and that's what is going on. Well, there's another effort concurrent with this one as to why we launched. Now, Secretary Rubio, and I'm going to show you this in a minute, kind of started a firestorm yesterday by inadvertently admitting that we weren't even going to go start this war, but that the Israelis were, and that we, quote, had to go and fight with them. Otherwise, we'd have been hit anyway. So he admitted that this was forced by the Israelis. Well, that started a firestorm even among the MAGA supporters of the Trump, much less his political opponents. And now that they seem to be going out of their way to try to say, no, that wasn't really the case. We did this because of our national security. So Steve Witkoff was on Fox News last night and tried to lay a bunch of platforms down, but they're kind of hollow. I know you're shocked about that, and I'm going to show you why some of them. Here is the first one where he's claiming that actually we were forced into this by those bad negotiators from Iran.
They thought they could strong arm us. President Trump sent me and Jared there to really determine on his behalf whether they were serious about doing a deal that addressed his objectives, which are elimination of their missile program, elimination of their advocacy and support for proxies, which is destabilizing the entire Middle East, elimination of their Navy so we can have freedom of the seas and not be threatened with the shutdown of the Gulf of Hormuz. And finally, no nuclear enrichment that can get them to weapons grade, which means no nuclear bomb. And we went in there and tried to make a fair deal with them, and it was very, very clear that it was going to be impossible. Probably by the end of the second meeting, but we then went back for the third meeting just to give it the last college try. And of course, they thought they wanted us to report positivity. It was not positive, that meeting.
So look, to summarize, look, all we were asking, we're good guys here. We're giving it that old college try. All we're asking them is to get rid of their Navy, get rid of their missile forces, get rid of any kind of nuclear processing, and just completely lay down and do everything we ask. And we gave them a fair deal. Does such a fair deal even exist, Doug?
No, it's absurd. In other words, surrender your sovereignty, turn over your country to Israel and whatever Israel wants to do with it. In other words, unilaterally disarm so that not only do you not present a threat to Israel, but Israel can present a permanent threat to you and essentially determine the future of your country. Let's go back to some data points. Data point number one, Luke Groman, who's a very fine financial analyst. I encourage people to listen to him. He was on recently, and he pointed out that every day, every 24-hour period in a day, the Chinese and their manufacturing base can produce 1,000 motors for cruise missiles. We didn't say for all missiles. We just said for cruise missiles, 1,000 a day. We are hard-pressed to produce 100 missiles a month. Now, if you can produce 1,000 rocket motors for cruise missiles every day, how many missiles can China produce? And in addition to that, how many of these are already sitting underground in Iran waiting to be launched? And how many more can be introduced into Iran to ensure that Iran continues to launch missiles? I think it's pretty obvious. So let's just keep that in mind. This war is not going to end anytime soon. Secondly, there was no deal on offer. The whole business about ballistic missiles was dead on arrival. The business about proxies was dead on arrival. That everybody knew that from the beginning. The one thing on which the Iranians were prepared to talk to us was, of course, the no enrichment of uranium. They want to enrich a certain quantity to a certain percentage. They were willing to negotiate that issue. And I guess Witkoff and Kushner, as experienced real estate negotiators, conveyed the impression that they were actually interested in talking about that when they never were. We know now that the decision, and this is something I've said for months, and people have not wanted to believe it. I said it back in September. I said it in August, July of last year. This war is not over, and we will attack Iran. It's only a matter of time. Remember, you and I talked about that. I thought it would happen before Christmas, probably November, December. Apparently, it wasn't ideal from a timing standpoint. Then January came along and it looked like something was going to happen. Well, we finally got the war. Okay. Now people are calling it the Purim war because of its coincidence with the Purim festival in Israel. Bottom line is this was always going to happen. The negotiations were an empty facade. Witkoff and Kushner report to Netanyahu. That doesn't mean they don't keep Mr. Trump informed. But ultimately, Mr. Trump is reporting to Mr. Netanyahu. I mean, this is ridiculous. The whole thing is theater, and I don't think anybody should bother believing anything that Witkoff, Kushner, and anybody else in the White House inner circle says at this point. And as you just demonstrated with President Trump, you might as well stop listening to anything he says because it's not rooted in facts. It has no basis in reality. Now, either President Trump knows that, and for the reasons I mentioned earlier, he says what he says, just as Witkoff says what he says. He's trying to string along the American people and keep them on board, he thinks, for this war, or he's lost touch with reality. I have the feeling he wants to string the American people along with this war.
Sorry, I got an issue with my camera. I'll get that fixed in just a second. But you talked about the negotiating issue and how it was just a facade. Well, the Iranian side was apparently trying to seriously negotiate because you just heard how Witkoff characterized the negotiations that they gave it the last college try. Well, here is the Omani foreign minister on CBS News the day before all this war started that said that they were willing to make some considerable concessions.
Will Iran negotiate about its ballistic missiles?
I believe Iran is open to discuss everything.
Including its ballistic missiles, because they've said this has to be nuclear only.
Everything. But that has to take its proper context, a proper course, a proper framework. Now, the priority number one is to get this nuclear issue resolved.
So, what does this do to our credibility as a nation? And whether you're talking about something with Russia, something in the future, about China, anybody else, that we clearly don't have any kind of serious negotiations, even when the other side is willing to concede. It was just a front to just buy its time until we're ready to launch offensively.
Yes, it was always a lie. And I think the Russians have learned this lesson the hard way. I think the Chinese were probably a little more adroit and certainly more sensitive to reality. I don't think they're fooled in any way, shape, or form by anything that comes out of Washington. So to answer your question, I don't think we have credibility of any kind. And this didn't just begin with President Trump. This started under Biden. Some people would argue much earlier, if you go back to the Minsk Accords and look at who was a president at the time in 2014, 2015, 2016, we were dealing at the time with Obama and then Biden, and there were repeated lies told to the Russians. The whole Minsk Accord thing was an empty vessel. We lied to the Russians during, before, and after the start of the war in Ukraine. So I think we have no credibility at all. People are polite to us, and I think they tolerate us to some extent, largely because we have nuclear weapons and because people still are hoping against hope that someone will end up in the White House who actually represents the interests of the American people. Because most people in the world who meet Americans and deal with them at all tend to have a positive picture of them and think that, yes, we could get along with the Americans. The problem is their government, that is the American government, doesn't reflect the interests or the inclinations of the American people. We all thought that that would change with President Trump. We now know nothing has changed at all.
Oops, sorry about that. Have a malfunction with my camera. Got a little bit different one there, so we got to back up. So fortunately, we can keep going on here. Moving back to the Witkoff situation with his comments to try and paint this picture of why we can actually, succeed here, why this war was necessary. Then he goes back to the nuclear thing. So remember, first it was the nuclear thing. Then it was actually the long-range missiles. Actually, no, before it was those protesters. Those darn protesters are being killed, and we have to go help them out. Then it got back to the nuke again, and then it got back to the long-range missiles. And then it's like, no, really, it's the nuclear thing. That's what it's going to be. So we're all over the map on that, even what we're claiming. Well, Witkoff said he's trying to make the case now that it will actually all along, it really was the nuclear thing. And in fact, during our negotiations, those darn negotiators had the audacity to have no shame to admit that they had reprocessed capacity, that they could make a bomb if they wanted to.
In that first meeting, both the Iranian negotiators said to us directly, with no shame, that they controlled 460 kilograms of 60%. And they're aware that that could make 11 nuclear bombs. And that was the beginning of their negotiating stance. So they were proud of it. They were proud that they had evaded all sorts of oversight protocols to get to a place where they could deliver 11 nuclear bombs.
Okay, so that's what he apparently shocked that he learned just a few days ago. But if he'd been watching the Daniel Davis deep dive in July of last year, we had Ted Postal say exactly that capability then. How then do you get 10 nuclear bombs from 408 kilograms of 60% uranium?
Well, all you need is 37.5 kilograms of uranium hexafluoride to convert to metal. Divide 408 kilograms of uranium hexafluoride, you get a number like 10 or 11. That means you have enough uranium metal, if you convert it, for 10 nuclear bombs.
And so, how long would it take from the decision? Say they decide
if
Friday morning that they're going to do it. How long would it take before the first one is produced?
The first bomb might take you 10 weeks because you want to manufacture the casing.
That's what they're doing right
assembly
now.
System. Although you may have done that already.
They
So now,
getting the
as
nuclear
I
bombs ready
interpret
right now.
that, because this has been known. In fact, Ted Postal told us last year. He said, there's a risk that this is, of course, after Operation Midnight Hammer. He said he wouldn't be surprised if they actually raced to a bomb because they would probably have the capacity to do so based on what they had already reprocessed or so. Now, I'm guessing, what do you think, that during these negotiations that the Iranian side was trying desperately to say, look, if we wanted a bomb, we could already have one. We have the stuff for it, and we're willing to negotiate that away. They expressly said, and Witkoff did not mention there, they expressly mentioned that they would take all of that reprocessed material and get rid of it. So it sounds like they were trying to say that, but you saw how it was characterized here. What do you think?
Well, are you expecting a truthful interpretation from Mr. Witkoff? His job is to bring on the war. That's what he and Kushner were all about from the beginning. They are acolytes of Netanyahu and Greater Israel. And President Trump has demonstrated that he is a willing servant of Greater Israel too. So let's not kid ourselves. The idea was to go to war. They're going to say whatever they have to justify that retrospectively at this point. The truth is exactly what Ted Postal said. And keep something in mind. What Ted Postal explained, and by the way, he's a national treasure for what he does when he tells the truth about these things. The truth is that the Japanese know this. They could become a nuclear power virtually overnight. There are any number of countries that, if they wanted to be nuclear powers, could become nuclear powers rather quickly. Khomeini and his successor issued statements clearly, unambiguously, that they do not want nuclear weapons in the country. They established the fatwa, the edict that said, we want nothing to do with them. We will not allow them to be built. They have been truthful on that point. They haven't built any. And for the last 30 years, we've listened to Mr. Netanyahu tell us they're 2 weeks from a bomb. They're 10 days from a bomb. Well, they're within range of a bomb, but they always made it clear they didn't want one. Now, I think when this war is over, and I think it'll end badly for us and for Israel, Iran will survive. This is a great civilizational state. They're not going to go out of existence. They'll get a different kind of government from the one that they've had. And I think they're on their way to that. They've been on their way to that for at least the last decade. But that government is going to be a nationalist government. The people there will be no less loyal to their country, no less confident in their country's future than the theocrats who have been ruling it since, over the last 47 years. So I just, listening to this nonsense that somehow or another, if you kill enough mullahs, everything is going to change and improve, is just ridiculous. There's no evidence for it. On the contrary, these bombings are causing large numbers of people to die. They are destroying the lives of millions of people in Iran. When this ends, those people are not going to stand up and say, oh, thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you, Mr. Netanyahu. We're so grateful for the damage that you've done to us. You liberated us. Please come and help us build the future. But all these people must be on hallucinogenics. That's never going to happen. In fact, I would say that the next government that comes to power will probably do everything in its power to very rapidly build nuclear weapons. What we've done with the Israelis and at the behest of Israel is we've guaranteed the proliferation of nuclear weapons by demonstrating once again that if you want to be secure, if you want to live in a country that the United States and Israel can't threaten, a country they can't infiltrate, a country they cannot disrupt, and you probably ought to invest in nuclear weapons.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've been concerned about for years is that the claim that we're trying to prevent them from having nuclear weapons and all the maximum pressure and all that crap that we've been doing is pushing them in that direction. And it's been a shock that they haven't done it up to this point. I think it's a great point that you make that the Ayatollah, for religious reasons, had a fatwa against it. But with him out of the way, and if you take out the theocratic folks and you bring in a secular person, they may not have that prohibition. They may come to the exact calculation that you did, and we may move down that road. One other thing that I want to talk about from that Witkoff interview here, which I think is really illustrates a separate problem that we have, and I'd like you to look at this kind of beyond this current war that's going on, and that is in our international credibility across the board, not just with negotiations. In this comment here, Witkoff is going to demean the Iranian side for saying that they had the right to reprocess nuclear capacity for power and research, which they have under the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty they signed and we signed. Within that, they had the right to do it. Watch what he says in the result of that.
Just to give you a little bit of a taste for how these three days of negotiations went, 3 separate times, Jared and I opened up with the Iranian negotiators telling us they had the inalienable right to enrich all their nuclear fuel that they possessed. That's how they opened up. We, of course, responded that the president feels we have the inalienable right to stop you dead in your tracks. They then went on to say that beyond the inalienable right to enrich, that was going to be their starting point. And Jared and I just sort of looked at ourselves flummoxed and said, well, we're really in for it now.
Yeah, there he's admitted, that the war is on there. But on the NPT treaty that we signed and ratified, they do have that right. And he just said, no, you don't, because we say you don't, and we have the right to attack you, which we don't. This sets us up, to me, as being someone who acknowledges no international treaties, whether it's an executive order, whether it's a Senate-passed treaty. We are going to do whatever we want, and we'll deny you no matter what treaties you have signed. What danger does that have for us going forward?
Well, the Israeli state has demonstrated that it has the inalienable right to kill or expel millions of Palestinians from their homes in Gaza and presumably also in the West Bank. That's their sovereign right to execute that. Now, I suppose they do, but they're only doing it because we support a system in that process. So, it works both ways. First of all, you're 100% right about the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty. That's very clear. They do have the right to enrich uranium. And there are limits, and they've respected those, contrary to what the Israelis and their agents in the United States continue to insist. But I think it's far more serious to say that there is at least international prohibition against the mass expulsion and killing of people, even inside the borders of your own country. Now, I think Israel has ignored that. And again, they've been able to do so because of us. If you took away our support, if you took away the inexhaustible quantity of weapons and weapon systems and munitions that we provide to the Israelis and the cover that they receive from us, I doubt seriously that they would be able to do it. But they have. So I think perhaps Mr. Witkoff should be asked whether or not he thinks the Israelis have the right to do that, because I'm absolutely certain that he and Mr. Kushner and virtually everybody else in the inner circle of the President of the United States is totally convinced that they have the right to expel or kill the Palestinians who happen to be within the boundaries of the Israeli state. You can ask him. I think he'll probably admit to it, but he may not say it that clearly. So it's just, this whole discussion is tragic. This whole discussion is pointless. And I don't know what you can do about it. I mean, we can sit around and talk about it, but no one is willing to stand up and take a position. And in the United States, people have been propagandized for 30 years at least, some would say 40 plus, to believe that anything the Iranian government says is a lie, who believe that the Iranians are bent on conquering the region. There's no evidence for any of that, that the Iranians can't wait to get a nuclear weapon. And by the way, if those Iranians get that nuclear weapon, they're going to use it against us here in the United States. There's no evidence for that at all.
No, there's not. And,
it's a lot of crap.
there is a consequence to this. Gary's showing you right now. This is image from Tel Aviv. I showed you at the top of this that the international airport in Tehran was under fire, that they are getting pummeled up there, that there was a building where their leaders had been hit. This is Tel Aviv. He was showing you just a minute ago Jerusalem. So there are some real consequences to this right now. For all sides. I mean, we're also taking hits in Bahrain, especially. Some of our troops have already been killed. Who knows what else may have happened so far? There's a news blackout on that. But these things are a consequence. This is day 4, and there is no evidence that the Iranian side is anywhere near exhausted in their missile supplies or their political will to continue fighting. So we can imagine there's going to continue to be some of these. Now, one other person who is engaged in this whole process of trying to justify the war is Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, in this piece I'm going to show you here, pay careful attention. This is not just that he said we had to launch it now for the reasons that Witkoff was trying to claim, but Netanyahu claims that this was actually Trump's idea from back even before he got inaugurated.
They absolutely are clinging to their ability to build out a nuclear weapons program. And the president, as he said, he wanted a peace deal, gave them every opportunity for peace, like they did before Operation Midnight Hammer. And they steadfastly refused.
Or before he was inaugurated the second time. And we met in Mar-a-Lago. And the first thing that Donald Trump said to me, he said, you know, we have to prevent Iran from getting nukes. As simple as that. He said that because he saw that as a clear and present danger to the security and well-being of the United States. To have a regime like that, so fanatic, that it just defines itself by destroying America, exporting revolution, exporting terrorism, exporting the worst Islamist fanaticism that attacks Arabs, attacks Israelis, attacks Americans, attacks everyone inside.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party tested.
Now, I'm telling you, Doug, it pains me to actually make this statement or ask this rhetorical question, but when you're talking about who is the, what was the phrase he used, this fanatic regime, and who is it that wants death and destruction, since, let's say in the last, I don't know, I'm just going to pick a number out of thin air, the last 14 months, which 2 nations on earth have attacked more countries than any other 2 countries on earth? And spoiler alert, it's not Iran.
Well, it sounds like a trick question, you know, and I don't answer trick questions. I'm sorry. Now, look, we know that we and the Israelis have been engaged in constantly disrupting and meddling in other people's business, particularly in the Israeli case, in the affairs of their neighbors. And they justify that on all sorts of grounds. Here's what's really important. Whenever Mr. Netanyahu speaks, whenever his agents in the United States speak, whenever the mainstream media speaks, they are hard-pressed to convince everyone in the United States that nothing has changed in Iran in 47 years. And if you insist that things actually have changed, and Iran today is very different from what it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, let alone 47 years ago, they say, well, it's not enough. It's not a real democracy. Well, there are a lot of people in the United States who have real questions about this thing called real democracy. When we let people vote who are not citizens, when we don't exercise any controls whatsoever over election integrity, when we don't seem to value American citizenship, you know, it's hard to listen to this sort of nonsense. We should be much more concerned about what's happening in this country. We need to understand something. We should have learned this. I think we actually have more than we realize. If you're not intervening in someone else's country and you're not provoking them and you're not threatening them, the probability of anyone in the world using a nuclear weapon against us is about 0. Because they know there's nothing to be gained by it. And secondly, they know if they try to do something like that, they'll end up as a burned out cinder on the highway. We will respond dramatically and decisively. This is crazy. You know, it's why Stalin, who was probably one of the world's greatest criminals, certainly murdered far more people than Hitler ever did. And Stalin said, you know, nuclear weapons are political weapons. They have no military utility. They destroy everything. So there is no purpose in fighting a war. It can only be won with a nuclear weapon. So nuclear weapons are useful for political purpose. It guarantees your territorial integrity, and you can threaten people that don't have nuclear weapons. Stalin was right. And that's what we're doing. We have two nuclear states, Israel and the United States, and we're threatening another state that doesn't have any nuclear weapons. The whole thing is the theater of the absurd. You know, these spokesmen have turned the world upside down, and they are insisting that Israel and Jews worldwide will never be safe until Iran is expunged. And by the way, after we finished expunging Iran for them, they'll undoubtedly want us to do the same to Turks or to Turkey. And then I expect they'll turn us on Pakistan. Now, to be fair, Pakistan has been the incubator of Islamist terrorism in these madrasas, schools that have been funded lavishly by the Saudis. But I'm not sure I'd declare war on Pakistan as a result. You know, this business of we declare war on people that we don't need to, who have not necessarily harmed us directly. It's back to Stalin again. You know, his theory of government was kill the citizen before the citizen has a chance to commit a crime against the state. It was prophylactic justice. So you herd millions of people into camps and kill them. This is insane. And that's essentially the road that Israel's on. You know, let's kill all of these people, destroy all of these people because they harbor hatred for us, or they're opposed to us, or they're anti-Semitic or something else. This all needs to stop. And we need someone at the helm in the United States who's more balanced and has some sense of understanding of the rest of the world that we live in beyond our borders. And is you know, a stooge for this kind of propaganda.
Let me ask you some of the consequences to going down this absurd path that you just described so eloquently. In that, let's take a look at a couple of different factors. First of all, let's take a look at the region. One of the things that has always been one of our strengths is that we have been viewed, especially in the Middle East, by a lot of these regimes, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, et cetera, that we are the power. We are the global superpower that can bring stability to the Middle East, and certainly for them, and that they can feel safe with us. But now then, because we have chosen to go to this war alongside of Israel, that prompted them to get hit. So now then they have, you know, whether you're talking about Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, I mean, all these countries have been hit and continue to be hit. UAE also, they've gotten a lot of shots so far. So we have proven that being our friend does not make them immune. They have been hit, and our physical capacity to defend them with our air defense has shown to be grossly inadequate. What does this do once this is over? Because right now everybody's focused on the near term, getting the war over. But after this is over, will this cause a recalibration among the leaders of these regions that how closely do they want to tie themselves to?
I predict that at the end of this process of this war, we will be effectively swept out of the region. We will be gone. We will lose any footing that we had in the Middle East and probably in most of the Muslim world. And it won't stop there. If you're sitting in Korea right now and you look at the way things are developing, you ask yourself, well, why do we have these Americans inside our country? We've kept them here, or they've stayed here for 70 years, ostensibly for the purpose of protecting us, but there's no evidence that they can protect anybody in the Gulf or anywhere else in the region from Iran. So why would they be able to protect us from North Korea and China, for that matter, since we insist that we're really there to deter China? But, you know, the Koreans know the Chinese have no interest in war, and they're doing a land office business with South Korea. The Chinese would be very happy if South Korea ultimately absorbed North Korea and then developed Korea in the north to the extent that the South is being developed, and then they would have a tremendous trading partner. Nobody in Northeast Asia is interested in a war with anybody. The Japanese, the Koreans, the Chinese, absolutely off the table. They don't want anything to do with it. So I think right now in Korea, and I would argue also in Japan, behind closed doors, people are saying, gee, how do we get rid of these Americans? They're a liability. They're not an asset, not just in the Middle East, but also there. We're fighting against these things. We think that by bullying and threatening and destroying, that somehow or another we're winning. We're losing. This is not something to win. we're losing our position in the world. We're losing strategically. It's not doing us any good at all. And President Trump can say whatever he likes from the Oval Office. It's not going to change this. And I think Americans, unfortunately, don't understand it. And as these things develop in the aftermath of this catastrophe, we're going to see exactly what I described. The rest of the world is going to say, very politely, we really think you ought to leave.
Yeah. And so
one last comment. This is very important for your audience. In 1919, at the end of the Versailles Conference, a delegation from Syria, remember Syria was this newly formed state that was then supposed to be a protectorate under the French, right? And the delegation from Syria approached us and then ultimately approached the great powers, Wilson, Clemenceau, Lloyd George, and said, would the United States be willing to come and be in charge of our protectorate? We have confidence in the Americans. They will help us build an effective democratic state. Think about that. That was 1919. Can you imagine anyone in the Islamic world today, or for that matter, almost anywhere else in the global South, showing up in Washington and saying, would you consider coming and helping us build this society and build an effective liberal democratic state? I don't think so.
Yeah, and those are some of the medium and longer term problems. But let's look at the current problems here with the Strait of Hormuz being effectively blocked so far. It hadn't been totally blocked, not hard, but it's got a soft block on it right now. We don't know how long that's going to last, but it's already starting to cause some problems here. And how I'd like you to talk a little bit about the potential economic problems that this war could cause for the United States if this goes on. And here's just a couple of indicators. This is as of just an hour or so ago. The price of oil has continued to now creep up. It's gone up 11% since the war began. It's not a huge, it's not exactly up to $100, $150 a barrel, but it's creeping up there because people are getting more nervous. Also, the Dow is down. I think earlier today, anyway, it was down by 900 points as people are starting to markets are getting nervous at where this is going. And that's just where it is right now, because you talk about Fox News and really most of the media I've seen out there, they're almost on victory laps already and popping champagne corks and everything else, saying that they're winning here. But if this starts going like physically, you can't hide it anymore, it starts going south, what concerns are you about the economic impact to the West?
Well, let's stop and understand that you can't separate the financial economic impact from the larger strategic impact on the United States, too. Japan buys 72% of its oil from the Persian Gulf region. In other words, 72% of Japan's oil comes from the Persian Gulf. 65% of South Korea's oil comes from the Persian Gulf. 50% of India's oil is from the Persian Gulf. 50% of China's oil is from the Persian Gulf. Now, Europe only depends for 18% of its oil from the Gulf, and of course, we 2%. Now, what has the United States done by unilaterally, not unilaterally, but certainly at the behest of Israel, done by taking on Iran and essentially making it inevitable that the Gulf traffic would be shut down? Well, what have we done to our supposed friends and allies? What about Japan? What about South Korea? India is not an enemy. It's a neutral state, but it's not an enemy. So those are three states that are the cornerstone of the global economy, and we've both sent them into a tailspin. This is going to cost people in those countries horrendous amounts of money. Are they going to be grateful to us for the war that we started and how it ends? I don't think so. And of course, foolish people are saying, well, we've just taken China off the board. Now they're going to suffer, and that's part of the benefit of going to war with Iran. Well, I don't think so. First of all, the Chinese have already turned to the Russians, as have the Indians, as have the South Koreans and the Japanese. And the Russians are doing everything in their power to make up for these shortages. By the way, this is a landslide in terms of wealth and power for the Russians. And I think we were interested for some time in somehow or another punishing the Russians for doing what they've done in Ukraine. Well, this certainly isn't the way to that. I don't think anybody in this administration has sat down and carefully scrutinized the consequences of any of their actions. This started with the tariffs. We tariffed everybody. We've never recovered. Now we're doing this not just to Iran. We're not simply harming Iran. We're harming the substantial backbone of the world economy and people that are supposedly our friends and allies. None of this makes any sense. Now, where's this going? We're going to be north of $100 a barrel, I suspect. It's inevitable. I don't see how we avoid it. And that's understandable because the various insurance firms have already told the tankers, if you go through the straits, we can't insure you. There's no certainty you're going to be able to get through. Thus far, the Iranians have let Chinese tankers through. So I suppose the next step in this is for President Trump to announce that we're going to halt and board Chinese tankers headed to China with oil. We'll see what happens at that point. In other words, how far do you push this, Dan, until you really get the Third World War? Right now, we are in kind of a run-up to the Third World War. I would call it a low-intensity Third World War. But if we push this envelope much further, we'll get the Third World War, and we'll regret the hell out of starting it.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where you
Do you think, or better question, how hard would it be for Iran to keep that headline that Gary put up there is just kind of justifies and validates what you were just saying there. The Iran's strategy is to expand the war, increase the cost, and then outlast Trump, whether that's with missiles or anything else. Do you think that Iran can outlast us? And meaning that those strikes and those body blows that we talked about at the top of the show are real and continuing on. Can they sustain those shots and spread this out that long?
Well, I think body blows have been delivered to all sides. I think that we're finished in the region now. These bases are all destroyed. They're not going to be rebuilt. We're not going to be invited back. I don't know that the Emirates and Saudi Arabia will have the same governments they have today in the future. And the populations in those countries are not blaming Iran for this. They're blaming us. We're the problem. That's the way it's being viewed by the people that live in the region. And the people eventually are going to count. Thus far, the ruling elites in the peninsula have been able to ignore the populations. I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. Now, I don't know that bombing Tehran's airport is a body blow. I think that's unfortunate. But when you see these kinds of things happen, especially when a place like that doesn't necessarily have much military utility, since all the aircraft there are commercial, unless you think you want to destroy the radars, in which case you don't have to destroy the whole airport. But I think what we're beginning to see is frustration on the part of the airmen. Remember, the Air Force has targeteers. They normally have 6 levels, and they study all the potential targets very carefully. And they get guidance that they have.
Revolutionary salute to my brother Vincent Brown Scott for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family, and my brother Warren Webb for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, soldiers. Salute.
They have to have military utility. And they usually discover that they run out of so-called useful military targets pretty quick. Either they run out of them or they attack them, but without effect. And so then the decision is, well, if we can't affect these targets that we thought were important, let's bomb the airport. Let's bomb the universities. Let's bomb the desalinization plants. On and on and on. That's what I saw happen during the Kosovo air war. The inability to make the air campaign work led to massive destruction all over Serbia, far beyond Kosovo and far beyond anything that was military. I think we're going to see some of that now. And it's interesting that it's already begun this early, especially when you look at the murder or destruction of these 150 plus girls at the school in Iran, although perhaps that was intentional. I have no idea, but it certainly wasn't intentional if we did it, because I know that we avoid those things as much as possible. So, the bottom line is you're going to get to this point where everything is going to become fair game. And that happens because people are frustrated. It's not working. Now, there's one thing we didn't mention that is already being worked on very seriously, and that is that we're trying, along with the Mossad, and of course the CIA is right in there, trying to organize the Kurds that are in Syria and in northern Iraq to persuade them, the MEK and others, to join together in a joint invasion on the ground of northern Iran. Now, this is a very dangerous thing, because if there's one thing that the Iranians and the Turks can agree on 100%, is that they don't particularly care to have an Israeli puppet state called Kurdistan set up at the expense of their specific countries. So at this point in time, I think that's very dangerous development. And it's the kind of thing that is going to drive the Turks and the Iranians together. Now, that's not to say that the Turks are not already concerned about Iran, because they know that if they stand around and watch while Iran is destroyed, and if it is destroyed and it does descend into chaos, they think that they're next on the menu. And they're probably right, because we've talked about that. We had Naftali Bennett and then eventually Netanyahu both say Turkey is at least as dangerous, maybe even more dangerous to Israel than Iran. So if you look at this, what's going on, why would they be trying to put together a ground invasion? Well, I think it's very obvious, because we can't do it. We can't move those troops. And today is very different from the world that you and I were in 1990. Today, if we tried to land large numbers of troops in a place like Al-Jabail on the Saudi coast, that would be targeted and utterly destroyed. And if they're smart, they would wait until we're just disembarking and pulling off equipment. Don't destroy the place. Let us show up. Then you get 2 for 1. You destroy the troops and you destroy Al-Jabail. And we've seen that our Patriot batteries, however good they may claim to be, and they may be very good, cannot defend these places from Iranian missiles. So the idea is, well, we can't send anybody over there. They'll never come ashore. They'll be destroyed. So what do? Well, let's go back to the Kurds, because the Kurds want their own state. That means part of Turkey, part of Iran. Promise the Kurds that you'll give them their state if they join you in trying to bring down Iran. And if this materializes, as I think they're trying to make it materialize, I don't think the Turks will just sit on the sidelines and watch.
Yeah, I don't think they'll. But there's also there's not enough of them, so I think that's just a desperate thing that's just not going to happen. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut it short right there, because I have to actually jump on another TV show here. But I'm really.
Began with flashes over Tel Aviv. Then came the smoke. Iranian state media claims ballistic missiles struck the city without being intercepted. Visuals show explosions, burning vehicles, and thick black plumes rising over what appears to be a densely populated area. At the same time, Tehran echoed with blasts as U.S. and Israeli airstrikes pounded the Iranian capital. The conflict is now unfolding across multiple fronts, from central Israel to the Persian Gulf. According to Press TV, Iranian ballistic missiles hit Tel Aviv without being intercepted by Israel's air defense systems. Visuals posted by the outlet show a series of blasts, fire, and heavy smoke rising into the night sky. The footage appears to show multiple missiles slamming into buildings. The surrounding area looks densely populated. Another report by the Associated Press said firefighters were seen extinguishing scorched vehicles in central Israel following missile salvos from Iran on Tuesday. Israel's rescue services say at least 11 people have been killed since Sunday. The scale of damage is still being assessed. Separate reports claim Iran targeted the largest U.S. radar installation in the Persian Gulf. The system is said to be capable of monitoring the entire Middle East, with a reported range of 5,000 kilometers and a cost of $1.1 billion. It functions as an early warning shield. If confirmed, the targeting of such a system would mark a significant escalation in the conflict. There has been no immediate official confirmation from Washington. Across Tehran, explosions rang out overnight. Smoke billowed into the sky as U.S. and Israeli airstrikes targeted the Iranian capital. The sound of blasts echoed across the city at sunset on Tuesday. The strikes come after killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Since then, the U.S. and Israel have continued military operations against Iranian targets. Iran and its allies are responding with strikes aimed at Israel, Gulf states, and infrastructure tied to oil and gas production. The battlefield is no longer confined to one city. It stretches across the region. Iran's foreign ministry has launched a direct challenge to Washington's justification for the strikes, dismissing claims of an imminent threat as baseless. Speaking from inside a school scarred by airstrikes, spokesperson Ismail Baghai Khani demanded, which imminent threat? Citing what he described as a Pentagon assessment that Iran posed no danger to the United States, Tehran insists the weekend assault had no legal or legitimate grounds, escalating the war of words alongside the conflict on the ground.
The American president states that Iran was an imminent threat.
Which imminent threat are you referring to? The Pentagon's own intelligence report clearly indicated that Iran presented no direct threat to the security of the United States. It was we who posed the real danger. Did Iran ever launch any violent attacks or bring any form of aggression to the shores of America?
Is Iran's problem that it's in? Is it truly surrounded by hundreds of American military bases throughout the entire region?
Was it us who sent a missile to the White House, or was it you? But in the last few hours, he's brought up something else entirely. Mr. Witkoff stated that we had 4 demands from Iran. My fellow citizens, please pay close attention. Ending Iran's nuclear program, ending Iran's missile program, leaving our people defenseless against their crimes today, ending the missile program. Put an end to every kind of support for your allies in the region, and bringing about the termination of the Iranian Navy. Let me tell you quite frankly, none of these particular discussions were ever brought up. Not a single one of these specific issues was actually raised during the Geneva negotiations. These are nothing but blatant lies that they are constantly fabricating and spreading, purely to justify this action. Good relations with all neighboring countries. This era will pass, and Iran will emerge with pride from this historic trial. Do not doubt it. Our civilization says this, our history says this, and the God of Iran desires this for us. We will triumph over evil. The countries of the region must know, and they do know, that this war is not against Iran. It is only against the region. It is against the Islamic world. What we are doing is targeting. These are the places that serve as the origin and source of attacks against Iran. This is a principle of international law. We have been subjected to military aggression. We have the right to defend ourselves. We have a duty to defend ourselves when from their bases, firm military action is being waged against us in the region's countries. So what are we to do but defend ourselves? Therefore, our defensive action is not against any country in the region. The territorial integrity and national sovereignty of every single country in the region are respected by us. And I wish we were confronted with a situation where the United States was unable to utilize the soil of neighboring Muslim nations, their sovereign territory, for military aggression against another Muslim country during the sacred month of Ramadan.
A declaration of escalation from Tehran. Iran says it has struck 60 strategic targets and 500 American and Israeli military points in just 48 hours. More than 700 drones and hundreds of ballistic missiles. That is the scale Iran now claims. Across Israel, sirens are sounding from the north to Tel Aviv. The United States has confirmed 6 of its military personnel have been killed, and the region, once tense, is now an open multi-front confrontation. Ibrahim Zulfikari, spokesperson for Iran's Joint Army and Revolutionary Guard Coordination Center, announced sweeping operations on Monday. He said Iran had struck 60 strategic targets and 500 military points of America and Israel. According to Zulfikari, in just the past 48 hours, Iran fired more than 700 drones and hundreds of ballistic missiles. He claimed this exceeded the scale of the previous 12-day war.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, the 11th wave of Operation True Promise 4 was executed in a comprehensive, extensive, and high-intensity combined operation by the naval and aerospace operational groups of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps against American and Zionist military targets on the 3rd day of the terrorist enemy's aggressions against our beloved homeland. The intelligence centers and military support warehouses belonging to the United States in the Persian Gulf region, the communications industry complex of the Israeli regime's army located in Beersheba, and more than 20 locations in the areas of Tel Aviv, West Jerusalem, and Galilee in the occupied territories were all struck by Iranian missiles and drones. The proud and valiant members of Iran's armed forces, by launching an assault on 60 strategic targets and 500 military sites belonging to America and Israel, have, up to this very moment, fired more than 700 drones and hundreds of ballistic missiles, thereby defeating our enemies in their interception attempts and establishing a new record. They achieved more than what was accomplished in the entire 12-day war, all within the past 48 hours against the invading enemies. The brutal and terroristic actions perpetrated by the United States Army and the Zionist regime against the oppressed Iranian citizens, particularly in their savage attack on hospitals, schools, the national media, and civil institutions will, more than ever, forge the resolve within the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran to wage an all-out war against its enemies, thereby elevating the scope of our nation's military operations. And victory comes from none other than Allah, the Almighty, the All-Wise.
The United States has confirmed the deaths of 6 military personnel at the time of publication. The fatalities come after U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran early Saturday morning. Tehran described its drone and missile barrage as retaliation against both Israel and U.S. assets across the region. Explosions have been reported in multiple Gulf countries as the confrontation expands beyond a single battlefield. Each side now frames its actions as defensive response to the other's escalation. Inside Israel, sirens have sounded repeatedly. Rockets were fired from Lebanon, triggering alerts across northern Israel, including the Galilee Panhandle and the Golan Heights. The militant group Hezbollah reportedly launched rockets and drones toward Israeli territory. Moments later, sirens rang out in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and central Israel amid Iran's latest ballistic missile salvo. Civilians were instructed to enter bomb shelters as the Israel Defense Forces worked to intercept incoming projectiles. The conflict now stretches from Israel's northern border to its central urban core. This escalation follows confirmed strikes on Saturday that killed Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. That development marked a historic and destabilizing moment. It came after several rounds of talks between Washington and Tehran had already faltered. Now, missile exchanges, drone warfare, and cross-border rocket fire define the landscape.
Chinese satellite tracking. This means that they know exactly where each U.S. naval vessel is. And not only that, they are tracking their communications as well. And because they are using Beidou, the Chinese system, they cannot be penetrated.
The U.S. has stepped into shit today, if I could put it bluntly.
Welcome back, guys. We are witnessing a fundamental shift in global power. What the mainstream media is calling a war is actually something far more significant. It's the end of the American military hegemony in the Middle East and possibly the world. A lot of people have been saying that China isn't directly involved in this conflict, that it's just Iran acting alone, and China isn't helping Iran. But that isn't the truth. China is actively, openly providing the technology that will allow Iran to neutralize America's military advantage. We're talking about hypersonic missiles, unhackable satellite systems, and advanced radar that can track stealth aircraft. We're talking about the obsolescence of the aircraft carrier, the symbol of American power for the last 70 years. This is China's strategy playing out in real time. So let's examine.
China is the reason those airplanes fell out the sky yesterday. They gave Iran the ability to do that to the Americans.
And the evidence. We're going to show you exactly how Chinese technology is fundamentally changing the balance of power.
How capable is Iran in, I wouldn't say sinking, but at least damaging the Lincoln or the Ford?
They can. And they are saving it for the right moment. Because this is something that will freak out the American industrial military complex.
As a military strategist, you just don't do all your moves on the first day. They saving that as maybe the grand finale, or if the U.S. get too murderous on one day and a bunch of citizens is killed and a bunch of soldiers is killed, they probably will sink the carrier.
It's from A to Z. This is the nuclear option, much more than Hormuz. Can you imagine sinking a U.S. aircraft carrier? Because
how would they do it? Is it would be hypersonic?
Let's look at the symbology, Mario. That's the end of the American superpower. Period. For the whole global South. Obviously, the Chihuahuas in Europe will come up with some sort of stupid explanation out of Brussels, but this is what the 90% of the planet will see it. They could use equivalents that they already have of the Chinese carrier killer missiles. And they have Iranian versions. And don't forget that the southern shore from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman, all that.
Ayatollah Khomeini warned them. He said Americans are threatening us with their carriers. But what's more deadly than a carrier? The missiles that'll bring them to the bottom of the sea. He wasn't woofing. He wasn't just saying stuff to say it. They got it.
Stretch from Bandar Abbas to Chabahar, all the way to the Iran-Pakistani border. I traveled that area a few months ago, for instance. It's crammed with Iranian missiles pointing to the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman. Obviously, that explains why the Americans wouldn't dare getting even on the margins of the Sea of Oman, because they know what could happen. And of course, they are using now Chinese satellite tracking. This means that they know exactly where each U.S. naval vessel is. And not only that, they are tracking their communications as well. And because they are using Beidou, the Chinese system, they cannot be penetrated. So this is part of the long-term project, because the long-term project implies that U.S. naval assets have to be away from the whole Persian Gulf, as well as the military bases. So they're starting with the military bases. The next step will be the U.S. Navy vessels. So, this is it's step by step, and it's a very logical progression when you look at it and you try to figure out, okay, what do they really want? It's very, very logical. And it's the way Persians think. Persians are extremely logical. And that's why for them, they cannot even process the fact that they are in the middle of negotiations and suddenly they get bombed. It doesn't make sense. For them, it doesn't make sense. They take logic and diplomacy very seriously.
For decades, the American aircraft carrier has been the ultimate symbol of power, a 100,000-ton behemoth that lets Washington park a small air force off anyone's coast. But that era is over. He asks, how would they do it? Is it with the hypersonic? Yes, it is. The U.S. spent $1 trillion on its F-35 program, a plane that can be tracked by advanced Chinese.
The U.S. is used to just threatening people. If you, like Trump told Iran, if you fight back, you will receive the most punishing blow the world has ever. He always say that, but dying is dying. If they're gonna die, they're gonna die. It's nothing they're not willing to do to survive.
Made radar. While China was perfecting missiles that travel at Mach 15, Iran's Fateh 2, built on this technology, isn't just fast, it's a hypersonic glide vehicle, meaning it can maneuver on its way to the target. That expensive Aegis system on U.S. destroyers is designed to hit ballistic missiles traveling in a predictable arc. It is fundamentally incapable of stopping a weapon that can dodge. And how does Iran know where the carrier is? He mentions Chinese satellite tracking. He's talking about Baidu. Unlike the American GPS, which the U.S. can degrade or turn off for its enemies, Baidu is a secure, independent system. It gives Iran, and anyone else plugged into it, a crystal clear, unhackable picture of the battlefield. There's nowhere for a carrier to hide. Sinking a carrier isn't just a possibility, it's a strategic inevitability. It's the cornerstone of China's anti-access area denial strategy, which they've now exported. It's the end of the American superpower. And as the man says, the whole global South is watching.
这是美军在中东规模最大、功能最核心的军事基地——卡塔尔乌代德基地。基地距伊朗仅有300公里，能容纳约1万美军，拥有2条约3800米长的机场跑道，能让包括 B-52战略轰炸机、C-17运输机在内的美军主力机型正常起降。配有数量众多的加固弹药库和航空油库，在停机坪可见大批加油机、运输机，还有少量直升机。乌代德基地拥有完善的防空设施，其爱国者导弹发射架指向伊朗方向。这是位于巴林的贾法勒海军支援基地，它是美军在中东的海上心脏，也是美国海军第5舰队司令部驻地。该基地距离伊朗海岸近200余公里。基地内可见美国独立级滨海战斗舰、英国23型护卫舰、巴林佩里级护卫舰等10余艘大小舰艇。这是美军在中东规模最大的陆军基地，位于科威特首都南部的阿里斯坚军营。它离伊朗就更近了，有100余公里，最多能容纳13500名军事人员。军营内拥有大量坦克、装甲车等重型装备，停放着上千辆作战及运输车辆，是美军应对所谓伊朗威胁的关键前沿基地。这是位于阿联酋的宰夫拉空军基地，是美军在波斯湾南岸的核心空中据点，距霍尔木兹海峡约200公里。该基地拥有2条3700米长的跑道，配备超大型航空油库、大量加固机堡和弹药库。停机坪可见多架 A-10攻击机和无人机。不远处的防空导弹阵地部署爱国者防空系统，同样，这里的发射架也指向伊朗方向。这是位于沙特阿拉伯的苏丹王子空军基地，它处于沙特首都利雅得东南约80公里的位置，能辐射红海、波斯湾2个方向。该基地拥有2条4000米跑道，可以看到机场中部停机坪有大量的加油机和运输机，机库外还有一架 F-15战斗机。基地外，爱国者防空导弹发射架也指向伊朗方向。不仅如此，美国在约旦也有空军基地，这是穆沃费格萨勒提空军基地，它距离耶路撒冷约150公里，距离伊朗边境约900公里，拥有2条3000米长的跑道和完善的战机维护、弹药储存设施。它是美军在中东的关键前沿作战枢纽。在停机坪中可以看到 F-35、F-16等战斗机，还有 C-17运输机和无人机。这是美国与土耳其合用的英吉尔利克空军基地，也是北约在中东的重要支点。这里储存的约50枚 B-61战术核弹，使该基地兼具战略威慑与快速打击能力。这是美军在叙利亚的核心前沿据点。
Revolutionary salute to my brother Low Lemon Player for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is where life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family salute. Say it's a hit the fan. They in DC going to hit the button and going in their bunkers, leaving us all to fend for ourselves. They absolutely are. They've been planning this. It's getting outrageous. It definitely hitting the fan, and it's not going to stop. they're not going to humble themselves, so it's just going to be the destruction of the empire. And we got to pray for anybody that we got in the services, because they in for a long ride. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
基地，它位于叙利亚、伊拉克、约旦3国交界处，扼守 M2高速公路咽喉，控制伊拉克至叙利亚的陆上交通要道。该基地
We can't put it past these people to get themselves into a situation and they got to do a draft. If this kick off into where I think it's going, and all the armies get into it, France, Britain, Germany, those people, China, Russia, North Korea, they're going to do a draft here in America.
以特种作战和反恐为核心任务。纵观以上，我们可以看到，美国依靠遍布中东的军事基地体系，深度介入中东地区事务，构筑起强势的区域影响力。每一局势究竟将如何发展？关注中国军号，我们将持续跟踪。
This is the moment that sent Western media into a frenzy. China Military Bugle, an official Chinese state media outlet, released high-resolution satellite imagery of every U.S. military base in the Middle East region. The post was direct, satellite images with detailed information. The U.S. military buildup in the region encircling Iran is clear. This wasn't a leak. This was a deliberate public demonstration by the Chinese state. They used their own satellite technology to map out the entire American military presence in the region and then broadcast it to the world. That's not espionage. That's a message, a very clear message. Chinese military analysts understood it immediately. They called it a demonstration of the strength of a nation and an enterprise. And they're right. This is China saying to the world, we can see everything America is doing. We have the technology, we have the capability, and we're willing to share this intelligence with anyone who needs it. This isn't about giving Iran a secret list. The Iranians already know where the bases are. They live there. This is about showing the entire global South that America's military dominance is transparent, exposed, and vulnerable. It's about showing that China has a technological superiority to monitor every move the US makes, and the confidence to broadcast it openly. This is what a rising superpower looks like. China isn't hiding in the shadows. It's operating in plain sight, showing the world that the age of American military secrecy and dominance is over.
The U.S. has stepped into shit today, if I could put it bluntly, and we don't know what will transpire. Maybe they'll kill a lot of people in the next few days and declare a great success. Reportedly, they've killed 40 schoolgirls already in a bombing outside of Tehran. But there's no way that it can actually achieve strategic objectives in the long term. The United States itself is not stable enough to achieve that. Trump is a highly unpopular figure, of course, a profoundly deep polarizing figure. His approval rating will fall for sure in the coming months. So sometimes with an attack, it blips up. I don't even think that will happen here because the American public was steadfastly against this. We're entering our own elections in November that Trump may try to subvert because he is openly talking about federalizing or nationalizing the elections, which would mean massive fraud. So this is a very unstable and a trigger or a fuse, to say it better, a fuse was lit that will have consequences of war in many regions of the world.
The U.S. stepped into shit today. Couldn't have said it any better myself. This nails the internal rot at the heart of the American empire. Jeffrey Sachs points out that the American public is against this war. Polls show only a pathetic 25% of Americans support strikes on Iran. The country is deeply divided, led by an unpopular president, and has zero appetite for another pointless war in the Middle East. The empire is crumbling from within. This is the difference between a rise in power and a decline in one. China has a unified population and a clear long-term strategic vision. It's focused on building infrastructure, lifting its people out of poverty, and creating a multipolar world based on mutual respect. America, meanwhile, is a dysfunctional mess, lurching from one self-inflicted crisis to the next. While America is busy tearing itself apart, China is busy building the future. And that future involves a world where the US can no longer start wars with impunity. The weakness and division you see here, it's a symptom of a dying empire.
I'd like to thank the glorious Chinese military for providing us such high-resolution satellite images of the shit ship itself. This is the new age. America can't hide what it does. And I think that's the best part. It's laid bare for even the dumbest of our citizenry to look at and go, why is my tax money being spent on that? Why is there a $13 billion, fifth of a mile long aircraft carrier with billions of my tax dollars invested into it? What is that doing to materially help me? Exactly. Nothing. There's no benefit to you. There's a lot of benefit for the ultra wealthy, because as they expand, as they profit from more and more businesses, as they acquire more and more assets, they need to colonize new markets. For a very long time, Iran has not allowed the United States to monopolize its markets, exploit its people for their labor, and tear out the copper wiring in the walls, so to speak. This is also one of the many reasons they hate China. China developed its productive forces, so its ability to make stuff, to a point where the United States can no longer govern it. And that deeply frightens America as the country that has spent the last well over a century stomping on everyone to cement itself as the global dominator.
That's a very good question. Why is your tax money being spent on that? He's looking at the USS Gerald R. Ford, the $13.3 billion aircraft carrier, and seeing it for what it is, a giant floating coffin. It costs $6.5 million a day just to operate this thing. For all that cash, you get a weapons system that was designed for a world that no longer exists. It's a relic of an era when America could project power without consequence. Now it's a target, a big, slow, expensive target that is horribly vulnerable to the cheap, fast, and smart missiles that China has pioneered. This is the genius of China's strategy. Why get into a dollar-for-dollar arms race with a country that prints the world's reserve currency? Instead, they changed the rules of the game. They invested in asymmetric technologies that make America's expensive toys irrelevant. For the cost of one F-35, you can build a whole swarm of drones. For a tiny fraction of the cost of one aircraft carrier, you can build enough hypersonic missiles to send it to the bottom of the ocean. He says this benefits the ultra-wealthy, and he's right. But it's more than that. It's about maintaining a dying system of global control. China's rise represents a different model, one where nations are free to choose their own path, free from the threat of American bombs and sanctions. The USS Ford isn't just a ship. It's a symbol of a world order that is rapidly fading into history. And China is holding the pen, right in the next chapter. So let's recap. The Western media wants you to believe that this is a simple story of China propping up a rogue state. The truth is far more profound. This isn't about a proxy war. It's about the end of an era. What we're witnessing is a live demonstration of a new global reality. A reality where a nation's sovereignty is no longer determined by how many aircraft carriers the US has parked off its coast. A reality pioneered by Chinese technology, from unhackable navigation systems to unstoppable hypersonic missiles, that has rendered America's trillion-dollar military obsolete. The American empire is a paper dragon. It's broke, it's divided, and its weapons are relics of a bygone century. That's the reality check for today, guys. Do you think the
A single missile launches. Then something terrifying happens. On radar screens across the region, one dot becomes dozens. dozens of identical, credible, high-speed targets, all screaming toward their destination at hypersonic velocity. Every defense battery has seconds to decide which one is real. Welcome to the future of ballistic warfare, and America's $300 billion missile shield may not be ready for it. Recently, Iran released footage of one of its medium-range ballistic missiles deploying something the world hasn't seen at this scale before, a swarm of penetration aids. Dozens of decoys released at hypersonic speeds designed to look identical to the actual warhead on radar and infrared sensors. Iranian officials called it weapons the world has never seen. That's the kind of claim you'd normally brush off as propaganda, except this time the footage backs them up. And what it reveals isn't just a new Iranian capability, it exposes a structural, mathematical weakness baked into every missile defense system on Earth, including Patriot, THAAD, and Israel's Arrow 3. Stick with me because this changes everything about how we think about missile defense. The United States has spent more than $300 billion building what's called a layered missile defense system. Think of it like a series of nets, each one designed to catch anything the previous one missed. The first layer is THAAD, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, which engages missiles in the upper atmosphere before they reach their targets. Below that is Patriot, the system you've probably heard of most, which handles terminal interception, that last-ditch effort close to the target. And working alongside these is Arrow 3, Israel's exo-atmospheric interceptor, designed to kill missiles even before they re-enter the atmosphere, essentially destroying them in space. On paper, this is an incredible system, and it works against conventional single-warhead ballistic missiles. The problem is that Iran didn't build a conventional missile. Here's what makes the Iranian footage so significant. The missile they showed isn't just carrying a warhead, it's carrying a dispenser, a mechanism that releases dozens of objects during the re-entry phase, right when the missile is screaming back through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds. These objects aren't random junk, they're precision-engineered decoys designed to mimic the exact radar cross-section, infrared signature, and flight path of the real warhead. And here's the brutal part. They're released at exactly the moment when your sensors are most blinded. As a re-entry vehicle plunges through the upper atmosphere, it's surrounded by a plasma sheath, superheated ionized gas that scrambles radar signals. Iranian engineers appear to have timed their decoy release to coincide precisely with this window, when tracking algorithms are already struggling to identify the threat. So your radar sees, say, 40 objects. All of them look identical. All of them are moving at Mach 10 plus, and you have seconds, maybe less, to decide which ones to shoot at. What do you do? Here's where this gets truly strategic and honestly terrifying. Every interceptor missile costs millions of dollars. A Patriot PAC-3 missile, roughly $4 million each. THAAD interceptors, over $11 million per round. And here's the key thing. Once you fire them, it may take months to replace. The industrial pipeline to build these things isn't fast. Now compare that to a decoy. A hollow radar-reflecting cone of metal costs almost nothing relative to what it forces the defender to spend. The attacker strategy isn't to outrun your interceptors. It's to bankrupt them, to drain your magazines faster than you can refill them. This is what analysts call magazine exhaustion. And it's not science fiction. After a major Iranian missile salvo last year, reports emerged that interceptor stocks in the region were already described as dangerously low. One engagement and the shield was already strained. Now imagine the next salvo is twice as complex, or imagine 5 salvos in a week. The math is unforgiving. If one missile generates 40 credible radar tracks and you fire 2 interceptors at each to be safe, that's 80 interceptors per missile. Fire 10 missiles in a coordinated salvo, you're looking at 800 interceptor rounds, rounds that took months to produce, gone in minutes. The shield doesn't fail because it's ad technology, it fails because it runs out. Now let's talk about the specific missile we're looking at here. the Khorramshahr-4, which Iran calls the K-bar. Iran claims this liquid-fueled missile has a range of around 2,000 kilometers and can carry a payload of up to 1,500 kilograms. That's significant because that weight isn't just for a warhead, it's room for a primary warhead, plus an entire suite of submunitions, decoys, and potentially future independently guided warheads. Iranian officials have claimed the K-bar can strike up to 80 targets. Now, analysts are skeptical of that specific number, and they should be. But even if the real figure is a fraction of that, you're still looking at dozens of simultaneous radar tracks from a single launch. What makes this missile particularly interesting is the choice of liquid propulsion. Liquid-fueled missiles are generally considered slower to prepare for launch and more vulnerable than solid-fueled ones. But liquid propulsion allows you to loft heavier payloads, and for Iran's strategy, payload mass is the weapon. More mass means more decoys, more complexity, more engagement decisions forced on the defender. They're not optimizing for speed or stealth, they're optimizing for volume. It's worth understanding that this didn't appear overnight. Iran's multi-object dispensing capability has been developing for years, going back to a program called Fajr-3, which Iranian leaders described as capable of striking multiple targets simultaneously. At the time, many dismissed it as exaggeration, but what it actually represented was a proof of concept, an early test of whether Iran could reliably separate multiple objects from a single missile bus at high speed without them destroying each other in the process. That's an enormous engineering challenge. The thermal stresses, the mechanical forces, the precision timing. Getting this right requires serious investment in research and testing. What we're seeing now with the Khorramshahr-4 footage is the maturation of that program. The Fajr-3 was the experiment. This is the graduation. Here's what should really concern defense planners. This is likely not the endpoint. Reports suggest Iranian engineers are working toward genuine MIRV capability, multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. That's a significant leap beyond decoys and submunitions. True MIRVs can guide independently after separation, meaning each warhead can hit a different target, potentially hundreds of kilometers apart. Combined with the Fatah family of missiles, which purportedly feature maneuverability at hypersonic speeds, you're looking at a future where Iran's missiles could deploy warheads that not only multiply on radar screens, but can dodge interceptors and hit dispersed targets simultaneously. We're not there yet. Analysts caution that confirmed MIRV capability hasn't been demonstrated, but the trajectory is clear. And given how this program has evolved over the past decade, betting that it won't get there seems risky. So what does all of this mean? For decades, the United States and its allies built missile defense around a simple assumption. If our technology is advanced enough, we can shoot down any threat. The narrative was essentially the shield is impenetrable. What Iran has demonstrated, perhaps more clearly than any adversary before them, is that you don't need to outperform the shield technologically. You just need to exhaust it economically. The contest isn't between a missile and an interceptor anymore. It's between an attacker's decoy budget and a defender's interceptor stockpile. And right now, that math heavily favors the attacker. The question facing Washington, Jerusalem, and every Gulf capital with a Patriot battery isn't can our shield intercept the missile? It's a much harder question. How many missiles can our shield intercept before it runs out? That's a question no one seems to have a comfortable answer to. If you want to understand more about the evolving missile threat landscape, hit subscribe. We cover these developments in depth. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Do you think missile defense
reached Iraq.
And this time the target was a hotel, a building in flame, smoke rising into the night sky, sirens echoing through the streets of Erbil. And inside the building, reports say American troops were staying there. An Iran-aligned militia calling itself the Islamic Resistance in Iraq has claimed responsibility for the deadly drone strike. Their message was blunt. They say that they targeted what they described as the US occupation bases. Not just one side though, but multiple areas, including zones near the United States Consulate General Erbil and close to Erbil International Airport. And this was not really random. It was deliberate. It was coordinated. Welcome to Times XP. It's me, Dhriti Yatri, and let's slow this down, ladies and gentlemen. Erbil, it is not just another Iraqi city. It is one of the most secured area in Iraq. It hosts diplomatic missions. It houses the Western contractors. It is considered relatively stable as compared to the other parts of the country. And yet, drones manage to strike deep inside it. In fact, video clips circulating online show a multi-story building engulfed in flames. That's right, bright orange fire lighting up the dark sky. Debris scattered across nearby streets. Witnesses say that the drone came in fast, low, almost really silent, and then impact. An explosion that shook windows blocks away. Well, US officials have confirmed casualties in recent days, though. At least 6 American service members have reportedly been killed over 3 days period in escalating attacks across Iraq and nearby region. If this is accurate, then this marks one of the deadliest openings in a direct US-Iran confrontation in years. And it changes the tone of this conflict completely because casualties shift strategy, right? They shift politics, they shift public opinion back home. And who are these attackers? The so-called Islamic resistance in Iraq is not just a single operation. It is believed to be a network of Iran-backed militia operating across Iraq. Groups that have long opposed the US military presence in that particular country. Groups that receive support, groups that receive training, weapons linked to Iran's very powerful Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Their objective is clear, by the way: push American forces out of Iraq. By pressure, by politics, or by force. And here's what is making this even more serious. Ladies and gentlemen, the strike was not really limited to a remote military base. It targeted a civilian hotel, reportedly housing troops and contractors. And that blurs the line between military and civilian place. It increases the risk of collateral damage. It raises the fear, the danger level for every foreign national working in Iraq today. The region is also tensed. Iran and Israel are exchanging strikes. Gulf states are on high alert, and American bases across the Middle East are reinforcing defenses. And now, Iraq once again is becoming a battlefield.
Propaganda in Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another live stream, and thank you so much for tuning in to another show with the 4th day of True Promise 4. And Iran, as promised, is landing decisive blows. As a matter of fact, Iran is having a strategy now that we're going to talk about in this video, alongside all of the updates that they've been doing alongside the front in Lebanon, one of the most big operations that Hezbollah conducted since the beginning, really, before even the ceasefire. against Israel, major operations. Israel is reporting movement of the Syrian forces towards the Golan Heights, and is saying that they're sending them warnings. What's happening on that front too? And what is Iran doing with the embassies in the region? Iran is attacking every single American asset in the region altogether. Iran isn't leaving anything whatsoever. And one of the biggest places that they've been attacking so far is the Fifth Fleet of the United States in Bahrain. That is the fleet that we've been talking about since the beginning, multiple explosions. This was one of the first explosions that took place on the Fifth Fleet, as you can see in this video here.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
So that was the beginning. Then Iran continued to hammer the location with multiple drones, missiles, attacks against its center, HQ, radar systems, logistics centers. And I'm going to tell you all about why exactly and the significance of it, if we can see in this video over here. So these were some of the initial attacks. And then, of course, there were videos of the logistics centers burning in that location, as we can see in this video. So these were some of the attacks on the Fifth Fleet, and the damage was very, very significant. The level of damage, as we can see in some of these images here, that's if you look at it before and after. Look at the level of damage in this base. And we're going to begin on exactly why Iran did this to the Fifth Fleet base in the UAE. They focused on it a lot because this represents the backbone of American military dominance in the Middle East. The fleet controls an operational area of approximately 6.5 million square kilometers, covering the Gulf, Red Sea, Gulf of Oman, Arabian Sea, and the parts of the Indian Ocean across 21 countries. So we're talking about a location that oversees 3 crucial global checkpoints: the Straits of Hormuz, the Suez Canal, and the Bab el-Mandeb, through which the majority of global oil shipments pass, securing energy supply routes. It was established in 1995 at the collapse of the Soviet Union, and it became the central to enforce US hegemony in the region. It supported operations in Afghanistan, Iraq, regional strikes including Yemen, with more than 3 or 30, to be more accurate, vessels, submarines, destroyers, aircraft carriers, thousands of personnel, and extensive missile and air capabilities. It functions both as combat force and a strategic command center, coordinating military and political activities. Iran's attacks have weakened it substantially. As a matter of fact, some reports are saying that they completely decapitated it. They annihilated it by targeting the early detection systems there and other parts too, and all of the hubs and logistics centers and HQ. This is blinding the United States significantly, degrading the US capabilities, undermining, of course, the US and Israeli military coordination, intel gathering, power projection, and potentially triggering a major strategic shift in the area. That's why Iran targeted this location, and this proves that Iran's strategy now with this whole campaign is to expel the United States, total expulsion, total destruction of Israel, and total expulsion of the United States bases in the region. We're talking about a huge operation that clearly isn't stopping. Now, Iran targeted Israel, multiple strikes throughout the night and the day. Let's see some of the videos that came out from the occupied territories this morning. That was one video showing some damage in that location. These were the missile landings and the destruction, as you can see from the Iranian missiles, following the continued attacks. Substantial damage, a lot of destruction, and Iran is continuing this operation. You can see here more damage as well in this video over here.
ראיתי את זה בלייב, רצתי לפה. אין בית. זה רק כאילו נשאר. ראיתי את זה בלייב, רצתי לפה. אין בית. זה רק כאילו נשאר. ראיתי...
People saying they have nothing left, no home left, nothing. And we're talking about a lot of destruction happening all across, more videos being published too. So these were just only some of the images and videos that came from the occupied territories since yesterday. A lot of damage, a lot of destruction, and substantial impact inside of Israel. Now, they're not only attacking Israel, they're attacking American assets. Yesterday, they targeted a gathering of approximately 160 Marines who were either killed or wounded in a drone strike on the UAE, but they also attacked the American embassy in Saudi Arabia. This was the damage following the strike of Iran.
You've got a great idea for an app, and you can't believe that no one else has thought of it yet. You're sure this idea would sell like crazy, except you don't know where to start. You have no idea how to code or develop. What you need is a little help from the Appsketeers. Design, build, code to launch. Appsketeers wants to help you slay any doubt you might be having.
So that is the American embassy in Saudi Arabia. The American embassy in Saudi Arabia and attacking the embassy on Saudi Arabia is a significant development that's happening now. Iran is signaling that they're not only focusing on the bases or the centers of the United States forces in the region, but also targeting embassies, and they're not calculating anything. So Iran, in essence, what Iran is telling the United States now, there is no diplomatic immunity for anyone. There is no differentiation between your missions that are conducting political or military operations in the region, because we view all of them in the same manner. We're not differentiating between them because you're all participating in the aggression against us. Now, yesterday, there was a very interesting statement coming from none other than Marco Rubio. Let's listen to what Marco Rubio said and how that was translated and taken by many observers as a direct confirmation that the United States, in essence, was dragged to this confrontation because of Israel. Let's listen to what he had to say.
The United States conducted this operation
with a very clear goal in mind. I haven't had a chance to see a lot of reporting. I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you, and I'll do it once again as clearly as possible. Perhaps you'll report it that way. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is.
Let's just begin with that, the threat of Iran. Last year, when Donald Trump received information and intel from the intelligence community and the security establishment in the United States of America, they told him that Iran doesn't pose a threat on the United States and Iran isn't looking to get a nuclear bomb. Just to confirm, before we continue with this statement of his.
The clear objective of this mission. The second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States.
So hold on a second. He's saying that if Iran came under attack, they would respond. Well, of course they're going to respond. So if they didn't come under attack, they wouldn't have responded. Where's the logic? Do you see how they're illogical, even with their press conferences and how they're trying to justify the war? They would have responded if we attacked them. Well, if you didn't attack them, they wouldn't have responded. And when did they initiate attacks against you before? You were the ones initiating attacks against them.
Orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true because, in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned.
Well, of course, they're going to do that because they're expecting you to attack them because you have your aircraft carrier and you have an unprecedented deployment to prepare for an all-out war. So it would have been very understandable from their perspective to carry out a preemptive strike, which they didn't. They didn't have a preemptive strike. Let's listen to the final part.
The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
So, firstly, he doesn't seem confident. I think one of you guys said he's shaking. Absolutely, he is shaking. Seemed very scared, not very comfortable. And in essence, he's saying that because Israel wanted to attack Iran and Iran would have responded, we had to carry out that strike against them. The only thing left to say is that Israel forced us to carry out this attack against Iran, which is, of course, leading to an all-out revolution against the United States in the whole region. Everyone is saying that Marco Rubio, in essence, that's a confirmation of Marco Rubio that the United States indeed went to a war with Iran, this act of terror, war of aggression, purely for the sake of Israel, nothing else. And Iran was already talking to them anyway. Now, another front that is open, and of course, as usual with all of our live streams, we'll go back and forth with the developments, both from Iran, from the other resistance fronts, and what's happening altogether. And we're going to go back and talk about Israel and what they're talking about Syria now. And is that move linked to something to do with Syria and Turkey? Because Turkey is a very powerful element in Syria, if not the most powerful element in Syria. Let's have a look at what Hezbollah did. Hezbollah entered the battle with 6 missiles and drones on Haifa. And in that attack, I told you about the importance and how Hezbollah calculates their move strategically. So initially in the supporting front battle after the Al-Aqsa flood began, it was very limited, close to the borders, on radars, on systems. As Israel was expanding, Hezbollah started to expand further, so they're very calculated. And the fact that they continued with Haifa, the most populated city in the north of occupied Palestine, indicates that Hezbollah already raised the bar from the beginning to perfectly understandable response to Israeli aggressions against Lebanon. Israel was breaching the ceasefire in Lebanon every single day, whether it's through their military presence in at least three locations near the borders, but into Lebanese territories, or attacks, or any operations, or airspace violations inside of Lebanon. That was the beginning strike. Israel then started to carry out more strikes inside of Lebanon. Now Hezbollah are sharing their recent operation in this statement that they had published today. The Islamic resistance carried out a series of operations targeting Israeli enemy positions in northern occupied Palestine in defense of Lebanon against the Israeli aggression, targeting various regions. In this context, the resistance issued statements explaining the details of its operations, and the statements came in the following form. Let's have a look what they included. The first statement issued by the Islamic resistance: in the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, permission has been granted to those who have been fought against because they were wronged, and indeed God is fully capable of granting them victory. Those who were expelled from their homes without right, only for saying our Lord is God. God Almighty has spoken the truth. So starting with the Quranic verse, then they continued by saying, in response to the criminal Israeli aggression that targeted dozens of Lebanese cities and towns, including the southern suburbs of Beirut, resulting to the martyrdom of dozens of men, women, and children, the wounding of dozens more, the destruction of buildings and civilian infrastructure, the terrorizing of innocent civilians, and their displacement from their homes, the Islamic resistance targeted at 5 a.m. on Tuesday, March the 3rd, 2026, with a squadron of attack drones, radar sites, and control rooms in the Ramat David base in northern occupied Palestine. The Ramat David base is the most strategic base in the northern part of occupied Palestine. Hezbollah targeted it multiple times before, only at later stages through the war. And again, them targeting it now indicates how seriously they're taking this operation. The Ramat David base is in charge of many observation and attack missions in the north, but it didn't just stop with that attack itself. The Islamic resistance is committed to defending its land and people, especially giving the Israeli enemies transgressions and crimes. Its response targeted military sites, unlike the enemy's targeting of civilians. This is the least that can be done to deter and prevent the enemy from continuing its dangerous objectives against Lebanon, its people, and its resistance. Victory only comes from God, the Almighty, the Wise. And then they had a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh update. Let's get the headlines from them. They also targeted the Meroon Air Base Operations Command in northern occupied Palestine at 6:30. So we have 7 full throttle operations just in this morning from Hezbollah. And before I continue, this just highlights how much Hezbollah is capable and hasn't been affected by the Israeli attacks against Lebanon, the Lebanese resistance for the past year and a half, despite a lack of response, a strategic position to give way for an option, which didn't work. Diplomacy, as usual. And now they're attacking all of these strategic bases without Israel being able to take down any of them. The Meroon Air Operations Command and Control Base in northern occupied Palestine with a squadron of drones. This resulted to damage in one of the radars at the base and a command building. The Meroon Air Operations Command and Control Base in northern occupied Palestine is in charge of the Northern Hemisphere intelligence and data gathering and operations that extends from the eastern part of the Mediterranean all the way to Cyprus, Turkey, Syria, the northern parts of Iraq and Iran, throughout all of that location in Eurasia. Israel has another base in the south that is in charge of the operations in the south to monitor Egypt, the Red Sea, Saudi Arabia, all of these areas. So the two main bases of command and control, that was the one in the north that Hezbollah targeted. They also targeted the headquarters of the 210th Habshan division in the occupied Syrian Golan at 6:30 a.m. with a large missile salvo. The additional attack was the Ma'ayan Baruch site in the Upper Galilee. That was at 10:50 a.m. this morning. Significant operations. The resistance fighters shot down the Israeli drone in the airspace of Nabatiya at 12:30 noon. All of that is today, since the morning. And also, they targeted the Samaka site in Kfar Shuba Hills with weapons that, appropriate weapons that achieved direct hit without telling anyone what the weapons were. Probably they don't want to kind of give in too much information there, which is understandable. In addition to that, the Islamic resistance fighters targeted the Merkava tank at 3 p.m. Now because Israel is threatening a ground invasion to Lebanon. Israel is threatening Lebanon with a ground invasion. They want more of their child-killing murderers to be buried on the mountains of Lebanon by the Lebanese resistance. So we spoke about that. We spoke about the Golan Heights. What else is happening on the Golan Heights front? Well, something very interesting is happening after an Israeli declaration that the Syrian forces are deploying to the Golan Heights. There was a report coming from the Israeli Walla website saying that Israel is monitoring movement coming from the Syrian forces to the Golan Heights. What does that mean exactly? And what's going to happen with all of these movements coming in from Syria, and what does that mean on a greater scale? Well, from an Israeli perspective, not only did they actually occupy the Golan Heights, they started to expand their operations and occupation of territories in Syria for quite some time now. After they began their operations, they also carried out attacks, and in addition to that, they said multiple times that we want to continue and control these areas indefinitely, and we're not going to retreat from those areas. They had negotiations with the Syrian side to do with the presence in Syria, security operations. They called multiple times for the Syrians to disarm in the south of Syria, something that the Syrian side refused, and they refused to have an all-out agreement with them that doesn't include the Golan Heights as well, which indicates that Israel wants to have full control in that area. But now we have these movements coming in the Golan Heights. What are the Israelis saying about that? And where are things headed to? And is Turkey involved in any of these operations? This was the report that came. Officers in the Northern Command, Al-Shara forces, are advancing towards the IDF and Syrian Golan Heights. Sources in the Northern Command reveal that the forces on behalf of Syrian President Al-Shara are transporting weapons and troops to the hills area in the Golan Heights. The move is in complete contradiction to the agreements reached with Israel and marks a blatant violation of security understandings in the sensitive area near the border of the state of Israel. Officials in the Northern Command on Walla said on Tuesday that forces on behalf of the president are transporting weapons and troops to the Golan Heights. The military activity is a violation according to Israel. in relation to Syria deploying forces over there, and the transportation of forces and weapons constitutes a violation of the security agreements. Army officials are monitoring the progress of the forces and military equipment to the sensitive area, where significant movements were agreed upon on the Syrian side.
Okay, guys, your car insurance company does not want you to know you can do this.
Big chunk of your month.
Okay, why are the Syrian forces moving to that area? And are we noticing a slight shift in the movement from the Syrian side that is heavily backed by Turkey towards the Golan Heights, because they're understanding that what's happening is potentially very big and will get out of control. Therefore, they need to have certain movements. Several things to understand here. Number one, Israel, that always used to say about the dangers of the previous regime in Syria, immediately started to attack it after that same regime collapsed, which indicated that they feared what's coming after more than what happened before. Multiple strikes against multiple parts of Syria. The Syrian side told them that they're willing to have diplomatic talks to do with withdrawal and things peacefully. Israel was, of course, continuing with its arrogance in its ambitions to control even more territories in the south, and they were using sectarian tensions to try and incite more violence and sectarianism. But all of that started to fade away with the withdrawal of the United States from northeast Syria, the SDF now merging into the government, and Israel has nothing but very small, minor, irrelevant hubs inside of Syria. Turkey, on the other hand, is listening to Israel. You see, that's the thing. Israel didn't keep anything a secret. Benjamin Netanyahu said after the Shia axis, we're coming after the Sunni axis, of course, in a divide and rule type of way, despicable sectarianism. Then the previous and potentially future Prime Minister of Israel said that Turkey is our next target. Multiple figures in Israel said that Turkey is our next target. Where would the battle between Israel and Turkey be? In Syria. That is the main hub. That is the main tension between Turkey and Israel. And from both their perspectives, and of course, that would be at the expense of people at the end of the day. However, you know, Israel's aggression doesn't stop, whether it's against Syrians, Lebanese, Jordanians, anyone. That is the buffer zone, the buffer zone that's separating, a very strategic one, because it's very important and crucial for oil exports, gas exports too. Multiple countries are in talks with the new Syrian authorities to speak about potential pipes going from Saudi Arabia, for example, or Qatar through Syria to Turkey, to Europe. Israel also is considering all of these economic factors and doesn't want to lose out on these opportunities. They felt really bad when the United States went out, but Trump went ahead with that move despite all of this. And regardless of this withdrawal, Trump now, on behalf of Israel, is trying to speak with some of the Kurdish movements inside of Erbil in Iraq to bring them on the side of Israel, to use them as a front against Iran, which is most likely not going to be successful, because they felt betrayed by the United States that left northeast Syria and the oil fields in the region, following, of course, multiple agreements with the new Syrian authorities. But what Iran is doing now is clearly much bigger than what anyone expected. And some elements, well, you would be very stupid and naive, and in many cases very wrong, not to understand that there's a momentum happening and not capitalize on it. There is a cancer removal operation happening from Iran. Iran is conducting an operation to remove cancer and all its cells from the Middle East or West Asia. That cancer hub is Israel. The cells are the American bases of the Epstein regime scattered all across. Iran, by completely going all out, having no red lines, and what Israel is calling, like, we feel like Iran is suicidal now because they didn't expect what's happening. That's why you can see the shock in the eyes of the American officials, including Marco Rubio, who looked like he was about to piss himself when he had this press conference. This is the opportunity. You didn't do it out of your own accord. The stupidity and arrogance and blackmailing of the Epstein regime by Israel, who is a bloodthirsty satanic entity, it and anyone who supports it, and within that scope, they conduct satanic rituals. You need to understand that. On some of their religious holidays, they start burning people alive. On some of their religious holidays, they do all sorts of stuff. Satanic. They attack the supreme leader in Ramadan. Satanic stuff, I'm telling you. And they have child sacrifice in the Epstein regime. Didn't they have child sacrifice? Didn't George W. Bush, the father, eat the intestines of an infant, according to a testimony in the Epstein files? Why are these things not made public? Why is the fact that Donald Trump raping girls public now, and the fact that he is being exploited and blackmailed for that, made him go on a war against Iran? Because think of it this way, what is the United States achieving? It's achieving total annihilation in the region. And forget about what anyone tries to tell you and deflect and talk about nonsensical things. The people in the region are supporting what Iran is doing. There is popular support to target every American asset up until they get completely expelled, whether it's from the forces, the bases, or diplomatic missions that are used as a cover-up to conduct operations. That's what the people support, alongside supporting Iran's attacks against Israel. Everyone saw now for real, for sure, what Iran is about and how truthful it is, regardless of their previous misconceptions and misunderstandings about Iran and actually what it does. So we have a momentum. There's a momentum here to conduct attacks against Israel, a momentum to expel the Israeli and American occupation forces from the region. But what about the mediation talks? What about the attempts to try and de-escalate tensions? What about the Arab countries who, according to some reports, are having some of their air defense systems and missiles depleted? What are they going to do exactly? And is Iran going to go back to negotiations? The reality on the ground now is we're way past these stages. The United States and Israel crossed a red line with Iran by massacring children, massacring people, and targeting the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. It was an act of terrorism, a satanic act, a ritualistic act that had no real basis behind it. That's why Donald Trump didn't open it for discussion in the Congress in general. That's why they didn't ask any permission for the public approval or anything as such, because they live in elected dictatorships, not democracies. That's why Donald Trump reportedly removed some figures within the military establishment in the United States because they dared to speak against this operation. And that's why he is still dismissing the talks that are coming from within. As a matter of fact, multiple leaks are coming now from the United States of individuals within the military establishment, let alone, of course, the politicians and many people too, about this operation and how damaging it is for the United States of America. Marco Rubio said that they would have had a response against us that would have been more harmful if we attacked. Excuse me, but what is happening now? This is the biggest attack on American assets and diplomatic missions and American officials in history. There is no operation in the history of the battle between the United States and other countries where the United States had so many of its bases and its missions and its officials being targeted and hit, and they are confirming that. And they're trying to hide it. Donald Trump is coming out with these loose, open-end statements that, oh, we might actually attack Iran, but we haven't had the biggest attack yet. We might have boots on ground. Then one day after, he says we're not gonna need to have boots on ground. The day after the attack, he says the new regime in Iran, the new leadership wants to talk, and I agreed to talk. The following day, he says there is confusion on who is leading Iran now. And the third day, he says we actually don't know who's leading Iran, and we're not sure who to communicate with. What is all of that? All of that is chaos. All of that proves that this move coming from the United States of America is a genuine American interest move to thwart an attack or a risk against the United States of America. No one was coming to occupy New York. No one was coming to the shores of Florida. No one was doing none of that. As a matter of fact, the attacks that happened in New York happened as an inside job from the American government, again with ties with Israel. Any attacks, any mass casualty events in the United States are all to do with the United States government and its complicity or lack of action to defend and protect American people. It had nothing to do with Iran. It had nothing to do with anything external. All of that was the deflection, and for the United States to use as an excuse to cause and implement even harsher measures of security, of surveillance, of creating a police state, a militarization of society, to be used as cannon fodder in its ambitions and moves as a militaristic oligarchy globally. It has nothing to do with Iran. The same Iran that was talking to you and the same Iran that you attacked before went back to talk to you after all of these attacks that you conducted against them, and still opened the option for you to have a diplomatic solution with them. Regardless of all of the backstabbing that came from the United States of America, and my goodness, how many times did they backstab Iran? How many times did they participate with attack, legitimize an Israeli attack? How many times did they tell Iran that we're about to talk and then do something else? Repeated actions, yet, despite all of that, Iran actually went and spoke with the United States to try and reach a solution, because Iran doesn't want to have a war. Iran did not want to have a war. However, the stupid move coming from the United States and Israel against Iran left no other option for Iran but to attack and to have an all-out attack against Israel and the United States up until their complete expulsion. Yesterday, we spoke about a statement that came from the Quds force in charge of international operations of Iran, saying that this is a global war in essence, and we're not going to stop until the Zionist entity is eliminated. Don't take that lightly. We're still in the beginning, by the way. It's only been 4 days now. That's nothing in comparison to long-term wars or whatever. There's still much more to come. With these initial days, they're talking about their air defense systems being depleted. Just with these initial days, Israel began facing crisis in the north, south, and center in every part of occupied Palestine. Just imagine what can happen in the coming days, in the coming weeks, let alone the coming months. Yemen still hasn't participated in this attack. We still haven't spoken about borders being open, forcefully or willingly. That still didn't happen. And as much as Israel and the United States would like to show like they have some sort of an upper hand or whatever, that's garbage.
Salute, family.
American assets in every part of West Asia are vulnerable. Genocide assets of the UK belonging in Cyprus are vulnerable to a level where now we had a condemnation from Cyprus because the United Kingdom used its bases to facilitate and support genocide and aggression against Iran, and not for humanitarian missions as they promised them. Britain told Cyprus, we have a base in Cyprus for humanitarian missions. Cyprus said, no problem. But now that it's attacked, Cyprus is saying, this base has nothing to do with us. It's a British base. We condemn this actual attack, and we have nothing to do with it. So we're still in the early days. We're still in the early days, and Donald Trump is trying to contain it, but he doesn't realize that the decision-making process now is not in his hands. Donald Trump has no say over what happens now. It's Iran that has the say. Recently, there were multiple things, a couple of other things to talk to you about in this live stream, alongside the updates of the morning and last night too, that we'll speak about too. Yesterday, American F-15s were collapsing. American F-15s were collapsing in Kuwait. A lot of talk has happened. It was very embarrassing for the United States. Today, we have unconfirmed reports that Iran started to use a fighter jet that is a stealth fighter jet that wasn't revealed before, a ghost model, to carry out strikes against American bases in Kurdistan and across the region too. These were unconfirmed reports. We did see fighter jets from the Iranian side, but nothing that we haven't seen or hasn't been mentioned before. But let's talk a bit about the F-15. The United States had 3 of its fighter jets taken down in Kuwait. It was a very embarrassing moment for the United States. This was one of the pilots. Let me share this with you. This was one of the pilots that was taken down. The United States, and certain reports came in Kuwait, that it was accidental. And more confirmations now are coming that this operation that took place in Kuwait couldn't have been accidental. Why couldn't it have been accidental? Well, because you have friendly equipment here. All of the radar systems and all of the air defense systems that Kuwait uses are systems that are American or allied. So how can they go and attack an F-15? How can a THAAD go and strike an F-15? It doesn't make sense. The systems, according to some reports, Patriot, Hawk, and Shurad. These systems cannot target an F-15. All of them. And the United States is trying to pretend like always friendly fire to undermine the capabilities of Iran, mind you. This is very important to each other. They want to undermine what Iran is capable of to, again, try and project strength. According to recent posts, an improved Hawk could hit an F-15, but because Hawk requires constant radar illumination, the pilot would be alerted to the lock by radar detection, could deploy, activate ECM, and take maneuvers against it. So a Hawk even is very unlikely. That's according to one source only. And that is the only kind of option that could have happened to target an F-15. Other things to do with the IFF signature, with the radar track, behavior rules, the broadcasting from both systems, all of that doesn't make sense. Nothing adds up. But some of the planes, some of the fighter jets, when they were shot down, were shot down in a very interesting way. They were shot down without being exploded. One of them was burning when it was going down, but others didn't seem like they were exploding. And they were collapsing in a very weird way. Did Iran manage to hack something or do something? This was one of them, by the way. Did Iran manage to do something to do with the internal systems of the fighter jets to make them fail a certain prompt remotely that caused fire, misfire, internal damage, lack of control, electronic warfare? Does Iran have these capabilities? Iran has these capabilities. Back in 2011, Iran already remotely controlled the internal system of an American UAV, dragged it to Iran, and created a replica. So Iran has this technology from a very long time ago. If they have this technology with drones and UAVs, what's preventing them from the actual move with a fighter jet? Nothing, really and truly. 3 at least, 3, but 4 fighters, pilots were seen, by the way. So we're talking about at least 3 to 4 fighter jets being taken down in Kuwait. In what was clearly, well, 2 things. Number one, a confirmation that the United States is operating over some Arab countries. I shared some of the satellite images with you of movement in Saudi Arabia too, although Saudi Arabia officially denied, which indicates that the United States did and does operate in these countries, whether with or without their consent. Mind you, there are a lot of things to consider, and these things are to do with, number one, the fact that the enemies of all of the countries want to create a hostile tone between Iran and some of the other countries, detached from the fact that they're targeting American assets used against them. And also Israel and the Israeli Mossad are conducting operations to target other things to make it appear to be Iran, which led Iran to deny 2 of them. One of them was the Saudi Aramco attack, and the second one was the attack in Oman. Iran did not attack Oman. And Oman, despite the fact that they have some assets there, for some reason they decided not to attack, maybe because they monitored that there was no action. Maybe something happened there. But everyone who is on the Zionist side started to say, look, they're even targeting the mediator, the Zionist mouthpieces. Some people talk before they actually verify the information. Shut up and try to understand first. There's a reason why you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen first, read. You have 2 eyes. Look. Iran didn't attack any part of Oman, and Iran didn't attack Aramco. But they did attack other places, and they did. So it's not like Iran is ashamed to say that they're attacking locations in these places. That's not the case. We have a situation where they are confirming all of their attacks, and they are continuously escalating with these attacks as they promised. But why is that very important? That's important because Israel is talking about a potential alliance or countries potentially participating with it against Iran. These are the hopes of Israel, of course. Nothing substantial on the ground suggests that any of these countries will be participating, because the sentiment is actually from the people and even from some senior officials in the military establishment and political establishment that none of the Arab countries should participate against Iran. because such participation would be damaging and would be leading to the same conclusion that Israel actually wants, which is to drag the Arab states into a confrontation with Iran to usually or eventually use as a pretext to go and control all of these countries. They don't want to help the Arab states. They don't want anyone to prosper. They don't want anyone to be strong. They want complete hegemony. And if they want complete hegemony, they would try and bring the Arab countries or convince them or portray as if they are trying to bring them on their side to deflect from the fact that there are many voices now in Arab countries that are saying we actually need to support that. I'm talking about political and military. Because the popular support now for Iran's operation is unprecedented. Because the people are seeing the level of success coming from the Iranian forces against the genocide forces and the Epstein regime bases, and how much it's causing a lot of damage to the United States assets in the region and to Israeli assets. And Netanyahu is trying to tell people that, oh yeah, we actually have support and more countries would be participating. If more countries were willing to participate, you would have had a coalition. Do you think that that wasn't negotiated? Do you think Israel spared any sort of effort to try and bring countries by dragging the United States to convince countries to join a coalition? We saw that coalition, the pathetic genocide coalition, the US and the UK in the Red Sea, after it was supposed to be a 7-country coalition. Some countries just sent an observer and an officer, in essence, to tell them, thank you, you know, America, thank you, Britain, we're not going to go and help child-killing murder. Do you not think that they actually tried to bring more countries to participate and potentially NATO members against Iran? Of course they did. They've been trying that for a very long time. And do you know why these countries refused? Because they know that Iran doesn't pose a threat against them. But Iran does pose a threat against anyone who participates in acts of terrorism against it. They will target them. So now Netanyahu is trying to show that, oh, look, I actually have some allies. Now, recent statements coming from Donald Trump about potentially supporting groups. You know, I spoke to you about the Israel convincing the American establishment, the Epstein regime, to support certain Kurdish groups in attacking Iran. Of course, no, not for the interest of the Kurdish people, but some of these countries, although it's very unlikely because the United States just betrayed them literally in Syria. And now Trump is he's saying he's open to the option to support anti-regime groups inside of Iran after he initially stated, the people take over your government, he said. Yet another huge failure coming from the United States of America. Iran thwarted the attacks and the internal Mossad rats and any rats operating with the United States and Israel internally when they created these riots over a month ago. So they blinded them internally. The millions in the streets of Iran now are supporting the establishment in Iran, their country, and everything to do with Iran's independence, and they're supporting their country's resistance to the pedophile regime, pedophile protecting regime, and the Zionist entity
that murders children every day. If he had people in Iran, he would have activated them already. I don't understand. Are people not understanding this? If Donald Trump and Israel had people inside of Iran, they would have already been active. As a matter of fact, they would have used them without having to drag into an attack like this. But they thought that by attacking the supreme leader, they would create a vacuum in Iran, and the people would come and take over, or he would have a deal like Venezuela. You stupid idiot. You stupid blackmailed idiot. Do you think Iran is like you? Do you think the people can be bought like that? Do you translate everything to transactional money, deals? I don't know if they think that way. They think that everyone can be bought. Oh, and we advise the Iranians to take the right side. They are taking the right side, you imbecile. They're on the side of the millions in the streets, millions of Iranians in the streets. Millions of Iranians are in the streets supporting the government and supporting their country. Not for the reasons that Donald Trump wants. These were the scenes that came from Iran. These are the streets of Iran. There are millions of people going out in Iran, not for the reasons that Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump want. Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu were hoping that they'll get some people opposing the government. Look at them. All of them support the government. All of them support them. And enraged, willing to sacrifice. They're waiting. They're waiting. If the United States wants to have like a ground invasion or something, trust me, they're waiting for you. And they are in full support of the government of Iran in the resistance against the Epstein regime and the genocide state. Now, as this operation is going, of course, many interesting things. The most interesting things are the attacks that took place last night and this morning against Israel. A lot of destruction is happening. Now we have footage of the launches that came last night from Iran against Epstein regime and Israeli assets in the region. I'll share this video with you. Have a look. So that was one of the videos that Iran published of the launches. Of course, that was the damage. In case you haven't seen it, that was the damage that came from last night.
Oh, yo, הלך הבניין. Yo. בוא'נה, יש אנשים לכודים. וואו.
And there was also an additional video, I believe, of the night attacks that came, that was released this morning by Iranian TV. So these were the videos of launch coming from Iran, but now the Lebanese resistance, according to a recent report, they published a video of one of their missile launches from Lebanon against Israel, out of their 7 operations that they conducted today against the genocide state, as we can see in the following video.
Salute, family.
So this was a video coming from Lebanon about the attacks coming from the Lebanese resistance. As we confirmed before, Hezbollah declared that they carried out multiple attacks, 1 to approximately 7 in total attacks against the genocide state. One of the most significant attacks was against the Mirun base for aerial monitoring in the northern part of occupied Palestine. Another one was the Ramat David air base. Then they also targeted the 210th Habshan division in the occupied Golan Heights. And like we stated before, reports from Israel that there are movements coming from the Syrian forces towards the Golan Heights, and apparently Israel is warning them too. And then Hezbollah continued and revealed the later operations. All of that is since the morning, which indicates that they are now properly in it. One of the most extensive days of attacks, actually, between Israel and the Lebanese resistance. They also targeted a Merkava tank, which indicates that Israel, by the way, Israel brought, according to one report, 160,000. Another said 100,000 reservists. The most conservative report, all of them from Israel, said that they brought 80,000 reservists to join the Israeli army, and they are deploying in the north. Now, we are talking about a drained, defeated, demoralized army in the case of Israel. That's why you have tens of thousands of casualties and wounded, and many people refuse to serve. Israel had at 1.60% refusal rate. All of their attempts to bring the Orthodox Jews to the army failed miserably. The Orthodox Jewish community, many of them inside of Israel, criticize the Zionist regime heavily. And they're saying now that they're recruiting or bringing 100,000. Are they planning to invade Lebanon? That's one of the questions. Could be. I mean, Netanyahu doesn't mind killing Israelis at the end of the day. Benjamin Netanyahu would kill Israelis so long it serves his purpose. He doesn't really care. Does anyone else care? Well, the people who maybe their children are sent might actually care, but Netanyahu doesn't really care. And he would want to portray this as an attempt to potentially occupy Lebanese territories. Listen, we have a situation, ladies and gentlemen, where the implementation phases, and that's something very important for everyone to know. We have a situation where all of the Israeli attempts now are primarily to implement the Greater Israel. That's what we have. This was one of the recent reports of Israel mobilizing 100,000 reservists. We have a situation where Israel is actively taking steps to implement the Greater Israel project, using the United States and the blackmailed president through the Epstein files, who raped the girls and doesn't want to spend the rest of his life in prison or getting killed or arrested if he dares to go against what Benjamin Netanyahu wants, who has him on a leash, the grand satanic Zionist who enjoys murdering children with his typical depravity and anyone who supports him. They are using the Americans now to implement the Greater Israel project. And they're putting all of the countries in the region in a position of, you have one or two options. You have two options. One option is you join. Enough is enough. The United States exploited you. Enough. You saw how much they lied to you. They said these bases are there for protection. The bases are a liability. The bases are part of a trick to bait you. The bases are intended to be there so that when they attack another country and then they get attacked, they use it as leverage against you to drag you into a war with Iran, and then they can exploit the whole situation and fully occupy you and do even more atrocities against your people and subjugate your people and make Israel a Greater Israel. That's the plan. Anyone who doesn't see it, oh my goodness, it's mind-boggling. Can't you see the plan? American bases, when did they protect any Arab? The American bases in the Gulf are used to conduct attacks against other Arab and Muslim countries and spy on them. That's why they're there. Whether they used some weakness or convinced some of the leaders otherwise, or some of the leaders are actually in it 100% with them, second story. We have a situation now where all of the assets are attacked. The cancer cells, as an expansion of the main cancer, Israel. And Iran is performing a surgery. Help the Iranian surgeon. Help the Iranian surgeon for the sake of your own people. Israel has been massacring people left, right, and center. The United States, without the United States, Israel wouldn't have been able to. So the United States, in many ways, has way more responsibility than Israel, alongside, of course, any other country or leader who has blood on his hands, any other decrepit Zionist in the West or anywhere in the East or in the Arab countries, anyone who participated in this. But now you have a situation where Iran is performing a surgery. And that surgery is to remove cancer permanently from the body of the Arab and Muslim countries. And you have two options. One option is help keep the cancer and feed it. And the second option is help the surgeon and remove this cancer. Apartheid, injustice, killing 24/7. Enough. They didn't serve you. They didn't do anything to help you. They're only there for themselves and for Israel. No one else. And if the United States deployed, by the way, some of its air defenses when some of the Arab states were attacked, it's to protect the bases, not the states. That's why nothing was activated when the Israeli missiles were landing in Qatar. Why is that? Because the air defense systems of the United States only try and protect the American bases and assets, not the Qataris or the Saudis or the Emiratis or anyone. They don't give a damn about you, dude. They view you as nothing. And that's why when Israel attacked what it called that assassination attempt against Hamas at the time, in a residential place, with some of them diplomatic missions from other countries, not a missile came from the air defenses in Qatar. Why is that? It's because they view you as below them. And Israel is more important to them. Thankfully, really, it's good to see some people understanding that in some of the Arab and Gulf countries. And they have an option now. Use the momentum. Turkey, Syria, use the momentum. Egypt, use the momentum. There's not going to be a chance like this. And people need to understand that very well. Sleaze, thank you for your super set. 4.9 earthquakes are in Iran this morning. Was that a nuclear test? We haven't, I personally, let me have a look in Iran and see. I haven't heard of scientists detect earthquakes near top secret base. Let me have a look. No, that was in Area 52, according to some reports. This is what I saw today. Scientists detect dozens of mysterious explosions in earthquakes near top secret US-based test nuclear weapons. Maybe they're testing nukes. Maybe the United States wants to use nuclear weapons. Listen, that's... According to US Geological Survey, there have been approximately 16 earthquakes that measured over 2.5 in magnitude. But what's strange is those quakes come from the direction of Area 52, aka the Nevada to Nopa test range. Well, you might have never heard of this. It's an important location of the US military and allows the government to test experimental aircraft and weaponry just north and within its neighboring Nevada Test and Training Range, NTTR. But with over 100 seismic events within 50 miles in Area 52, it's coming at a scary time, according to this report. The earthquakes, which measure between 1 and 1.9 to 4.9, come just after US and Israel attacked Iran. They could be testing nuclear weapons because, listen, the Epstein regime is willing to go all out for Israel. They have him on a leash. So what's going to prevent him now from carrying out nuclear attacks? But if he wants to control Iran afterwards, if he nukes Iran, he's not going to be able to do anything with the land for a very long time. So should the United States decide to use nuclear bombs in Iran or Israel, they will have to be tactical, not strategic nukes, and they have to be aimed at the geographical locations that Israel and the United States view as a threat-posing area, whether it's like missile or whatever. Although, again, trust me, nukes wouldn't get rid of Iran's nuclear or missile capabilities. Because the nukes don't go, how far are they going to go? They explode over the ground, the nuclear bomb. It doesn't touch the ground in many cases, which means that what's under the ground will remain there. So if Iran has command and control centers under the ground, and of course, ideally they do have, realistically they have plenty that are stocked and protected with the stockpiles of missiles, ammunition, food, hospitals, they have everything that you want under the ground. Like China. China, there's another China under the ground. Iran, there's another Iran under the ground. And that will only make it worse for Israel and the United States. That will only increase the chances of China and Russia trying to pivot, by the way, because they are seeing what Iran is doing to the United States now. I mean, the whole world is seeing what Iran and is doing to the United States and America. And I'm telling you, it's really big. The United States has never been hit so hard ever in its life. Any of its logistical bases, the diplomatic missions, embassies in Saudi Arabia, in Jordan, in Iraq, bases, every single location in the region, some of them completely destroyed, turned into rubble. The genocide state, Iran is leaving nothing closed. And they understand that. The Chinese and the Russians understand what's happening. They're seeing. And that's in their best of interests for Iran to annihilate the US presence in West Asia. Iran is doing their job, the job that they want. Think about it this way. Of course, certain things led to that moment. But Iran, in effect, is doing China and Russia a huge favor. They are targeting every American asset in the region. And no one can say anything to China and Russia because they're not participating. But if they do, it's going to be a game changer. It's going to be a game changer. And we're still in the beginning. Listen, the people need to understand is we are still in the beginning. This is not the end. This is not all of it. This is not the full throttle drama. No, no, no. That is just the beginning of it. Because now, as the situation stands, the only way it's going to stop is if one side surrenders and stops without any sort of demands. Israel and the US or Iran. Iran is not going to stop. And Trump is on the Netanyahu leash, and Netanyahu is using him and Americans as goy cannon fodder to go and die for the greater Israel. And some of the Arab countries are realizing the situation. Turkey is realizing. That's why, you know, there are some movements in Syria now, and Israel's threatening them too. Hezbollah's in already. That's it, 7 operations. The popular demand in the Arab countries is that we support Iran. In Bahrain, it's in flames. People are protesting in the streets. There was a report that even the bridge that connects Bahrain to Saudi Arabia has been attacked, maybe to have a change in Bahrain too. There's a lot of popular support in Bahrain as well. So all of that indicates that we're still in the beginning here. We still haven't seen anything. And that's why the American administration is petrified. They don't know what they started. And Iran will not stop. Iran will not stop and should not stop. because they are carrying out an operation now. That region has been contaminated by Zionist cancer and colonialism. And it needs to be liberated once and for all from neo-colonialism and Zionism. And the popular demand is to support Iran in what it's doing up until the objectives and missions are accomplished. We'll wrap it up here for this live stream, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be with you tonight as well with more updates.
Okay, here we go. As promised, what I wanted to bring you was an opportunity to visualize what most would call the theater of war. And that's what they refer to, what you see behind me. This is the theater of war. Let's put now the missiles in the cities so that people can see exactly what we're talking about. And you're going to see how this really has been turning into a conflagration of sorts, right? Suddenly it's escalated into something much bigger than what probably the Israelis and the U.S. was thinking this was going to be, which was going to be essentially a battle between Iran, Israel, and the United States. No, it's turned into much more. In fact, let me just give you a primer, if we could, because the Iranians, immediately after getting hit, started hitting Bahrain, then they hit UAE, then they hit Qatar, now they've hit Oman, they've also hit Kuwait, they've had to respond and hit Iraq. Obviously, over here, they're hitting Israel as well. And these are the countries that they've had to hit, and Saudi Arabia now as well. Now, as a result, and this is how these things have a tendency to escalate, right? Now, as a result, Iraq has gotten involved, and they're hitting Israel. And you can't see it down here, but just down here where my hand is would be Yemen, and they're involved, and they're hitting Israel as well. So there's missiles going out and missiles coming in, obviously, as well, from the United States and from Israel. So let me bring Stas in now. Stas, would you come in? Let's talk about this, because you actually can put military expertise on what is the visualization of the theater. I don't even know where to start. I guess we have to start with what is called the Persian Gulf states, right in this area right here. This is where Iran immediately started responding, and of course, they're being criticized for it by some countries in Europe at this point. But what is their game plan with the missiles they've hit here, and how long can they continue that?
Well, first of all, as far as where they continue, they've actually used very few old ballistics and a few hypersonics and old drones, and they've had great effects because they're being used to trigger the air defense systems and to suck up ammunition.
I see.
Just as an example, the 2 batteries of THAADs that the U.S. Deployed to Israel, 191 missiles.
That's it.
Once there's a use, those THAADs, you can use the radars, but the launchers.
So you're saying Iran is kind of holding back its missile deployment at this point?
Iran is going for a long game. The U.S. is going, Trump's already said, 4 days. We'll be in and out 4 days. We'll get what we want. Iran's going, no, we're going to fight this the long way.
Well, I just had a conversation a little while ago with the deputy foreign minister, and basically he said the same thing. He seemed to be implying they'll attack as long as they're being attacked. Right. Can they do it? Does Iran have that kind of?
Oh, Iran could go for months. At the rate that they're going, they're still manufacturing missiles and drones. Let's not forget that. They still have manufacturing facilities going. So the missiles and drones that they're firing right now, they're backfilling. U.S. doesn't have that kind of capacity for backfilling anti-aircraft missiles.
And what are they hitting? We've all seen the pictures by now. We'll show you some, and I've shown you some before bringing you on out here. What is it that the Iranians are hitting, and why are we seeing them hit occasional civilian targets as well?
Well, there's 2 things going on for the civilian targets before I go on to the military targets. One, U.S. and defensive systems are taking out Iranian missiles over the cities. So what goes up comes down, and comes down usually in a fiery ball, destroying whatever's underneath it. They've had a shopping center was burning after an Iranian missile was taken out right over it and fell on top. Hotels. Second, there's hotels. The hotels, because the human intelligence the Iranians are running, has shown them that the U.S., when the U.S. said we remove troops, all they did was remove them off the bases and put them in these hotels. So these hotels are full.
And the U.S. removed the troops from these bases where you see all those American flags. No. Right. But they've removed them because they felt vulnerable, or because they were actually under attack.
Because they felt vulnerable. They did this before the U.S. initiated a war with Iran.
Right.
They removed them. We've seen videos where American servicemen are taking videos from these hotel rooms and they're seeing the bases getting hit.
Wow.
So on the bases, first of all, they're taking out the radar stations. That's the first thing. And we've seen a Garan, an old, not Garan, Shahed drone, the very first generation drone, go up. You can hear that little motor. It's kind of like a moped motor. Goes up and comes straight down on this big ball, which is the radar station, which is your main radar base.
Can I just stop and ask you a question that I imagine everybody's thinking right now? We were led to believe that the United States has such anti-ballistic defense systems that there's no way the Iranians would be able to hit these bases. But I'm not an expert. From what I can tell, Iran is hitting these bases, aren't they?
Iran is hitting these bases. It's having a lot of bad effect because
But why is that? I thought our defenses were the U.S. defenses were so strong.
Because Israel's more important than the American clients in the Persian Gulf.
You're saying that, like, the sophisticated Patriots, for example, are not here, they're there.
There are sophisticated Patriots there, but the majority of the air defense is going to Israel. That's what the client or the owner, whichever how you want to look at it.
Yeah.
They're the ones getting the most master system, the masters. These guys, and this is a shock for these client states because they were led to believe, let the U.S. do whatever, let the U.S. base in your country, you're safe. They're not safe. Qatar found out when Israel struck them in the middle of their capital city that they're not safe, but they continued, and now Iran is striking them.
I hate that I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cook Unity and totally transformed the way I eat because every.
In fact, we just had a F-18 videos out. F-18 got shot down over Kuwait. It's trying to lift up. And it got shot.
So they're really legitimate from a business. I mean, from a military standpoint, this is legitimate defense that they're putting up against the United States.
Oh yeah,
no question.
Absolutely.
Right. This is not like rah stuff because people on either side are going to exaggerate their wins and their losses. You're saying from a military standpoint, they are having real wins in this situation.
And the Central Command, where they said, "Oh, we've lost. We had 3 killed, 5 wounded." That's a lie. Guarantee you that is a lie. I'm not going to say how many because I don't know. But it's a lot more. I guarantee you, there's a lot more than 3 people killed. If you watch the damage photos coming in, Chinese satellites, other satellites, the damage that they've done. There's even a French base in the UAE that's burning right now. It's a French aviation base. So,
as you're telling me that, I'm thinking to myself, as this thing continues to escalate. For example, let's go to Iraq real quick, because all of a sudden we hear Iraq and Yemen are firing into Israel, which has forced the United States to fire in this whole Iraq situation gets really complicated, doesn't it? Because Iran is now firing at the U.S. military bases in Iraq, right?
Right. The Americans that are in Iraq has been asking them to leave for 10 years. And they've been telling Iraq to go pound sand. We'll do what we want.
Right.
So these bases, there's 2,000 Americans, supposedly there's only 2,000, maybe more, that are now isolated in Iraq. Some in Iraqi Kurdistan, the rest, I guess they could make it up to Turkey. The rest are in central Iraq. The militias, Shia militias, are now firing on them. The Iraqi government wants them out, so it doesn't care if there's none of them.
So the Shia militia are now firing on the U.S. bases, along with Iran,
and the Iraqi government's now firing on Israel. Iran is helping the Iraqi government against the U.S. bases by shooting on them. Oh yeah, this is complicated. This is a very tight neighborhood. And everything's shooting at everybody else. And the worst part is, by the middle of the first day of conflict, Trump was able to turn this from a war in Iran to a regional war with Iraq and Yemen.
Right.
And yesterday he turned it into a religious war. Congratulations.
That's an interesting point you just made. We've got some video coming in after the supreme leader and his family, his grandchild,
2 of them,
were killed, which is always terrible. Nobody wants to see anybody get killed, no matter who it is. But given it's a religious leader, I mean, I don't want to say he's like the Pope, but to the Shia community, hundreds of thousands of them in this part of the world, he is kind of like their Pope, right? So it's a symbolic move. Let me show you the pictures and we can talk over it. We're looking at them now. These are people who've taken to the streets of Tehran, and we're told that it was tens of thousands of them. They're very angry about this. It would seem to me that this will probably spur them on even more, no?
Khomeini was the second most important religious leader in Shia Islam. There's 70 million Shia Islam in Iran. There's Shia in Pakistan. Bahrain is in the middle of a revolt because 80% of the population is Shia.
That's Bahrain.
Bahrain,
And,
right.
you mentioned Iraq.
Iraq is ruled by Shia Arabs in this case. Saudi Arabia, 35% of the population is Shia. You start looking at it, they are, in some countries, they're the majority. Some countries, they're the oppressed majority, like Bahrain. They're oppressed by the 20% Sunni upper class. Other countries like Iraq and Iran, they're the majority. And you've just killed the number 2 guy. The number 2. This is the same thing as if in Orthodoxy, the U.S. Or through its proxies in Ukraine killed the Patriarch of Moscow, of Moscow and all Russia, Kirill. If Patriarch Kirill was killed, there'd be the second person in Orthodoxy. That would be on the same level. It'd be like killing the Bishop of Canterbury.
What do you make of this whole new style of warfare that the U.S. seems to be engaging in, where they either kidnap or assassinate leaders or people they're even negotiating? In fact, there was an attempt on the life of Vladimir Putin.
91 drones.
Right? Recently. Is that the direction that the West is going? And what do you make of that?
You know, there was a reason that in the U.S. there was a moratorium on assassinating, killing foreign leaders. And in most countries, the same thing. It's not because they're so nice. It's because they know it's going to come home. Think about how many governors, vice governors, senators, state senators, sheriffs, etc. They're all a target now. Trump has made all of them a target for any retaliation. Sure, they can't get to the president. They may not be able to get to the federal senators or congressmen, maybe, but they can definitely get to the state senators. And everybody in the U.S. government has been made a target by Trump and his administration attacking leaders from other countries. That's why you don't do that, because it always comes back. It will come back to the U.S. It's already starting to come back to the U.S. So Trump is basically, he's taking the gloves off because he's got the Secret Service protect him. Does the average judge in the county have a Secret Service agent?
Isn't there a report out there that the Iranians have just tried to hit the home of Netanyahu?
They did it before. So they're doing it again. But don't worry. Netanyahu's wife and son, they've been spotted in Miami, Florida. Your end of the neck of the woods. They're living for Israel. They're not going to die for
I had a conversation a little while ago with the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran. He was kind enough to join me. I asked him a series of questions. One of the questions I asked him about was just this: the significance of the killing of the supreme leader. And here's what he had to say.
You've got a great idea for an app, and you can't believe that no one else has thought of it yet. Your idea would sell like crazy.
The assassination and martyrdom of the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran is a heinous crime. You know that the supreme leader was the highest official of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The second point is that the supreme leader actually simultaneously was a respected religious leader for tens of millions of Muslims around the world, not only in the region. And absolutely this will have its own consequences, you know. But he was very respectful among the Muslims, and what these two regimes have done through the martyrdom of the supreme leader absolutely will have the reaction of the Muslims around the world.
So no, he didn't say precisely that it's now a religious war, but he makes it pretty clear that this is a really big deal for not just the people in Iran, but people in this part of the world.
The black flag of jihad has been raised over the mosque of the Imam Razi in Tehran. That's the flag of jihad. So for all Shia Muslims, it's jihad against Israel and the U.S. and anybody else that's that sides with them.
So what you're saying is that countries that may not have been interested in entering the fray before will be more likely to enter it now.
Hezbollah.
Yeah, let's talk about Lebanon real quick. There you see Israel. Just above that, you see Lebanon. Lebanon is a big player all of a sudden. Overnight, two things happened. Jordan got into the fray because all of a sudden there was a missile that went into Amman. And then all of a sudden Lebanon got into the fray because of Hezbollah. Tell us what's going on there.
Well, the Israelis launched a ground offensive because they want to claim southern Lebanon. Today, southern, then central. We're taking it one step at a time for a greater Israeli project. But right now, they've sent in ground forces into southern Lebanon. Hezbollah declared yesterday, that's it. It's a religious war. We're going in. Where they set out the first day of it. They were going to sit it out if it was just a regional war. But they had to kill Khomeini, so now it's a religious war. Jordan is a monarchy that's always teetering. 30% of the population are Palestinians. And even the non-Palestinian Jordanian Arabs, they're angry because they see what's happening on the West Bank. They see what's happening in Gaza. They see the war crimes that are going on, and the government is barely holding them back. Same thing with Egypt. Sisi's barely holding on to power. The street wants war because of what they've seen. They've seen the master.
Let's go in tight on this map real quick if we can, because I want to, since you're talking about it, I want to focus on Cyprus and Lebanon, which are the two areas that now suddenly come into play. Continue on Lebanon, and then I want to hear you tell us why Cyprus just became so important.
So the Israelis are now trying to chop off that southern third of Lebanon and claim it for themselves.
Right.
That's where Hezbollah is located. They're forward deployed in those areas. That's Shia areas. But they've hit Beirut before, including the Christian areas back in the 12-day war and afterwards. So I don't know how much the Christians are going to be staying neutral in this one either, in Lebanon, because this is a war to dismember their small country by the Israelis, who have already published, as we've seen before, the Greater Israel Project from the from the Nile to the Euphrates. And people started noticing that.
I'm wondering now, though, Stas, about Cyprus as well, because we don't think of Cyprus as other than a place where people go to vacation because they got beautiful beaches.
Or money.
Right. But all of a sudden, Cyprus comes into play here, right? Especially with the announcement of Starmer last night.
So Cyprus is really two countries, because northern Cyprus is occupied by Turkey, as autonomous but occupied by Turkey, and then the Republic of Cyprus, which is southern half of Cyprus. There are two British bases. So Starmer got England kind of into it, but he didn't say straight out, we're going to help defend our allies. But now they're going to go full in. So now England's now in this fight. The French said, the French and the Germans said, we got to defend Israel against the Iranian aggression. How dare Iran shoot at anybody?
Yeah, what did you make of that? I read that statement. They actually put out a joint statement. Merz from Germany, Starmer from the UK, and Macron from the France. They put out a joint statement saying they condemn the actions of Iran in hitting the Persian Gulf countries or the U.S. assets there. How do you describe that?
Strumpets know who their master is.
Yeah.
And they're not going to go against their master.
So they're kind of like vassals themselves.
They're even worse than vassals. Vassals have rights. The Europeans have no rights. The U.S. does what it wants, and they excuse it.
And how can you say that a country that, if I punch you in the nose and you push me, how can I say, how dare you push me? I punched you in the nose.
Normally right, exactly. But this is the bully that then gets pushed back and starts crying, I'm the victim.
Yeah. So speaking of vassals, I want to address this because in this area, can we go to the bigger map once again? I want to talk about the Persian Gulf once again. I think this area is fascinating. These countries here, Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, the leaders of these countries in their robes and all their splendor are kind of vassals to the United States and apologetic and accepting of Israel. But 90% of their people are not and hate them for it.
Exactly.
They're in a bit of a quandary, aren't they?
Oh, yes. Yes. We may be seeing a lot of these governments fall. Look, Bahrain is already in the middle of a revolt. Of course, the people were cheerleading as they're watching.
See the videos. We just showed them a little while ago.
There was one video where you could see all the missiles launching out from Iran from Bahrain, because this is very close. You can see them climbing up into the sky. And the people were celebrating. Now they're revolting because 80% of them are Shia. I guess a 20% minority that's backed by the U.S. that lords over them. Well, they're not exactly the richest country in the world. It's a rich country, for the 20% above, the
Yeah.
Sunni 20%.
Yeah, no, I've been there.
So this
There's a lot of workers that come from other places, and they tend to be Muslim as well, and many of them Shia Muslims.
right.
Yeah.
So we could be looking at the Bahrain government collapsing. We could be looking at UAE having issues, Qatar collapsing.
Let's go to Saudi Arabia once again, because I'm just told now that there's a Saudi Arabian official who's made a statement similar to what you were saying a little while ago about what's going on right now in Saudi Arabia. And here it is. Let's take a listen.
Today, the Gulf states, led by Saudi Arabia, have been drawn into a war they neither wanted, decided upon, nor participated in. Furthermore, American defense is focused on Israel, neglecting the Gulf states, despite the presence of numerous American military bases. Undoubtedly, I believe there is a degree of Gulf resentment toward their ally, or partner to be more precise, the United States, which prioritizes Israel's security, stability, and population without addressing the defense needs of the Arab Gulf states. These states are currently facing Iranian attacks without any American intervention.
So you hear what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
He's saying he kind of feels like he's somewhat been abandoned by the United States. They thought the United States was going to have their back, but now they're seeing, or he seems to be accusing the United States of putting all of its defensive interests in Israel and the hell with the Gulf states, including Saudi Arabia. That's what I heard him say.
Exactly. But there's another issue here. They all want to pretend that the United States is all powerful. They don't want to know reality. Everybody's been telling them. Everybody is in the know, and if they've listened to them, myself, many experts, other experts, the U.S. is not capable of defending all of you. The U.S. has limited resources. The U.S. may talk a good game, but when smoke clears, and they're finding out the smoke's clearing, and they're at the bottom. They're not as important. There's not enough assets to go around, and those assets are going to Israel.
Two more questions. First, from a military standpoint, when the leadership of a country is decimated, like we understand just happened in Iran, how does that affect the military? How does it affect the guys on the ground? Do they sense it, or do they just say next man up kind of thing?
Well, it depends on the state of the discipline of the military. It depends on the depth of training. With a lot of Arab countries, the problem is they do fall apart because the Arab leaders are afraid of their generals. Two generals together in one room is considered a conspiracy. The Iranians have a culture that goes back 3,000 years. They're a civilization state. They have in-depth and width. So you take out a portion, next person comes up. There's more generals that can take the next position. Whether they're better, whether they're worse, we'll live and see. But the fact is that they're there. Plus, it's a theocracy. A theocracy is based on faith. Based on faith and a hard concept of faith that,
that makes them more chill their cause.
The next guy comes up who holds the same faith. So it's harder to push them apart, to try to rip them apart. It's possible. I'm not saying it isn't, but they have a resiliency that no European country would have. A European country that's built on nothing but individualism and police state action is going to fall apart very quickly compared to a country that's built on faith.
Final point, based on your expertise, what are the things that we need to start looking for? What are the things you're going to start looking for that will be indicators as to whether or not this is going to be a prolonged war, or this is going to be, as I think Mr. Trump desires, something where he can get in and get out? What is the likelihood that Mr. Trump can get his wish fulfilled and have this be another 12-day war?
Well, it's easier to let loose the dogs of war. Pulling them back in is a hell of a lot harder. Trump may want a 4-day war. He's not going to get a 4-day war. At this point, what more likely will happen is the U.S. is going to run out of missiles, offensive missiles.
Why would the U.S. run out of missiles?
Because they don't manufacture them. I'll give you a quick example. Patriots. They Raytheon expanded. They surged their manufacture 660, not per week, not per month, per year. There's not enough to feed Ukraine.
Raytheon is the biggest military company in the world.
Exactly. The THAAD missiles, once they run out, that's it. The next contract is 10 missiles per month.
Where did they go?
27.
Ukraine?
Part in Ukraine, part the 12-day war, part to Taiwan, part to South Korea, and they just don't manufacture them in volume. They manufacture them by hand. You have these companies that manufacture the missiles by hand instead of an automated plant, because then you can charge more money for it. Better profit margins. But you can't expand that.
Okay, so you say the United States is likely going to be running out of missiles at some time here. I've heard experts say 2 to 3 months. Is that right? That's what I heard Larry Johnson or McGregor say.
Well, offensive missiles, maybe 2 or 3 months. But I don't know I don't think even that long. Defensive missiles like the Patriot and the THAAD, there's 191 THAAD missiles. That's it. That's what this conflict started with. In Israel, 191 THAAD missiles, like 94 THAAD missiles in the rest of the world.
So let me give you your own argument back. You're saying the United States is going to run out of missiles. Iran will run out of missiles too then, right?
It will, and maybe not. It can, of course, if it goes long enough. But look how they're firing. They're not doing mass firing. They fired off maybe 300, 400 missiles out of thousands, and they're manufacturing them. And that's including drones, by the way. And they're manufacturing them still.
Are they still getting more satellite systems from the Chinese, more fighter jets, and more missiles from the Russians?
I don't know if they're getting more military equipment right now.
Because of the conditions.
Right, because of the conditions. But they are linked into this Chinese satellite system. And the Russian-made S-400s and their command blocks integrated are on location. We just had an F-18 shot down, videos there, so they can't deny it, shot down over Kuwait. And if you think about it, the 500-kilometer range, Kuwait is fully in any of these sectors if that's right next door. All of these are.
You just reminded me of something we have to talk about before we go. You know, I think, as I've heard it explained by people who are real experts on the geopolitical theater, one of the reasons that the Israelis and the Americans want to do this is because it's just important for them to have power in this part of the world. And the idea, as most of the people who watch this show know, is this sudden BRICS power that has emerged over the last couple of years between Russia and China, which, by the way, were put together by Americans, and India and Iran, is a very powerful force. And if you're going to knock these guys out, you better do it now before that consolidation continues. And that seems to be what's happening now. And I've got something to show you. You mentioned China a minute ago and their satellites. Look at this video that was just put out by a Chinese company, probably associated with the government, where they're thumbing their nose at the West and saying, we know where every single one of your bases are, and we know what kind of military hardware you have there.
Yeah.
They just put this out this morning. I want you to watch this. Here it is. Look at that. And it's in Chinese, which I know you speak Mandarin, I don't, but they look, you could see here, they're explaining this is the base, this is what they have, this is what it looks like, these are the coordinates. They're sharing this with the entire world, where the US's military hardware is geopolitically.
The scary part is those are civilian satellites. Military satellites can read the newspaper that you're sitting there on a bench reading.
Right.
Those are probably civilian satellites that they're using.
Is this significant, or do you think it's just China kind of thumbing their nose and saying, we're sick and tired of you guys being bullies, we're going to show you what we can do?
China's warning. But China has the same, the Iranians have the link up to the Chinese military satellites. They can pinpoint who's walking on the deck of which aircraft carrier, if they can spot the aircraft carrier. And they're constantly patrolling. The satellites are constantly looking for those aircraft carriers, the ships. There's a report that one of the tender ships was sunk by the U.S. Navy. There's a report, I can't confirm it because I don't know, and nobody's going to admit to it, that Iran fired 4 ballistic missiles at the link.
That's using Chinese satellites.
Using Chinese satellites to zoom in on them. It's the same thing, by the way, that the U.S. and the U.K. do to the Russian Navy through the Ukrainians in the Black Sea. The exact same thing. They just think they were the only ones that could play it, and then they're being shown, no, everybody can play this game.
I'm not asking you to be a soothsayer, predict the world outcomes. If you could, you and I would be very wealthy.
Yes.
Playing the market. But given what you've seen so far, do you see this thing ending anytime soon?
No. U.S. wants it to end. I mean, if Trump said, hey, let's have talks.
But do you see it end?
No. First of all, from the Iranian side, who are they going to talk to? Trump, the one that just murdered him twice over?
Yeah.
12-day war, this.
How do you negotiate with somebody who lied to you before?
Not just lied to you, but try to kill you, or actually succeed in killing a lot of people. There's nobody on the U.S. side that you can talk to that's an honest broker.
You're right. That's a problem.
And again, it's jihad.
Yeah.
They have to have vengeance. This is long term.
Well, as long as it takes, we're going to stay on top of it for you here. Obviously, we're going to bring you the latest as it happens. As you know, everything that we do here, we're going to share on our socials, so you'll be able to see it on YouTube. You're going to be able to see it, obviously, on X. So many of you have been talking to us on X, and you get to see this guy there as well, who's also heavily into the socials lately, as I've been seeing you. Oh, by the way, we're now also on Spotify, and
in Tehran right now. He's a geopolitical analyst, professor at the University of Tehran, host of Demystifying Iran. And we apologize. The internet is very, very spotty. I think only about 4% of the internet is actually working in Iran. But Professor, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. The internet works for inside Iran, for Iranian websites and apps. But if we want to connect abroad, then we have to go to studios. So I'm basically I come to studios. I'm spending my whole day in the studio, basically doing interviews.
Well, we're so
thank you
glad
so
to
much.
have you so that we can get real news, not the American interpretation of news. So I want to ask you, the United States seemed to think that a quick and fast regime change in Iran was possible. Now that does not seem like that is an easy plan. What is the succession plan in Iran now that the Ayatollah is dead? And how do you think the government stands this week?
Well, the Constitution is clear. There will be a council of three that runs the government, the country, until the leader is chosen by the Council of Experts, and that should happen in the next few days. They don't want all the members of the Council of Experts who are elected to gather in one place because obviously Trump or Netanyahu may try to murder them. So they're arranging so that they can meet from abroad or meet from a distance and decide who will be the next leader. So for the time being, the state is being run by the president, the head of the judiciary, and a representative from the council of the Guardian Council.
Can you tell me what is happening right now? We've seen double tap where U.S. and Israeli bombs hitting, many targets across Tehran, across Iran. And then when rescue crews are showing up, they're being hit again. We know that Israel loves to do that. That's one of Israel's favorite pastimes, which is to, when rescue crews show up to try to remove bodies, then they hit them again. Can you tell me what's happening across Tehran at this hour?
Actually, one of my friends who I spoke with just 45 minutes ago on the phone, he was in one of these places where they did a double tap. It was the Ferdowsi Square, which also I used to live there before many years ago. And when they bombed the place, rescuers went to help and ordinary people to remove the rubble and see if they can find survivors. And then they struck again. So that was a personal friend of mine was witness to this. The Israeli regime, the Americans, they are striking Tehran regularly. They are bombing homes, but also civilian infrastructure. They've caused the government to ask people who don't need to be in the city to leave, especially since the day before yesterday, they bombed an elementary school and murdered 165 or so girls, and their funerals will be held tomorrow morning in the city of Minab. It's not a big city, actually. I've never been there, but it's not a big city. So imagine, 160 or so young girls murdered in any city would be horrific. But when it's in a small city, I think the impact would probably be even more painful and long-lasting. So after the strike on that school, the government shut down all schools and universities. I was supposed to have class today, so there's no class. Whether there will be online courses in the coming weeks, I don't know. But so we have no schools open, no universities, and the government and the armed forces have asked people who do not need to be in the city of Tehran to leave. So Tehran is much less crowded now, but I'm in Tehran.
Can I ask you, we heard the Secretary of War saying that this will not be protracted, this will not be dragged out. We've also heard from President Trump that the Iranian Navy has been completely severed. the top military infrastructure, the leadership in the top of the military has been destroyed. Can you tell us what you know? Is that truth or false?
No, that's false. First of all, the ships of the Navy are in port. The ships that will be used in this war are small speedboats for asymmetrical warfare, and there are thousands of them. And the United States has not touched any of them. They're in the Persian Gulf, and they can begin destroying tankers or oil facilities and gas facilities anytime they are asked to do so. And alongside the drones and missiles and the underground bases that are most of them have not even been used yet, they're all intact. So with regards to the leadership, yes, they've murdered Ayatollah Khamenei, but this was not successful like 8 years ago. 8 months ago, 9 months ago, because a large number of senior commanders were murdered then, but this time around, 4 or 5, I think, were murdered. So the armed forces, as you've seen, they're functioning. They're firing missiles at the Israeli regime regularly, and they're striking U.S. targets in the Persian Gulf. And of course, they're also striking places which U.S. troops are based, and many of them are in hotels and in other buildings, so the Iranians are striking those hotels as well. So you see that the Americans have failed to get oil to leave the Persian Gulf. The price of oil obviously will go up, and there are lots of tankers stuck in the Persian Gulf, and they will continue to be stuck. And if the situation escalates, I think they could be destroyed. And if the situation escalates and the oil facilities and gas facilities and tankers are destroyed, then even if there's a ceasefire later on or a halt and cessation in hostilities, there won't be any oil or gas that can be taken out of the Persian Gulf, and there won't be any tankers to take that oil or gas. So we're going to have, I think, a long-term economic crisis or energy crisis if this escalates.
Now, I want to ask you, because this is the number one talking points of idiots on X, if you can just give me the real answer. So people who support this war inside the United States either buy the lie that Iran had a nuclear program, or they say, oh, but Iranians wanted this. They don't like the Ayatollah. They don't like the regime. We're liberating them. They're celebrating this. What is the actual, are there celebrations inside Iran for U.S. action? Can you please give me that answer? What's actually the temperature of real Iranians once and for all?
No, this is complete nonsense. People are mourning. And I actually, last night, were gatherings across the country, under fire, under missile fire, under missile strikes. There were gatherings across the country, and in Tehran, they didn't have a single gathering for security reasons, because they were afraid the Americans or the Israelis would bomb the people. So they spread them out in different roundabouts and squares in the city. And I put some of them in my Telegram channel and in my Twitter, and I tweeted one clip where people are chanting slogans as airstrikes are being carried out, or missile strikes. And I put a link to my Telegram channel, and I put the clips of the gatherings in different parts of Tehran. So if anyone wants to see where the people were last night and what they were doing, it's easy. All they have to do is go to my Telegram channel. Millions were on the streets across Tehran. And they were not, and that's despite the fact that a lot of people left, because people who can leave were asked to leave. And these people were on the streets as the city was being attacked. And as I said, there were massive crowds in different parts of the city. So this is just propaganda.
What are they chanting specifically? What are they chanting? Like, give us a saying, a phrase, a temper, like what?
We're prepared to die. We won't accept humiliation. Death to Trump, death to Netanyahu, and that sort of thing. I didn't go myself because I've been doing lots of interviews, and last night I was until very late in the studio doing interviews. But if you go to my Telegram channel, you can see them, and it's clear as day what the sentiments are. All you have to do is watch the people, even if you don't know what they're saying. And in the sky above, you can see air defenses working and so on.
So then it's a lie when Laura Loomer and Mark Levin say that we started this war for the Iranian people. That's the quote. This is for the Iranian people, because their lie about a nuclear program has been exposed. So it's not about the nuclear program, it's for the Iranian people. Do the people on the streets, have you seen anyone waving an American flag or an Israeli flag at all, saying thank you?
No, this is all disinformation to justify war. In fact, if I have this, which you alluded to earlier, I have this weekly program on Al-Mayadeen. It's called Demystifying Iran. And this last week, just this last Friday, before the war, I did a program where I compared the US media in the 1990s and the 1980s and the beginning of the new century with today. And the framing is exactly the same. If you remove the headlines from the 1990s and put them in the New York Times today or the Washington Post, you won't be able to tell the difference. In the 1990s, they were saying the young generation is sick and tired of this revolution. They want a new revolution, or the revolution is collapsing. The regime is, they love to say regime. The regime is unpopular. They've been saying it's about to fall and collapse and implode, and it's a house of cards for 40 years now. And it's the narrative never changes. If anyone is interested, they can just go to my that show and just watch the first 10 minutes of it, and it's clear as day that this is what they've been saying since I was a teenager.
Yes, I guess, I studied closely the sanctions that the Obama administration put on Iran, and it gave us the impression that life inside of Iran was so much harder because of American imperialism. So my ignorance, I guess, is that I am surprised at how Iran is able to build such a strong military response to this despite decades of sanctions. And so how do you think Iran can withstand? How long can Iran withstand a war like this? And with whose support? Because we're very curious what Russia, China, and Turkey will do. Who's behind you, do you think?
Turkey is in the American camp. U.S. bases are being used against Iran. AWACS jets are flying over Turkey and gathering information from Iran. But the missiles and drones are all Iranian made, and that's the main part of Iran's capabilities. And they're deeply underground, they're very much underground, and they cannot be destroyed. And that's why the United States and the Israelis are focusing on targeting cities.
So for the audience that's, again, the Western media is telling us they're sort of carpet bombing Tehran, that it's going to be very fast. You're telling us, though, that that's not the case. And the Iranian military is resolved to carry this on for quite a long time, as they've said publicly, years. Is that the case? Do other Iranians believe that?
That the Iranians are prepared to fight for a very long period of time because they know that the United States is completely unreliable. Every time we negotiate, they stab us in the back. Every time Iran negotiates, it turns out that they're secretly conspiring to attack the country, and they're always violating their commitment. So what is there to talk about? The only way to change the situation is to make the United States and the Israeli regime recognize that military assault will have economic, political, and military consequences. And Iran is determined to make that happen. Already we see that prices of energy go up. I think the Iranians are prepared to take it far higher than where it is now. And the military cost of the United States, I think, is
Well, it looks like we lost the professor again. The internet is not cooperating in Iran, as you can imagine right now.
Yeah, that was ambitious, but we really appreciate his perspective. To his point, what he was saying is that every time the United States and Israel go to a negotiation table, they turn around and stab in the back. And that's why in the United States, we're going to be sold this idea that this is called Operation Epic Fury. But in Iran, they're calling it Operation True Promise 4. Well, why number 4 is because this is the 4th time in 2 years that Iran is retaliating over being struck first. It is the U.S. and Israel that strikes first every time, starting in April 2024, October 2024, and you may remember last June 2025. This is the 4th time that they are hit. So how long can they tolerate that before they bring out the firepower of deterrence? That does seem to be what we're experiencing.
Right. And to his point that they are prepared to carry this out for as many years as is necessary. Unfortunately, I was going to ask the professor, but we lost him there, if, concerns about Israel using a nuclear weapon. Of course, Israel pretends that it doesn't have nuclear weapons. But if they get desperate enough, would they in fact use that? And to his point about all of these thousands of smaller boats that are out in the Persian Gulf and are ready to attack at a moment's notice. So again, put this through the lens of like the Western media lying to you on a regular basis and then listening to members of the Pentagon lying right to your face. Scott Ritter the other day on our show said it's the responsibility of the Pentagon and these advisors to the president to tell the truth, not make up stuff. To the president of the United States. And the president of the United States goes out there and says, yeah, this is going to be done. It won't take very long. Everything's lining up. We've completely wiped out most of their Navy. The rest of it will be destroyed very, very soon. Well, that's just not true.
And we've seen that narrative change in the course of just 5 days, 5 days of this war. So anyhow,
all right.
Coming up, we're going to talk to what this does to the United States politically, because now we see a divided camp, those who believe the war narrative. I mean, the Pentagon is lying to us. Out through their teeth, through their nose. What is the expression? They're lying through their teeth.
Yeah.
And so what is this going to do politically? What's it going to do to various parts?
A few hours ago, respected American economist Jeffrey Sachs made a rather alarming statement. In particular, he admitted that if the United States fails to overthrow the current government in Tehran in the coming days, the military operation against Iran will suffer complete failure. Jeffrey Sachs notes that the United States does not have enough missiles for air defense systems to protect its military bases in the Middle East from Iranian strikes. Yes, killing Ali Khamenei will not change anything. This will not affect the Iranian government in any way. The elimination of the supreme leader of Iran will lead to the fact that power in the country will pass into the hands of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. That is, Iran's policy will switch to martial law. The Iranians will not give up. They understand that the air defense systems of Israel and the United States are powerless against Iranian missiles. The Iranians are well aware that the number of their missiles far exceeds the number of air defense systems that are at the disposal of Israel and the United States. Against this backdrop, the main goal of Israel and the United States to overthrow the current regime in Iran is doomed to complete failure, Jeffrey Sachs noted. This American expert also added that the United States has only 2 or 3 weeks left to continue attacking Iran. After this time, according to Jeffrey Sachs, the United States will begin to experience a shortage of ammunition. Yes, the United States does not have enough ammunition. Despite all of Trump's loud statements, the situation will be fully clarified in 2 to 3 weeks. If they fail to achieve their goals during this time, then this military operation will suffer complete failure, Jeffrey Sachs emphasized. My dear truth seekers, it is worth noting that almost all reputable experts and analysts make similar statements. According to them, the United States and Israel were betting on a blitzkrieg, hoping to change the regime in Iran in 3 to 5 days. However, unfortunately for Trump and Netanyahu, Iran not only withstood, but also began to strike back, as a result of which the war began to take on a protracted character. Against this backdrop, the United States and Israel were forced to officially admit that the military operation against Iran could drag on for an indefinite period. It is worth noting that the future failure of the military operation against Iran is recognized even by some pro-government American think tanks. According to them, despite Donald Trump continuing to demonstrate confidence in Washington's victory, the U.S. military may not have enough means of destruction. Meanwhile, Iran continues to strengthen the resistance, causing maximum damage to enemy forces. During the 3 days of fighting, Iran attacked 6 U.S. military bases in the region, including the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain, and military installations in Dubai, Kuwait, Iraq, and the United Arab Emirates. The satellite imagery clearly shows the enormous scale of the damage suffered by American forces in the region. Rocket attacks damaged buildings, radars, satellite communication systems, and the infrastructure of military bases. In addition, Middle Eastern sources continue to claim a large number of casualties among the personnel of the U.S. troops. Furthermore, on the morning of March 3, the United States officially confirmed that the corpses of 2 more American soldiers had been found in the territory of the Temporary Operations Center, in the port of Kuwait. Thus, according to official statements by the Pentagon, the death toll of American servicemen, as a result of the conflict with Iran, has reached 6. It is worth noting that as of March 3, 2026, the Iranian Defense Ministry officially confirmed the death of 560 American soldiers, 10 high-ranking U.S. Army officers, and 6 CIA officers. My dear friends, it is also worth noting the massive missile attack on Israel that Iran carried out on the morning of March 3. Currently, it is reliably known that the main blow fell on the southern regions of Israel and the Tel Aviv metropolitan area. Monitoring services recorded several powerful explosions in cities such as Jerusalem, Beersheba, and Tel Aviv. Unfortunately, there is still no accurate information about what exactly the Iranian missiles destroyed in these Israeli cities. However, according to local sources, Iranian missiles allegedly hit places of deployment of reservists of the Israeli army. And judging by the large number of ambulances on the streets of Israeli cities, the number of victims may be counted by dozens. It is worth noting that Iran launched this strike right after the United States and Israel attacked Tehran with cruise missiles and aerial bombs. Thus, it becomes clear that this conflict is gradually escalating into a protracted one, which is extremely unprofitable for both the United States and Israel. The fact is that the United States and Israel are not capable of waging protracted wars of attrition, especially against a strong opponent. And in the Pentagon, they understand this perfectly well. Against this backdrop, indirect evidence began to appear that the United States and Israel are preparing for a ground invasion of Iran to overthrow the regime in Tehran as soon as possible. In particular, over the past 24 hours, the United States and Israel have launched several rocket attacks on all border posts in northern and northwestern Iran, killing 18 Iranian soldiers. Everything that is happening indicates that the United States is preparing a springboard for a ground assault on the northern and northwestern parts of Iran, with the help of armed terrorist groups, Kurdish militants, and a large group of militant Baluchis, who are still demanding the independence of their province in Iran. At the same time, while the Iranian army will repel enemy attacks in the north of the country, American troops will strike in the southern part of Iran to seize nuclear facilities, ports in the Persian Gulf, as well as the Iranian coast of the Strait of Hormuz. Against this backdrop, numerous sources in the Kremlin have confirmed that Russia and China have already entered the battle for Iran, providing their ally with all the necessary assistance. It is noteworthy that this information was also confirmed by American journalists from CNBC. In particular, referring to their own sources in the Pentagon, they said that China and Russia not only supply Iran with the necessary military technology, but also provide Tehran with intelligence in a non-stop mode. According to American journalists, that is why the United States and Israel failed to defeat Iran in 3 days. Furthermore, they also admitted that it was thanks to Russian military specialists that the quality and accuracy of Iranian missile strikes increased significantly compared to the previous year. By the way, a few hours ago, an authoritative Russian expert, Maxim Shevchenko, called on Moscow to begin large-scale deliveries of anti-ship and ballistic missiles to Iran. According to him, these actions by Russia will turn Washington's military company in Iran into a second Vietnam, as a result of which the United States will not only suffer a humiliating defeat, but also become much more constructive on the Ukrainian issue.
Within the security, whether your country gets dragged into a war, it didn't start. Because right now, a conflict, at least for us Americans, that is 6,000 miles away, is about to reach the daily life of every American citizen. And most people here in the US aren't prepared for that. And so the next few days could really determine just how bad it gets. And we're already starting to see the hint of it as to what's lying regarding the retaliations of the Iranians and with the raining missiles in Tel Aviv. So in this analysis, I'm going to be providing you my insights about the type of ammunition Iran is using, some type of new missiles that never been disclosed before, and I'll share a clip with you. And by the way, some of the information has been confirmed from within the security services inside Israel. But I'm going to start with the first thing. And the first thing is that you have 3 fighter jets, US fighter jets, that's been shut down over Kuwait. Of course, the Central Command here in the US is saying that those fighter jets mistakenly shut down over Kuwait. You have the foreign minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, stating otherwise. So what you're going to be noticing moving forward is the information war. Who's saying what? But so far, the Central Command says that 3 fighter jets mistakenly shut down. And I'm going to share the link with you of the pilots who ejected and landed safely so far. So 3 US fighter jets were mistakenly shut down over Kuwait. the US military has said aimed Washington's joint offensive with the Israeli military against Iran. So the video that is emerged right now, as of actually emerged yesterday, is showing that the US F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jets spinning and spiraling down with its tail on fire and smoke trailing behind it. And another video, it showed two pilots ejecting, and they were later seen alive on the ground being helped by. So you reach your own conclusion as to what that is. I don't know for a fact that the information warfare gets during war, it's who's gonna win the narrative. That's part of it. But the focus of this live stream and this analysis is about whether Iran is changing its strategic strategy rather in confronting Israel. To me, the answer is yes. Why? Because of what I'm seeing happening. And as I told you last time, I will be keeping my eyes open into ensuring that you get the update. So what you have right now, you have defense analysts, at least in the Middle East, or some here in Washington, have confirmed that Iran has revised now its military strategy. And this revision didn't happen yesterday or the day before. This strategy or this revision started last year after the 12-day war with Israel. Because what you have is you have the marking point or the beginning point, June 25th, that's where it marked the major inflection point from the larger proxy-based confrontation that's Iran used to do before to now a direct high-intensity exchange between Iran and Israel. Of course, with the US involvement, but we're focusing right now on what Iran has been done and is doing to Israel, because they said they will do that. And since then, by the way, since June 2025, Tehran has shifted its military doctrine from primarily defensive containment to now an explicitly offensive asymmetric posturing. And this is, again, what happened. Iran's response to the February 28th, the strikes that came within hours, is suggesting, in my opinion, looking from outside in, that Iran had pre-planning and coordination for this event. Should it be attacked again, it will have already a strategy in place. And this is why you are seeing the strikes across Israel and even against the Gulf states. And in my opinion, it says the story that this is a deliberate decision to externalize the conflict rather than absorb the blows quietly. It's a tactic. You're going to have to think in terms of, despite distractions and so forth, you still have to have a strategy and a tactic to win in a long term. So from Iran's perspective, if survival is at stake, there is a little incentive now to keep the confrontation geographically contained. It makes perfect sense. And this is why, by the way, Tucker Carlson, you all know who he is, right? He stated yesterday that, as a matter of fact, the Qatari government now is trying to push back against his argument. So the spokesperson for the Qatari Ministry of Foreign Affairs, his name is Majid Al-Ansari, said that, oh, there is no current credibility or information about the presence of SAIL, which means spies, belonging to the Israeli Foreign Intelligence Agency, the Mossad, inside the country. Because what Tucker Carlson said on his show, and I quote, on Monday morning, Carlson said that Israel seeks to harm the Gulf states because it considers them a rival, adding that it is trying to achieve this by stirring up chaos and unrest in a region, end of quote. And this is where you have the Qatari Ministry of Foreign Affairs sort of pushing back against Tucker Carlson. I don't think so. Tucker Carlson is going to just say something off the cuff, something for no reason, or lying, or because he wants to have so many views. He doesn't think in these terms. That's why I don't see why Qatar is pushing back against it when we know that they have been spies. Even Indians from India has been hired to spy, for example, on Qatar. Those are on behalf of Israel. The Saudis, they kicked out all the Indian nationals for fear of it might be some sales. So I can see the argument of Tucker Carlson that could be justified. But I just wanted to bring this to your attention, that the statement comes in response to the claim by the journalist, American journalist Tucker Carlson, and that the authorities in both Qatar and Saudi Arabia had arrested agents who were planning to carry out bombings in the two countries. So, food for thought, just to think. Now, let's think about Iran's proxies. First of all, I'm going to start about this, then I'll talk about the cluster missiles and the ammunitions and so forth Iran is using. I want to talk about the Iran's proxies briefly here. Some will say it is weakened. Others say, yes, it is weakened, but it is still active. It's because throughout the history, since 1978, moving forward into 1982 and so forth, when Qasem Soleimani, the head of the IRGC back then, he was the one, you credit him for establishing this network of allied armed groups across the Middle East on behalf of Iran. But the military capacity and the strategic initiative of the two main groups, Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in Lebanon, sort of both of them, on the ground, it has been significantly degraded, especially over the period from 2023 to 2025. And that's understood. However, what is not understood by many, which shocked the analysts who argued that, oh, those groups are weak, they can't do nothing, is that yesterday, Hezbollah launched a missile attack on Israel. The Houthis, Ansarullah, also now are launching missiles. Of course, Israel responded with airstrikes in Lebanon, but didn't respond to Yemen yet. Maybe they will do it, maybe not. So until just a few years ago, because there has always been that Hezbollah has been was Iran's the strongest and more lethal proxy. Nobody's denying this. Yeah, those assumptions now don't hold as much, especially after the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah. So it kind of degraded a little bit, but it's still active to a degree. So when we look at the big picture, the strategic picture that is, what do we see? We see that 6 months after Israel declared that its latest confrontation with Iran had significantly degraded the Iranian threat. Is it? If Iran now is launching, and I'm going to show you a clip and some pictures. Tehran was rebuilding. It's moving forward. This is what the Israelis are saying, that, oh, it's been degraded, but they are still rebuilding their nuclear program and missile programs and so forth. Deterrence. I have to think of it in these terms. Because like as in previous cycles of conflict, retaliations, strikes and retaliations, which appear to a degree transformative, Iran's leadership has consistently treated its nuclear program and missile capabilities as a core elements of regime security and national deterrence. It is not over yet. It is not over yet. And this is where you're going to see the idea that for Donald Trump now, with the strikes on the Iran's, back then in June 25, on the strikes on the nuclear facilities, and now with the Operation Epic Fury that took place a few days ago. So what Donald Trump is seeking now to topple the entire Islamic Republic in its entirety. But that is a risky strategy, given the enormous challenges to even engineer a regime change from thousands of miles away. So it ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. So the bottom line to this particular aspect here, before I get into the other part, is that Iran's strategy has fundamentally changed. And you are seeing the development of that strategy taking effect as we speak. That's why they are there's this barrage of missiles coming in Tel Aviv, in certain other areas within Israel. So from what Iran did now, moved from relying on proxies and deterrence to now engaging directly in a high-intensity confrontation with the Israelis. And of course, the killing of Ali Khamenei represent now an unprecedented moment for them. Because as of today, the situation still remain, and it will remain for some time to come, extremely volatile, given what the statement Donald Trump said yesterday, that we will be looking at bombing Iran for the next few weeks. And this is why Iran is entering into some strategy, is to think in terms of the long haul. How you can, could it be, and again, this is just food for thoughts or question out of thinking out of the box here. Could it be that the Iran pulled the US into a trap? It's exactly what happened in Yemen before. Who knows? We will see what the next day is going to bring. So. And this is where we're getting into the conversation about Iran's latest cluster missile strike on Israel. So I'm going to play a clip. I'll do a brief translation for you and continue into the conversation. And by the way, I give credit of this clip to a network, but it's called the Tahrir. Tahrir means the change. That's the translation, because it's in Arabic. And I'm going to share this with you here. Let's take a listen, please. And I'll translate as we move along. All right, what you see in first is that that title in Arabic. It says, right, I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, you can see it once I play it. It says, Iran تربك إسرائيل بسلاح غامض يهز Tel Aviv, which translates basically to Iran confound Israel with a mysterious weapon that shakes Tel Aviv. So let's play it.
مدون بانفجاره مجهول الهوية.
It's an unidentifiable missile with its sound.
وغامض في حسابات إسرائيل.
And not clear in the calculations of the Israelis.
فإيران لم تعلن عن اسمه بعد.
Iran did not disclose the name of this missile. Yeah.
لكن بقعة واسعة في تل أبيب.
However, a large crater inside Tel Aviv
اهتزت لانفجاره غير العادي.
Was in response to its not normal detention, not normal detonation.
فما هو الصاروخ الغامض الذي
So what is this mysterious missile
لسان المتسائلين عنه
that many are asking about,
صفة بأبي الصواريخ,
which considered to be the father of the missiles?
فهل هو صاروخ عنقودي أو انشطار؟
Is it a cluster missile?
أم له اسم آخر؟
Or is it a fission rocket? Or does it have a different name?
في إسرائيل تأكد الجيش أن السماء لم تعد.
In Israel, the military now confirming that the skies are no longer safe.
سقفا حاميا وأن البحر لم يعد ملاذا آمنا.
And the sea is no longer a safe place either.
حين كشفت إذاعة الجيش الإسرائيلي وبإعلان يشبه وقع الصقر.
When the military media confirmed or declared
أن صاروخا إيرانيا يحمل رأسا حربيا.
That a missile from Iran that contains
متشظيا يضم 26
متشظيا, which means fragmented, that contains 26 missiles from within.
20 صاروخا صغيرا.
small ones from within.
هذا الكابوس الجديد الذي أكد
This nightmare, this new nightmare now,
القناة الثانية عشرة
which was published by Channel 12 of Israel.
الإسرائيلية كذلك أحدث دمارا بمساحة قطرها مئات
And he disclosed the cradle, you see right there on the picture,
الأمتار
with the diameter a few meters long.
كأنه قنبلة عنقودية.
It looks like either قنبلة, a bomb, sort of a fission bomb, or
أو انشطارية.
انشطارية, which means fragmented
الذي
area.
يقول أنه استهدف مراكز عسكرية وصناعات.
And they disclosed, meaning the Channel 12 disclosed that it targeted specific locations, military installations.
اندفاعية وقاعدتين فاتيم وحدس.
Two military installations, Fatim.
أكد أن الإصابات الدقيقة في تل أبيب وحيفا.
And the precise casualties or the precise destruction
وبئر السبع تظهر تزايد قوة إيران الصاروخية
demonstrates the increased capabilities of the Iranian
الهجومية.
missiles,
حديث
the Iranian offensive missiles, the capabilities of the Iranian offensive missiles.
اعتمده أهل الصنعة العسكرية في استدلال على أن إيران
And this confirmed that the production inside Iran
تحولت إلى الكم وانتقاء الأوزان.
Now it's moving into the quantity of it and the balancing of power
الثقيلة من ترسانتها الصاروخية.
from its missile arsenals.
أبرز هل ينتمي الصاروخ الغامض لعائلة
The question that many now are asking is this missile belongs to
فتاح أو خرم شهر.
Does it belong to the Fatah, the series of Fatah, or does it belong to Khorramshahr 4, the series of those types, or the other type of missiles called Sijil?
سيما مع التحول التكتيكي.
Especially now with the tactical strategies or the changes to the tactical strategy.
الذي رصدته إسرائيل باستخدام إيران لصاروخ خرم شهر.
Especially after what Israel did following the launch of the Khorramshahr 4.
متعدد الرؤوس
which has multiple warheads into that
القدرة الانفجارية العالية
with a high explosive rate.
وكذلك فتاح 2
similar to Fatah 2.
رفعت طهران النقاب عن ترسانة.
So is now Iran lifting the veil on its nuclear on its missile arsenals,
غير معلنة مسبقا,
which has not been disclosed before,
أم أن حسابات إسرائيل كانت مخطئة,
or the calculations of Israel have been way off
في تقدير حجم الكلفة
in assessing or estimating the capabilities of Iran's
من البالستي
Iran's ballistic missile capabilities.
حاليا ووفق شبكات أمريكية منها CNN فإن صاروخا واحدا من إيران كان كفيلا
And now even through the CNN, even here in the US, they confirmed that all it took is one missile to really go into, to penetrate the air defenses.
منظومتي ثاد وباتريوت.
The THAAD and Patriot defense systems. This missile Iran launched was able to just go through.
يأتي هذا توازيا مع معلومات بدلت ما كتم.
This came in conjunction with information
سنوات إلى صوت يضج في سماء إسرائيل
regarding the sound of some detonation within Israel.
جعل الأخيرة منهمكة الآن في إيجاد عنصر
And now it's sort of keeping Israel occupied.
مفاجأة لصواريخ إيران.
And of course now has to deal with the element of surprise of the Iranian missiles.
وترسانتها أو القضاء عليها.
Or whether they will be able, meaning the Israelis will be able to sort of destroy the Iranian arsenal, missile arsenal.
خطر لم يكن في الحسبان.
Those are letters that were not considered before. So I'm going to stop right here and move into the analysis. And my point into this is now, because I want you to see with this with your own eyes. Remember, as this is going to escalate, it's going to become the war of information. Who's saying what and what's been disclosed. So far, we are not seeing, I was lucky to search for this particular site to get the footage of it because it was from an Arabic site. And this is, again, where we're not gonna, media here is not gonna say much, of course, and I want the community to be at least aware of what's going on. Now, this latest Iranian missile attack, because the impact in central Israel, that's significant in itself. The defense Patriots and Thuds and Slinger and David and all of them is now are not working so far. And where the idea of hitting Tel Aviv, Tel Aviv, the capital of Israel, you're here at the capital, that just sends enough message. Of course, Iran still needs to have to do a lot of that. But suffice it to say that this particular recent latest missile attack that sort of had were submunition rather from a cluster bomb warhead. And this is according to the police officials on the ground. You have the Tel Aviv commander, district commander, his name is Haim Saragrov. He told the reporters that the scene, that the impacts were reported at multiple locations in the center of the country, causing damage and injuries. And that in itself is important to understand where this is headed, because we have to keep in mind the big picture of where this is going to lead to. So Iran firing these ballistic missiles at Israel's city also of Beit Shemesh, striking a public shelter beneath the synagogue and resulting in at least 9 deaths, including civilian taking over, according to this official inside Tel Aviv. So where we are seeing now this cluster munition, they have been seen all over Israel during Iran's latest barrage that happened starting on Sunday, including the last 24 hours, to my knowledge. So, and I'm going to share the link with you where you can see this for yourself. You read the article, should you decide to do so, and you'll have the information about the latest developments, especially after having the IDF, which has previously confirmed that Iran launched ballistic missiles carrying cluster bombs, warheads at Israel. And by the way, this also happened back in 2025. Now, after this, this is where you have these challenges right now. Following the initial US and Israel strike, Iran immediately launched missiles and drones towards both Israel and US military installations. And those installations that include the one in Bahrain, the Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Jordan to a degree, and there is another one that is in Cyprus. Interesting enough. So I'm not going to talk about that one. I just want you to be aware of that. And this is where you have now where this is going to go. So we're going to be talking about the scale of Iran's retaliation, because Iran at this point, in my opinion, it's sort of, you got my, you know, what are you going to lose now? You either go for it all or you cave in. And I think Iran is going with the latter. This is why the IRGC in Iran launched the attacks on 27 bases in the Middle East or West Asia, where US troops are deployed. Iraqi, the foreign minister of Iran, himself said, we will track and find the American soldiers who now is going to be staying in hotels and so forth. You know what it means. So the Iranians have also launched, attacked Israeli military facilities in Tel Aviv and other parts of Israel. And I'm going to show you, let me see if I can show you. No, I don't have it here. I'm going to just share the link with you in the chat box once again. because I have to check and double check to make sure the information is accurate. So I share it with you. What you have right now is that, for example, flights across the region, across West Asia or Middle East, they're disrupted. Some of the airlines have shut down everything. You have the air defense fire over Dubai. You have explosions continuing that happened in the last 24 to 48 hours. And you have shrapnels from Iranian missiles attacks on the United Arab Emirates capital, which killed one person, by the way. And you have debris that is now causing fires all over the place. It just, is Iran knowing what it's doing, or is Iran just emotionally responding, or Iran justified in its action, given that those Arab countries are hosting US bases? They become legitimate targets. So far, the toll from the attacks on both sides, the preliminary figures shows that for the Iranian side, they have lost about, give or take, 500 to 550 death already in Iran. At least you have 10 in Israel. You have 6 US soldiers, and you have 5 killed in the Gulf states. And this is now the explosions continuing for the 3rd day in Iran, Israel, and across several Middle Eastern states. That is going on as we speak. Liking this video so far? Don't just be a watcher. Go ahead and hit the like, share, and subscribe button. And don't forget to tap the bell so you will not miss any of my videos or live streams. This way, you will be supporting a channel that stands for the truth and objective reporting. The choice is yours. Thanks for your support. Now, the fighting is not limited only to launching missiles. The fighting also has moved into the Strait of Hormuz. And this is where we ask the question, did Iran close the Strait of Hormuz? Is it a declaration or is it a reality? As at least in my perspective, and the answer I have based on evidence, is that they shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Some Western analysts are saying, oh, it's a de facto shutting, because, which is true in a sense, because Strait of Hormuz, you don't shut it like you shut a door. No. But Iran, the IRGC rather, announced that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed to international navigation until further notice. Of course, they're justifying it as a response to the US and Israeli attacks targeting Iranian territory. There are others who say from within the Iranian government that Iran hasn't officially closed the waterways in a formal legal sense per se. This is why the foreign minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, said, and I quote, "The country has no intentions of doing so." Well, which is which? Because Iran will have now, it is at a crossroads. Which direction Iran wants to go? Because what it does today, when I say today, I'm referring to today and the next few weeks, the next few months. What it does today or now is going to determine its trajectory in the future. And they better make a decision on it. As I already said last time, and I know someone commented that I was like talking down about Iran for stating that it made a strategic mistake. It's the truth. It's the reality. I'm not talking down about Iran. I'm talking facts. They made a strategic mistake in 2018. If I were advising them, and I'll say, you have been sort of pulled from, they've been, here is what to me is, they've been deceived twice. So the saying goes for us, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Well, you allowed yourself to be deceived twice. The negotiations we used back then and we were using recently were just a tactic. That's what I'm saying. It was Iran's strategic mistake. But anyway, enough of that. Here is the practical reality, is that this is, some will agree that it is a de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz. However, what Iran did, it's now, that is now, it shut traffic. There is no, because they warned that if any ship close by or try to cross over will be fired upon. This is now why you have now the insurers won't cover ships anymore, because they're so expensive now for operators, and operators won't want to risk it. That is just the reality of it. As a matter of fact, the ship tracking data shows that roughly 70% reduction in traffic. And you have at least 3 tankers were struck near the Strait of Hormuz. I have a picture, one here that I found, and this is a cargo that was attacked. Right there. Including one of the of Oman that was set ablaze. That's the one that was set ablaze, is this one right here. So major shipping companies, the likes of Maersk and Hapag-Lloyd, have suspended all the transits. It's exact same setting that we saw last year in the Red Sea. And that is why 4 confirmed vessels incidents have occurred in the last 24 hours. And I'm not going to get into, I'm going to share the link with you of what those companies are. You can read that should you decide to do so, because I need to keep going with this analysis now. What's interesting is that as of yesterday, March 2nd, as of yesterday, no US, no UK, no AU flag vessels were observed transiting. None. And you have, as we speak, 26 tankers right now are drifting in the Gulf without confirmed destination. In addition to that, you have other hundreds of vessels that are holding pattern positions in the Gulf of Oman. We all know what it means. We all know what it's going to lead to. Yeah, because insurance now is collapsing regarding the maritime insurers right now. The oil and gas prices, it's already going up. I saw yesterday, I drove yesterday, passed by a gas station and saw the prices. I said, wow, that was different from what it was 2 days ago. Already went up by about 10, I think 10 or 12 cents a gallon. So, and this is one of the economic impact of this war that is going to now take effect of it. We shouldn't be surprised. Oil prices have already risen sharply. Brent crude right now is up between 10 and 13%. And why am I sharing all this with you? Because you're going to be impacted. Doesn't matter what part of the world you're in. As a matter of fact, now you have the financial analysts forecasting the barrel of oil could reach $100, if not higher, if disruptions persist. Because what you have ships now are unable to use the strait. They have to be rerouted now around Africa's Cape Good Hope. And that in itself will add weeks in transit and more money for insurance. So the bottom line is this. Iran hasn't so-called formally shut down or blockade the Strait of Hormuz, but enough to put threats that with drones and missiles attacks on tankers, the insurance market will collapse, and we all know what the rest comes into this. And I'm going to conclude here. I'm going to have one aspect to conclude because I want to keep this short and concise to the point with you, for you rather. And the conclusion that I want to do with this is with one specific question, which I'm going to ask you. In your opinion, if Iran keeps firing in Tel Aviv and destroying the massive infrastructure there, do you think Israel will use nukes against Iran? Yes or no?
And this
are at the best position. And today I talked with Professor Mane. He's just laughing out at me. What is he talking about? And what is your understanding on the current situation? You know, the war that is happening between Iran and the United States.
First, all that you just reported are lies. There's no doubt in my mind they're lies. I don't know if Trump is making the lies up out of whole cloth or he's actually being given them by some of the people in his cabinet or his personal coterie of advisors that are giving him that information. I wouldn't be surprised at the latter, but I also wouldn't be surprised at the former, that he's making some of this up out of whole cloth. The situation couldn't be more opposite, in fact. What we have is, as you probably have intuited if you don't know, is we have a battle between a 3,000-year, some would say longer than that, empire with a history and record that empire vests in its Persian population in particular, and at best a 250 to 300-year-old, if you consider our colonial period and our national period, entity. I'll give you two guesses as to who is going to outlast whom in that kind of struggle. That's the first consideration of Clausewitz's concept of war. You must understand the nature of the war upon which you're embarking, and then you must pay close attention to how that nature colors whatever it is you have planned to do against that backdrop. That has not been done. I heard Doug McGregor this morning, and I listened to him at 5 a.m. in the morning, and I couldn't have agreed more with almost every word he uttered to that effect. And Doug probably knows the military ramifications better than I because he's more recently in the military than I. I've been out a long time. But I will tell you this, they have totally misjudged the nature of this conflict. And they partly have done so because Bibi Netanyahu has led them down the primrose path in interpreting that nature because he has grossly either misinterpreted it himself, which I doubt, but he has not understood the status of the empire, if you will, against that nature. Now, what do I mean by that? First of all, I mean, this is a long war, not a short war. Donald Trump does not want a long war. His political apparatus does not want a long war. He's got other plans like the midterms, like whatever he was going to do domestically to change the impact of those midterms, which right now are turning really negative for him. He's got other concerns. He does not want this war to go on. He wants it to deflect the attention from Epstein. He wants it to make money for his family, which it's already done because they played the market. They knew when we were going to attack. And this poppycock being put out by Netanyahu and others that Israel led us into the war. They were planning for this war in December. They were planning astutely and detailed, the tip fids and everything else. Time phase force deployment data that computers use to deploy major forces in the world. They were doing it in December. So this has been planned for some time. The scenario developed a little bit differently, I think, than they expected, but not that much. And they again planned the deception. They planned to be in the middle of negotiations when they initiated the war. It is not the war they thought it was going to be. Netanyahu's decapitation strategy, which hardly ever works, I don't know why he keeps using it, has actually rebounded to their discredit and ultimately to their defeat in this conflict. Because what he's done is unified for the first time in a long time that I'm aware of, really unified Shia and Sunni. They are all up in arms and angry about what's happening to Iran, whether it's the uncalled for assassination of the Ayatollah or whether it's the lies that are being spewed. You have riots going on at Incirlik in Turkey, our base there. I don't think we're live in Turkey in that base. And you have people rising up around the world and saying things that they never would have said before. And you have people attacking our consulate, if you will, in Pakistan, in Karachi, that I helped put the safety windows in the windows up because we understood how vulnerable it was right after 9/11. And I was watching them hit these windows with pickaxes and with shovels and sledgehammers, and they're bouncing off because those windows are very, very expensive safety windows now. All to say that this conflict is very different from what Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, and Pete Hegseth thought it was going to be. I have to consider that General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, might have had an inkling of this, and that's why we heard some pushback possibly coming from him at the last moment, that maybe this is not what we wanted to do. I don't know. I can't confirm that with any of my military contacts, but if he did, he was a smart man. That's the first point. This is a long, long conflict. It isn't going to be over anytime soon. Second point is, Iran did something that I thought militarily was a little unwise until I realized that they were operating at a higher strategic level than I. And their strategic approach is fairly sound, I think. They are attacking people in the region, and this is just going to increase, that one would say we're neutral in this. We're awaiting the outcome, if you will, to see which way they flowed, or we're even favorable towards Iran. Qatar being one in question, with Al Udeid being there, the biggest Air Force base for the U.S. in the region. What they're doing is they're attacking selectively targets in the Arab countries and elsewhere, either as in Cyprus, that represent a European intrusion into the conflict, and thank you, Europe, you didn't need to do that, or in the more important case of the Arabs, they're attacking them because they know that even though Saudi Arabia, for example, is 20% Shia, maybe a little higher than that, basically Sunni, there's unity forming and shaping amongst these people because they don't like their leaders at all. And so when you start hitting Bahrain, for example, and having the Bahrainis cheer that you just struck the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters, cheering in the street, you notice that this strategy is beginning to work. Whether or not the streets will rise up in the Arab world or anywhere in the region and actually overthrow their aristocratic, get the word out, Larry, autocratic leaders or not is another question, but it's an astute strategy, really, because there are thousands, if not millions, of people in the region who ultimately, at the bottom of the can, so to speak, empathize and sympathize with Iran, not with Saudi Arabia, not with any of the other countries that are in this potentially, certainly not with Jordan, not with Egypt, not with Iraq, except as Iran has facilities in Iraq. So you're looking at a regional conflict now that might engulf some of these leaders that should have been overthrown a long time ago. And incidentally, the only reason they haven't been is because of their support from the United States. That's the draconian reason behind Mohammed bin Salman, Mohammed bin Zayed, and all the other rulers in the region, including the one in Egypt. The only thing that keeps them in power is the money we keep sending them, or the arms we keep sending them, or both. So that's the second component. The third component is, I don't think anybody in the region, in Europe, I don't think anybody in the world, except maybe Moscow and maybe Beijing, understands what it means to have the world's #1 economic power and allied with the world's #1 hardened military and industrial base, Russia, allied with Iran in a trilateral alliance. We haven't seen the impact of that really yet, but we're going to. We're going to, especially when we start seeing the straits closed and the Chinese and the Russians backing that, because we're looking at the Bab el-Mandeb. The Red Sea is about 60 to 70% of the global commerce of the world. It's not all oil and gas. In fact, it's a lower percentage of that than the Strait of Hormuz. It's everything. It's virtually everything. And it means the Suez Canal is closed to all but traffic opposed to Israel. That's the way the Al-Ansar, the Houthis, are going to do it. So we couldn't open the Red Sea before. Remember, we lost billions of dollars trying to close the Houthis' efforts to close the Bab el-Mandeb and keep shipping out of the Red Sea. They've done it, and they'll be back doing it again. And they will have not only the munitions capability that Iran can provide them, but also Russia and China, because it's in their interest. The Al-Ansar will not stop traffic that is flowing for the benefit of those allied with Iran, but it will stop the other traffic. And that'll be enough, plus the Strait of Hormuz is already having impact. That'll be enough to raise prices around the world. It's enough, it's already doing so. West Texas Intermediate and Brent crude are already going up. And I did this game in 2009 in Beijing when we were friendly. The Japanese, the Chinese, everybody was there. We went to $280 a barrel before the crisis was sort of eased. And we only disrupted two major production facilities in the world, one that counted on the Strait of Malacca and the other one that counted on the Strait of Hormuz. At that time, it was called Ras Tanura in Saudi Arabia. That's all you have to do to scare the insurers, to scare the shippers, and essentially to drive the price of oil in stratospheric fashion, which benefits whom most of all? Russia. Russia will be selling. India's already shifted. India has already shifted its oil requests to Russia. So we got rid of that one quick. India gets an enormous amount of its oil through the Gulf. I saw the percentages yesterday. I was shocked by them. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's much higher than China. China's about 20%. India gets much more. You can understand why. It's a very short route around there to India. And India is going to be in this too before it's over with, because that's enormously important to them. And their economy will be virtually wrecked if you get oil going to over 100 and maybe even 150 or higher dollars per barrel. So this is this is a regional threatening to be a global conflict. And we don't understand it. Back to Clausewitz again. We do not understand what we have started. We think it's a simple punishment mission to bring Iran to its knees. Netanyahu wants a little bit further. He wants complete chaos in Iran or a quisling regime. I think he wants complete chaos because he figures that's better than having anybody in there, whether it was a Pahlavi family member or whatever. He wants complete chaos, just like he got in Syria initially. That's the real problem right now. We don't understand what we're in. And then let's talk about some other things. Let's talk about munitions. Iran has been extremely smart. They have learned, and they should have learned. They've had a lot of experience with this duplicitous diplomacy, attacks in the middle of it, and so forth. So what they've done is exactly what Doug McGregor was saying, and what I've said too. That is, they fired their least expensive, but deadly if they get through, drones and other things at Israel and at other targets. And we are expending very expensive missiles that in some cases, you've got to go all the way back to Diego Garcia to get the cranes and the leverage and everything that'll actually reload the tubes. So that's a couple of days transit and maybe a day in port in order to load the new, and there aren't a whole lot of them. You can make about 2 of those trips and that's it, we're out. So the Iranians are causing the Israelis in particular, but us too, to shoot all these sophisticated missiles that cost 5-6 times what they're shooting down at Iran's targets. Once that's done, and by the way, some of those are getting through. I saw one hit Tel Aviv this morning. Some of them are getting through. They're not being shot down. So they're already failing, but the next wave is going to be far more sophisticated, and the next wave even more sophisticated, and the next wave probably Mach 3, Mach 4 hypersonic missiles, the most sophisticated of all. And Israel is going to disappear under a shroud of fire and smoke. I mean, that's the reality of it. And the Iranians are just going to go ploddingly forward. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. And we're going to continue to try to take out these ballistic missile firing sites. And we're going to find that there's just too many of them. They're too well hidden underground, and they only have to pop out for a moment to shoot. We're going to find out the same thing we would have found out with North Korea in terms of their cannon artillery arrayed north of Seoul. In that case, 30,000 rounds were going to be fired and fall on Seoul, greater metropolitan area, in about 10 hours. In other words, you wouldn't have a sole metropolitan area anymore. You'd have a lot of dead Americans and so forth. Another issue there, we didn't plan. Nima, after 9/11, I was responsible for looking at some of the embassies and consulates for NEOs, for non-combatant evacuation operations. We went over the F-77 forms. We went through how many do you have to evacuate? What are your capabilities? How much of the civilian reserve air fleet do you need, possibly? How much of the military air fleet do you need? How much time do you need? When should you start? And many would say we should start well before hostilities because we can't get them out otherwise. Well, look what we're looking at right now. You just saw it this morning. We cannot, the embassies in the area have said we cannot evacuate our people. We simply can't. We don't have the methodology. We don't have the means and so forth. So you're looking at a lot of Americans and others being trapped in the region right now, and Iran doesn't give a damn. They're going to kill them too. And that was a big fault of the administration because they didn't start evacuating people because they didn't think this would be a long war and they didn't think the Iranians would persevere. I got news for them. Again, the nature of the conflict. We're up against a vested former empire. We're up against 53% of that empire being Persian. We're up against a resilience we never guessed on, that Netanyahu never guessed on. He thought it would disappear, and we're going to suffer, and we're going to suffer badly. The question in my mind right now, the operational question, this is not a strategic question, but it is an important question, is how long will we endure? Because the Iranians aren't going to go. When we say mea culpa, when we say we want to talk behind the scenes, of course, we'll never say it up front and out loud. They're going to say, sorry, bud, we're waging war and we're perfectly content to keep on doing it. That's the dilemma we're in.
Yeah. Larry, today we've learned that the second American THAAD anti-missile defense system was hit by a precision missile from Iran. And this is the second THAAD to be taken out in the West Asia. Yesterday, it was a radar, THAAD radar in this station at Al Ruwais, if I'm not
right.
Al Ruwais base in the UAE. And on the other hand, we've learned that the Trump administration is trying to bring the THAAD system that is in South Korea to this region. It seems that they're running out of not only interceptors, but the air defense system itself. How do you see that, the way that the United States, on the other, Larry, these attacks on the air bases in the Middle East, in the Persian Gulf, Arab states, it has many things to do with, with the air defense system of Israel. These are the eyes of the air defense system of Israel that they have been neutralized. How do you see the overall situation considering the air defense system?
I think it's a disaster. I think it's an absolute disaster. And what you said about Korea is a good point to bring up. And it's something I left out in my disquisition about the real strategic realities here. Our allies are watching this. Korea is not happy with our presence on the island. The new leader in Japan, who is probably the best leader I've seen in the LDP since World War II, a woman, you might expect that, they are looking hard at the security agreement. And they're going to make some monumental decisions in terms of our security and their own security within the next 12 to 18 months, I think. And she's going to be at the helm of this. Korea is going to make the same decisions. The more this happens, the more, for example, that we drain South Korea in terms of its real capability to defend itself of assets and show them what we really care about the peninsula, the more inclined they're going to be to kick us off. I don't give us more than 24 months before the Koreans have said something really solid and negative for us about our presence on the peninsula. I feel the same way about the security relationship with Japan. That's the other ramification of this conflict, and the nature of it is that it is going to sour our allies, if not the entire world, on the number one pariah state in the world after Israel, us. We are becoming an outcast empire. We're becoming people whom no one is going to want to do business with. Xi Jinping's already declared he's going to replace the dollar with the renminbi. Power is, as I've said so many times, and will keep saying until I die, power is going to the east. And we are fighting it tooth and nail in a manner that is actually accelerating that power leaving us and going there, instead of accommodating it and trying to deal with it and using the crises we all face, like nuclear weapons and climate change, to more or less cement some sort of peer power alliance. We're defying the realities in the world, and we're defying them in such a way, such an ignorant and ill and non-strategic way, that we're hastening our own demise. And this is a quintessential example of that, starting this war.
It's the same considering the Arab states. They were talking, MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed called Putin yesterday. It seems that they're begging to Putin to do something considering the conflict, but I don't see anything of that sort would happen, because the situation, they have somehow participated, helped the whole conflict to escalate. We can say that they're not part of the game, but they physically are part of the conflict.
Very much so. They're hosting our facilities with which we're attacking. They're hosting our airplanes. They're hosting our ships. You can't get out of that. Go back to the discussion we had at Pacific Command many years ago when we were the providing force command. We had all the assets, and we gave them to Central Command when they needed them. And our strictures were never, never, never come out of the ocean. If you're going to operate in the Middle East, if you're going to operate in the Levant, stay at sea until you have to do something from the sea, whether it's opening the Strait of Hormuz, freedom of navigation, or something that makes sense. Never put troops on the ground in the Middle East. Never depend on Saudi Arabia. Never depend on Qatar. Never depend on any of those people with real U.S. vested interest facilities, people, munitions, whatever, on the ground in the Middle East. We have violated that completely. Colonel McGregor talked about that this morning. I agree with Doug 100%. Huge mistake to begin to put our own facilities in places where at any moment the person, the state, the military, whatever, hosting us might turn on us and slit our throats. That's what we're looking at right now, with the Persians leading it. And that's what I meant. I think their strategy of what they're doing to those countries is smart. They're not trying to kill the people. They're trying to kill the assets that belong to us and the people that approve it. That's what they're trying to do.
Larry, when it comes to the initial hours of the conflict, when they started attacking Iran, they started with the supreme leader of Iran, the commanders. And what was in their mind by, assassinating the supreme leader of Iran? By the way, before the conflict coming, if you follow the Israeli media and those medias who are related to Israel, close to Israel, they were talking about the supreme leader is in the tunnels, in the bunkers, he's in his home, Russia. Then he was assassinated in his office at his home.
Yep. He meant to die. He meant to die. He meant to be a martyr, I think. I don't know. I'm not in his head, but very, very smart move by him, because he was a martyr. He will be remembered as a martyr, and maybe as the martyr who started the unraveling of the great Satan empire. And Netanyahu loves to kill people at the beginning who are at the head. He has made two tragic mistakes in that regard. More than that, really, if I were to enumerate them all. But Nasrallah was a tragic mistake, because Nasrallah was as brilliant a politician, even more so, than he was a leader of a terrorist group or Hezbollah. I don't even like calling them a terrorist group. They are a legitimate entity fighting Israel. So is Hamas. They're not terrorists. They're guerrilla fighters against an occupying entity in violation of international law. That's Hamas. And Hezbollah is I will say, a different kind of entity. And you could say, if you wanted to be strict about it, that they have performed terrorist activities. But basically, they keep everything they do to the local region. I remember talking with a couple of guys that knew Hezbollah really well, and they said, don't ever mess with them. They're not going to attack you unless you're in the region, threatening them in the region, either threatening Lebanon or threatening their connections with Syria and Iran. Then you've got a problem. I don't think the record even reflects that Hezbollah has been guilty of much terrorism of any import against us at all, except when we're in the region in their face, usually with Israel. So killing him was stupid. He represented the reality of Lebanon in a way no one else did. And he was willing to move into the political realm and fight his battles there rather than in the terrorist realm, if you want to call them terrorists. I refuse to do so. And they killed him. They killed him. And what did they get in exchange? They got a series of leaders who are back to the old, we want to kill you, Israel, and we don't want any political solution for Lebanon. And what are they doing? They're destroying Lebanon. Israel's getting ready to mount an operation, although I agree with Doug. Again, this morning he was talking about, I'm not sure how many of those 90,000 in the call-up of the reservists are going to show up. I'm not either. I'll be surprised if half of them show up. Netanyahu wants to mount a new invasion of Lebanon. That's been his intent all along. But what he loves doing is decapitating leaders, and that is not always the best strategy. That's the strategy of a coward, fundamentally. The strategy of a coward, because he does not know what he's doing when he does it. And the reason he's doing it is because he fears that is going to be used on him. That's another thing that's happening right now. You notice how Netanyahu's moving around? Cyprus. Now I understand he's flying clandestinely into Miami to meet Trump at Mar-a-Lago or something like that. I don't know who's telling me the truth, but Netanyahu can't be found because he's winging around through the air. He's scared to death. He's afraid they're going to kill him, and he rightfully so, because they probably are going to kill him. So this conflict has dimensions that come back to my original point. The White House, the president, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, none of this entourage, other than making money out of it, which they did very successfully, thank you very much, they haven't contemplated it in a way that will it be revelatory and tell them what they're in for. And they're going to be in for an incredibly negative development situation.
Larry, what do you make of what Tucker Carlson said yesterday? He said that yesterday, he said, in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, Mossad agents who intended to carry out bombings in those countries were arrested.
It wouldn't surprise me at all, because Iran has shared intelligence and the others are not stupid. I've found when I was dealing with Turki al-Faisal, for example, when he was head of the Saudi intelligence, he knew as much as most Mossad people I was talking with. Pretty smart guy. Didn't like him at all. I felt like I was sitting beside evil every time I sat down beside him. But that's true of the head of MI6 too. So these intel people are usually some of the smartest people in these countries. So I wouldn't put it past them and others to know exactly where they're operating, their counterparts are operating. Did they share that information with Iran? Maybe, but I don't think they even needed to, because I think Iran's pretty smart now about it too. They have basically been awakened. Their awakening started when Saddam Hussein, backed by the United States, invaded them in September of 1980, I think, right after the revolution. And they were on their heels, and we put them on their heels. We gave Saddam Hussein the precursors, at least, and maybe some of the actual chemical weapons, and backed him. We didn't like Iran. They had pushed out our Shah. They had negated everything we'd worked for. We didn't like them, so we backed Saddam Hussein. I can still remember the CIA reports on Saddam Hussein. This is a direct quote. We can work with this guy. We can work with this guy. Yeah, right. And we were backing him, and Iran was on its heels. And then all of a sudden, human wave attacks and everything else against chemical weapons, they turned the tide and they started pushing on Iran. What did we do? We then mounted Operation Eldorado Canyon, or not Eldorado Canyon, Earnest Will, and Operation Praying Mantis, and several others, and we joined the fight. When the Ayatollah quit, it was after Vincennes shot down the Iranian Airbus, killed something like 290 Iranian civilians, and he said, that's too much. I can't take this. I can fight Iraq, but I can't fight the empire behind Iraq. And so they accepted the UN resolution and ended the war. Since that time, during that war, and since that time, being treated the way they've been treated again and again and again by both Israel and the United States, they have learned. They have learned that you cannot deal with the duplicitous Israelis. You cannot deal with the duplicitous United States. Doesn't matter whether it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump. And by the way, one of the people that stopped the action in our Congress to at least try to put some legal barriers in Trump's way to go to war in Iran was Chuck Schumer, the leading Democrat. Chuck Schumer. And you have no idea, do you, Nemo, why he would do that? He's bought and paid for by AIPAC. Bought and paid for by AIPAC. So look at that problem in the empire. We have politicians who should be standing up and being counted with regard to unconstitutional actions like this war, and they are actually obstructing the process of being upright. You can't make this stuff up. We are a disaster, Nima, a disaster. Got our own people in the opposite political party coming in and helping the political party that wants this war in Iran. Although I'm beginning to doubt that the Republican Party, even in itself, in majority, supports this. You've seen the polls? 29% of Americans support this conflict. I wish their lack of support was a little more coherent because there's all kinds of different reasons, but it's not good for the Republicans, that's for sure. It's not good for MAGA, already falling off this unparalleled support for Israel. It's not good for Trump's base. And that's not good for our federal republic, I don't think, because when Trump realizes he's really got a problem and the Republicans realize they've really got a problem in the midterms, he's going to cancel them. He's going to do everything he can to screw up the democratic process. So we're looking at this war not only adding to our ills and our worries overseas with our allies and the economy and everything else, we're looking at it forcing Trump into some sort of maneuver that will be designed to keep him in power or to keep the Republicans in power, which is not going to be good for us.
I think many people should remember Charlie Kirk,
Yes.
what he was doing and why he was murdered.
Yes.
He was assassinated. And this has everything to do with what's going on right now between the United States and Iran.
You bet. You bet. And if you can't lay Charlie Kirk's assassination at Netanyahu's feet in terms of evidence, you can certainly lay it at his feet the same way you can lay Yitzhak Rabin's assassination at his feet. He stirred up the people who went and did it.
Netanyahu yesterday, Larry said in his interview on Fox News, said that Iran targets civilians. We target mass terrorists. They argue, Larry, that they have a lot of intelligence coming out of Iran. And in the initial hours of the attack, they attacked a school with more than 160.
Yeah, 160. Yeah.
160 schoolgirls
I saw some of the pictures.
being murdered, Larry. It was a huge shock for the whole country. You know, Israel that argues that they know everything about Iran, they go and hit a school, which is obviously, if you look at the map on Google Map, you can find that school is there not to hit it, but they hit it.
Well, look at all the civilians, Nima, that they have killed in Gaza. The record is nothing like what the health ministry says it is. They have a record established for killing journalists. more journalists have been killed by Israel than any other single country in the world. And that includes the empire, which has waged wars from 1945 forward almost unendingly. They have killed more journalists. They have killed more UN workers. They have killed more innocent civilians, men, women, children, older men, older women in Gaza. I think the total in Gaza is well over 200,000, well over 200,000. I said that in the presence of a person whom I somewhat respect, but who is just too much of a Zionist for me to have a lot of respect for him. And he essentially said, so what? So what? I wish it were 250 million or 250,000. That's what we're going to do with this Gaza City that Trump envisions. We're going to pave it over and put all those dead people in their graves, because they don't want to resurrect all those bodies. They don't want to pull all those bodies out of the rubble. We're talking about 250,000 people, maybe. Rivals anything in a singular way that the Nazis did in World War II. And we're there, as Gidon Levy and others keep pointing out. We're there. We're supporting it. They could not do this without us.
We've seen 3 fighter jets being shot down by, the United States says by the air defense system of Kuwait, which is, but Iranians say it was
very expensive F-15 fighters.
Yeah.
Very expensive.
It seems that Iran has managed to integrate. They have 3 air defense systems right now as we talk. They have the Russian, Iranian, and Chinese all integrated. And
with those new radars, that see everywhere.
If they can shoot a fighter jet right at the border between Syria and between Iraq and Syria, if Iraq and Kuwait, between Iraq on the border, it was in Iraq, but it was close to Kuwait, and Donald Trump doesn't even accept that. I don't know how many casualties did they have so far, and they're talking about 6. I would assume that would be much, much greater than what he said so far.
I suspect so, and I suspect some of them are civilians, because a lot of the support nature around our facilities is civilians. Former military maybe, but nonetheless, when they're working there, they're working for a contractor. That's why I say the NEOs are important, because there are probably more. If I remember the F-77 forms, F-77 form is when they come in from all around the country in which the ambassador is vested, and they tell you who's an American, where they live, and what their evacuation procedures should be should something happen where you have to evacuate them. They're not necessarily kept up to speed and up to date all the time, but they're the best thing you have. And when you look at those forms and you understand how many people we have in the region, it's a pretty significant number of people to evacuate.
Netanyahu yesterday said in his interview that Donald Trump planned Iran war before his second term even started. How much of reality is in this sort of claims? Do you think that he's right, or
Donald Trump doesn't plan anything? He doesn't know how to plan. He doesn't even plan real estate deals. He just uses bravado and force and the wealth that's behind him to complete deals. That's kind of the way he approached this. That's the way Witkoff and Kushner approached Lavrov and Putin with regard to Ukraine, and that's why they haven't made any progress, because Lavrov and Putin have figured them out. I think probably the Iranians figured them out too. A little late, but they nonetheless figured them out. Cultural clashes like that, or cultural come-togethers like that, are forgivable for one side not understanding the other side, especially when the other side is lying all the time. But I think from the point of view of people like Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, and others, particularly senators, Rubio and Graham, you're right that this has been planned for a long time, not in detail, but they've been very much supportive of whatever the Pentagon was doing with regard to operational contingency planning about taking Iran down. Nima, when I went into the Pentagon in 2002, before Rumsfeld forbade me to come into the Pentagon, I was briefed on contingency plans against North Korea, against Syria, against Iraq, against Iran, thank you, and against other countries I won't name because that would be, anyway, let's just say there were other countries in there. And what you watch with the contingency plan is when it goes to the next shelf, if you will, when they actually start feeding it with time, phase, force, and deployment data, logistics data, and so forth. That's when it becomes a plan that you look at and say, I anticipate that plan being used. It's not just on the shelf as a contingency plan. Neiman, we had plans for fighting Britain in the 1930s. The military does that sort of thing. They do contingency planning. But when it gets sourced, was the term we used at the time, term planners used, when it gets sourced and it gets pulled off the shelf and updated and sourced, someone's thinking about going after that particular state or combination of states. Well, I saw all of this in the Pentagon as early as the turn of the century, right after Bush was elected. And I was stunned. One reason I was kicked out of the Pentagon, because I was briefed by a 3-star Air Force general, for example, on the war with Korea. And when I asked the question, you're thinking about taking on North Korea? Do you realize what kind of casualties you're going to create? And we didn't know at that moment that they had a nuclear weapon. Well, they weren't concerned about it. And I got the feeling that they were actually thinking about North Korea in terms of a preemptive attack on North Korea. What diverged or diverted them from that was the concentration on the clean break strategy and the countries they had to take down in the Levant. At whose request? Please, whose request were they doing this? The same Mossad agents who were investing the office I was standing in. Undersecretary of Defense for Plans, the number 3 man in the Pentagon, Mossad was in his office. And they stayed in his office throughout the Iraq War. So they were in there orchestrating these plans in the way they wanted to. And so that, thank God, that pulled the Air Force off the war they wanted with North Korea. This Air Force general had the gall to tell me, a man who'd been on the peninsula as long as probably anybody in the United States Army, on and off again, 5 team spirit exercises under my belt. He had the gall to tell me that the Air Force could win the war. The Air Force was going to be so precise with its bombing and so devastating with its bombing of the North Korean legions that they'd win the war before they ever got to the DMZ. This is the kind of people sometimes that take over the planning process. God forbid that we should have ever implemented that plan. But I did realize that we were thinking about implementing some of the plans otherwise briefed, and that's what we've been doing. And this is the latest one. This is the latest plan. This is the end of the clean break strategy, which is to bring down the leadership in Iran. I lost you.
Moments ago, Donald Trump said Iran will lay down their weapons. And it's somehow it's so difficult for me to understand what is happening in the mind of Donald Trump. But that it's so difficult to understand this guy. I cannot understand him anymore. And let's go in some scenarios, because as we talk, I've just learned that cruise missiles toward the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier group Iran launched air cruise missiles toward aircraft carrier. If something big happens to one of these aircraft carriers, what is the consequences? What are the consequences of these sort of attacks for Donald Trump?
Well, let me take the implications of your first comment. What I'm hearing, and I admit to your listeners, I have no way of confirming this. I'm just hearing it in sources that in the past have proved somewhat reliable. Trump is actually putting it out that the Iranians have made overtures for talks. people whom I know on the other side of the coin, so to speak, in Iran and elsewhere, are saying that's bull, that the Iranians haven't made any overtures whatsoever, and in fact have rebuffed our overtures. So that puts a little different spin on Trump too. But to your point, that's 5,000 men and women going down. That's probably 2,000, and I'm basing this on an article in Proceedings that an admiral wrote recently, because I've been away from carrier battle groups for a long time. But it was part of my study. It was part of my specialty at the Naval War College. That's going to put 2,000 people in Davy Jones's locker, dead, in other words, probably, depending on the type of missile or torpedo that hits it. The Wakehaming torpedo that the Russian subs would use, for example, comes up under it and breaks its back. So what you have is the carrier going down instantly almost. The bow and the stern filled with water, it cracks like this. If you've ever seen one of them, you know, they're extremely long ships. When it cracks in the middle, both ends, as it were, fill up with seawater pretty fast, and it goes down catastrophically. So you're going to lose 2,000 right away, dead. Maybe 2,000 in the water, and maybe another 1,000 you won't know about for a week or two. And the real problem this admiral was pointing at, who wrote this article, we don't have enough berth space, deck space even, on the escorts to pick these people up. So at best, they get picked up by, say, an Iranian patrol boat or a small Iranian ship or whatever. The Navy is not that well equipped for deep sea operations. And they're prisoners of war. At worst case, they stay in the water and drown and die, or they get eaten by sharks or whatever. Not a good thing. Even in the Mediterranean, where Lincoln to be hit and go down in the Mediterranean, there's some deep, deep water in the Mediterranean. You might lose her as rapidly, and you'd lose a lot of people there. Let's say you lost one. Front page above the fold, right side of the Washington Times, 2,000 sailors killed. This is, you know, I have to think that Iran is doing some double thinking about striking a U.S. warship in a way that would sink it. I have no doubt they can, no doubt whatsoever that they can. But that is a really catastrophic thing. And then on the other side of the coin, I have to come back to my original discussion with you about the nature of this conflict. Iran is in it for life or death to the bitter end. So would they do that? Probably. Are they saving that for a dramatic moment? Probably.
Yeah. Donald Trump is trying to put a lot of pressure on Spain, for example. He said that he will cut all trade relations with Spain due to, you know, their refusal to allow their bases being used for an attack against Iran.
This is what I mean about we're making our allies as angry as our friends, as angry as our enemies. This is incredible what we're doing. It's incredible. You know, we had the problem with Spain with the El Dorado Canyon when Ronald Reagan wanted to launch the planes out of Britain and elsewhere, wanted to launch them as expeditiously as possible to hit Gaddafi in Libya. You remember that operation, April 2000 and when was it? April 2008 or somewhere in there. No, not that. It was Reagan's administration, so it must have been before 2000. 98, I think it was. We called it El Dorado Canyon, I think. And we sent FB-117s and FB-111 bombers and such there. And one of the pilots was a student of mine, told me all about it. And Spain refused. It made us have to go a long way around, but they refused. We didn't say things to them that were unally-like, unfriendly-like. This administration is nuts. I'm going to put a tariff on you. I'm going to ruin you. I'm going to ruin you because you wouldn't let me have overflight rights or you wouldn't support me in this way or that. That's not the way you treat allies. That's horrible treatment. But this is Donald Trump. He does not understand. He does not understand diplomacy. He does not understand international relations. He does not understand allies. He does not understand Iran. He does not understand, most decidedly, the nature of the war he has started.
Axios reported that the UAE is considering taking military actions against Iran. How
Little
do you-
Sparta. Little Sparta will be eliminated quickly. What are they going to do? Well, how many soldiers do they have? How many battalions do they have? How many aircraft do they have? How many real methods of delivering any pain on Iran do they have, other than maybe terrorism or blowing up oil facilities or whatever? And they do that, they're going to be eradicated. There won't be any attacking U.S. facilities in the UAE. They'll be attacking the UAE. This is all braggadocio from people who don't know what they're talking about. UAE couldn't even defeat Al-Ansar. They couldn't defeat the Houthis in combination with Saudi Arabia. I would be trembling in my boot if I were Iran. Oh, the UAE is coming after us. Little Sparta. Well, we'll be big Athens.
Yeah. Lori, as an outcome of the assassination of the supreme leader of Iran, we've seen Houthis, Yemenis, together with Iraqis, Hezbollah in Iraq, Hezbollah in Lebanon. They came out without an official, the government didn't officially ask them to join it, but they have joined. Iraq is doing people. You see the people, how the people are moved in the whole region. I haven't seen such a thing for such a long time. I don't know, even during the Iran-Iraq war, you remember that it wasn't like this. It wasn't like this at all. The situation has totally changed. That's why I think I don't see Donald Trump understanding what he's, stepping in.
I'll tell you something, Nima. If Sisi and other leaders like him in the region, particularly Jordan and Iraq, realize just how ultimately vulnerable Israel is right now, and even coordinated a reasonably synchronized assault on Israel, they would roll over it like crap through a goose, as Patton said. They would destroy Israel. They would take Israel in a matter of hours. They won't do that because, one, they're cowards. Two, they're scared to death of the United States and current leader of the United States with regard to the money that rolls into them. And three, they're not confident that their own people wouldn't be behind them, attacking them at the same time they were attacking the Israelis. So, but otherwise, Israel's position right now is incredibly tenable. I wouldn't want to be in Israel's shoes right now, particularly with regard to their military ability to withstand any kind of concerted attack, no matter how ill-coordinated it was, because they haven't fought a war like this in 20 years. Basically, Nima, the IDF, the Air Force in particular, is composed of a bunch of cowards who love to kill kids and women and old men. And you put them up against at least a reasonably in resolute armored force, they'd probably lose within 72 hours. And you'd be hitting them in the rear basically because they're getting ready to put that force in Lebanon. What a time. What a time. But no one's got the courage. No one's got the moxie. No one's got the military leaders. And no one's got the desire really to disturb what is to them their situation with regard to billions of dollars coming in every time they turn around from the empire.
Terry, the strategy of the Iranian army, IRGC, it seems to me like what it was during the last days of the 12-day war. They're not going in with intensity. They're not sending a lot of missiles, drones. It wasn't like this. It's so much strategic the way that they're started, that they trying to keep it, consistently, attacking, gradually attacking Israel. And
they're mostly attacking, even now, they're mostly attacking military or military associated targets. They're not attacking civilians except maybe by accident or, the militaries underneath them, which Israel has been revealed to have done far more than anybody thought, hiding their military underneath civilians. That's going to be destabilizing too when that gets out amongst the Jewish citizens of Israel. They were being used as shields.
Larry, what is happening to the vice president of the United States, J.D. Vance? What has happened to him? This guy has totally changed. It seems so strange, and these people have changed a lot.
And he can't be fired. You know, he was elected too. Trump can't turn around and fire him. He can neutralize him in a certain respect, but the more he neutralizes a sane voice within the administration, the more crazy he looks, the more insane he looks. If he turned on J.D. Vance in a visible, what would I want to say, in a less than clandestine, covert manner, and I don't even think that would work with J.D. Vance, but if he turned on him publicly, J.D. Vance would gain stature, not Donald Trump. And yet he doesn't seem to be willing to do that, which makes me think, Nima, he's not the person we think he might be. He really is as much in agreement with what Trump is doing. It's just the particulars and the insanities that bother him as Trump. I can't differentiate him yet significantly enough. I have to keep coming back to his major supporter and the person who put him in the Senate and the person who made him politically viable, Peter Thiel, a despicable individual.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
And it ships legally and discreetly to your door, so you can say hi to your neighbors without any shame.
Oh, hi, Callie.
Hi, Barb.
Everyone here hates your guts so much.
I love Mood Can because their real flour helps me deal with fake people.
Yeah, I love what you've done with your garden. It's so wild. Hey, can you hear me?
Barb may be the fakest person I've ever met, but you know what's real? Mood's 50.
So is Vance really a sane voice, or is he just someone who pretends to be?
Yeah. Here is what he said, Larry.
What he wants to accomplish. And there's just no way, I said this before the conflict started, I'll repeat it again, there's just no way that Donald Trump is going to allow this country to get into a multi-year conflict with no clear end in sight and no clear objective. What is different about President Trump, and it's frankly different about both Republicans and Democrats of the past, is that he's not going to let his country go to war unless there's a clearly defined objective. He's defined that objective as Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and has to commit long-term to never trying to rebuild their nuclear capability. It's pretty clear. It's pretty simple. And I think that means that we're not going to get into the problems that we've had with Iraq and Afghanistan.
I'd love to have Donald Trump in the other frame to what would have been the left of J.D. Vance, saying we've destroyed Iraq's nuclear capability. We completely demolished it. Our B-2s were marvelous. Those heroes destroyed Iraq's nuclear capability, utterly destroyed it. Love to have that up there. What do you think about that, J.D.? Why are you going to war again to destroy something you already destroyed just a few months ago? These lies are catching up with them. They're manifesting themselves at such a rate that even the American people, who are ill-served by the mainstream media, and even that media is beginning to wink a little bit at it. You get caught in your lies. You haven't finished one before you start another. And J.D. Vance is no better. That's all fabricated shit coming out of his mouth. It has nothing to do with reality. Reality is staring you in the face across the Persian Gulf right now and across the whole Levant. Wait until it bites you. Wait until I was looking at Ali Soufan's reports. Do you know there are more Al-Qaeda members now than there were on the day 9/11 occurred? There are more. And when you look at the other terrorist groups, most of them are fleshed out more too. Really terrible ones like Lashkar-e-Taiba on the Pakistan-Indian border. That's something we're not thinking very much about either. We are making the Islamic world want to kill us in our beds, in our homes. And if we think we have the capacity to close the borders and everything else to the extent that we can't be hit, I got news for them. Al-Qaeda is bigger today than it was in September of 2001.
Yeah. Before wrapping up, Lindsey Graham compared Netanyahu and Trump to, he said that they are, Bibi and Trump are the modern Roosevelt and Churchill combination. And our friend of this podcast, Paul Kerr-Robert, he mentioned that these two are like Hitler and Mussolini.
Thank you. I was thinking the very same thing. Last night I found out from Paul J. I don't know if you know Paul. He's doing a film featuring Dan Ellsberg on nuclear weapons stuff, but he's been interviewing a lot of people. I didn't realize that Smedley Butler was actually involved before the famous congressional hearing where he spilled the beans on the capitalists and such, in being a pariah, because he was opposed to Mussolini at a time when all the American cognoscenti were on Mussolini's side and were backing Mussolini and pushing Mussolini into the leadership position he finally would have in Italy. So Butler was a sort of an outcast because he was an early opponent of Mussolini's rise, when all the big people, think Donald Trump's, think Peter Thiel's, think Robert Mercer's, think Miriam Adelson's of the world, were backing Mussolini to the hilt. But that's what I would have come up with too, Hitler and Mussolini. You got your analogies wrong, dude.
Yeah. Thank you, Larry, for being with us today. Great pleasure.
Never touch the door at Sewell. Someone is always opening the door for you. Not only the door,
where he'd walk up and had a card and it said Wile E. Coyote, super genius, and whatever you want to call them, Saturday morning, Sunday morning, Monday morning, 3 days, 3.5 days, maybe. And things have gone really, really south for the U.S. empire, as could be predicted. One interesting thing, one of the things that Larry Johnson said, and it made a lot of sense, and we're going to revisit that right now. He said, look, when they went up against the Houthis, they had 2 aircraft carrier groups, and they lost to the Houthis. What do they think they're going to do against Iran, right? Hubris, brother. Hubris is the word that comes to mind. And, it's something that just will, what is it? Pride comes before a fall. So what we're looking at is a situation where the U.S. said, okay, it was, I've got an armada, and they pumped themselves up. We got an armada, man, an armada. It is unbelievable. And everybody was like, they have amassed a tremendous amount of firepower, an unbelievable amount of firepower, unreal. The implications were that Iran didn't have a chance. It almost reminded me, for those of you who may remember Wile E. Coyote, right?
Damn,
Bugs
Bunny. They were.
And there was a particular cartoon, there were a series of cartoons where he'd walk up and had a card and it said Wile E. Coyote, super genius, and he would go up to Bugs Bunny and he would hand him his card, basically saying, I'm Wile E. Coyote, super genius, you don't have a chance, and you should give up or whatever. And Bugs Bunny would say, okay, whatever, right? And off they would go, and then Bugs Bunny would outwit Wile E. Coyote every time. Hubris. You don't have a chance. Look who I am. I'm Wile E. Coyote. Super genius. And that's what happened. They came in. Now, those of us who are untrained looked at it and said, I can count 2, aircraft carriers versus the Houthis, and you lost, and you had to declare victory and get the hell out of there. And now you really got one that's kind of have an unfortunate smell of sewage on it. And let me add this. I think there's something more to the Gerald Ford than just problems on the poop deck, shall we say, in that it's been at sea for like 8 months or a year, so the people are upset. They tell us it has sewage problem, but now for some reason the USS Abraham Lincoln is out of commission, left the area, out of the room. An interesting series of events occurred in which the Iranians announced that they fired 4 ballistic missiles at the USS Abraham Lincoln, and they struck it. And the Department of Defense said, never touched us. Their exact words were, these didn't even come close. And then all of a sudden they're like, but I think we'll go away from here to maybe the Indian Ocean or something. Yeah, perhaps maybe the North Sea. I don't know, off the coast of San Diego. Not exactly sure where they really are, but for some reason they decided to leave. Completely had nothing to do with 4 ballistic missiles that may or may not have struck them. I'm guessing, I don't know, take this with a grain of salt. I think they got hit. That's what I think happened. I think they got hit. I think they, probably some sea skimmer missiles or whatever, and they had to get the hell out of there. That's what I think. And there's probably, now, if they got hit with missiles, that means there's probably injuries. That means there's probably potentially deaths. And this thing's out of commission and ain't going to be back in a commission for who knows how long. Number one. You've got the second one, which is the Gerald Ford. You would think that they would bring the Gerald Ford into position and then they would use the Gerald Ford, but it has issues. We are told with the sewage, I think it's a lot less embarrassing to say there's problems with the sewage than there is to say we got serious problems with whatever. There's some serious issues on this thing. We got serious maintenance problems. And let's be honest, we have found in recent years that we have a military industrial complex that produces things that are very, very expensive to fix, that are, very extremely high tech. I'll put it like this. Years ago, when I was a young man, I had a BMW. Of course, I could afford a new one. It was a used BMW, of course. I had two of them. And I didn't get another one because what I found out was this. My experience with BMWs was, man, nothing drives like a Beamer. Oh my gosh. But, I couldn't afford a new one. So I bought used Beamers. So they had some miles on them. And they look good and all, but, they were like over 100,000 miles. It looked good, but it's very highly engineered. And there was always some little thing wrong with it. And it was very expensive to fix, right? So it was a great vehicle, beautiful vehicles and all that stuff. But there were always little crappy things wrong with it. And you always were fixing something that was expensive. And I'm more of a guy like a Toyota or a Honda or something like that. Something that, you don't have to fix very much. Practical. Here's my point. I think that's what we make. I think we make planes and trains and automobiles that, in this instance, aircraft carriers, that if they were running correctly would be awesome machines, but they're over-engineered and overpriced, and they take a lot of maintenance, and there's going to be something wrong with them a lot. And I don't think the USS Gerald Ford now, with its alleged sewage problems, which we may find out one day it didn't have sewage problems, and it was something else. But what we may find out at some point is, no, it wasn't sewage problems, or it wasn't just sewage problems. It was some serious issue and it had to be addressed. And now it's not in a position to fully engage in the fight. I mean, let's face it. They said it's going to be parked over by Israel and it's going to be doing defense of missiles coming into Israel. Why wouldn't it be out there in the field of battle now that the Abraham Lincoln's out there? Obviously they can't. And by the way, I'll just say this. I don't know if you've been watching any of those videos over Tel Aviv. If its job is to stop missiles coming into Tel Aviv, you might as well put it on the moon, because Tel Aviv is I mean, their air defense system is holier than the Pope. So as I see it, I think we're being lied to about a lot of things. And I think the story on the Gerald R. Ford being only having sewage problems is a fraud. And I also think that the story of the Abraham, there is no story in the Abraham Lincoln. There's no story. Okay. Now, let me continue with that down that line. So we've got two questionable stories about, okay, think about this. We have two questionable stories about our aircraft carriers, but neither one of them can really engage in offensive activities. And one of them may or may not be, have some missile holes in it. Okay. Our bases are getting peppered. Everything we see says our bases are getting peppered. Our bases, I'm hearing that our bases are getting obliterated. Trump favors term, they're getting obliterated. Well, I think he can use that term correctly because they're getting obliterated. Now, apparently the bases in Cyprus are getting hit by drones. How much, I don't know. But if they can hit them by drones, that means that they're, you know, they can hit them, right? So I think that the US and the UK both has to say, look, they're hitting them with drones a little bit. If we start parking a lot of planes there, not saying that Russia or China may use their space-based ISR surveillance, intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance, not saying that China and or Russia may just happen to look down and say, oh, hey, Iran, what do we have here? Look at this. There's a bunch of B-1s and F-16s, 15s, 35s, and they're all over the place in Cyprus. Just saying, here's the coordinates. So while there's some drones hitting there, I think they're demonstrating what they're doing is they're throwing a drone here and there in Cyprus. They really don't want to cause a lot of headaches in Cyprus. So they're throwing a drone here and there. What does that do? That sends the message to the US, we can hit it. And we're just throwing a couple drones here now just to make your life miserable. You park a bunch of planes there, you watch what happens then. Oh, we will wake that place up. What do you think it looks like in downtown Tel Aviv? Hello, how you doing? Nice to know you. That's what they're saying. They're throwing, it's an elbow, man. It's like when you play basketball. I used to play ball all the time when I was a young man. And it's like sometimes somebody push you around, you shoot them with an elbow. Boom. What is that? Pitchers in baseball, they call it chin music, right? Some guys crowding the plate and they throw a pitch right in there, make it back off the plate a little bit, right? There's things that are happening that you do in various sports to wake people up a little bit. Let them know you're crowding my style, you're cramping my style. Wham, here's an elbow. Ooh, right in the ribs. All right, you're trying to push me off the blocks. That ain't happening, right? Well, I think those few drones that are flopping into Cyprus are letting them know Cyprus is in our range. So all you got to do is park a bunch of stuff there and we'll take care of it for you. And I think the US got the message. Now, what do we hear? A couple of things. Doug McGregor comes out and says, hey, we're like all the way back to India. Like we're flying out of India and we're flying out of the Indian Ocean. Like, I mean, think about that. 2,000 and 3,000 miles away. I mean, that's like, hey, we're going to attack Maine. Really? Where are you leaving out of? Los Angeles base. That's a whole, especially for F-35. What's an F-35 have, like a 600-mile cruising range or something? F-35 has a pathetic cruising range. It ain't like you got Su-35s. Su-35s can have up to a 4,000-mile cruising range. Now, keep in mind, it's not fully 4,000 miles because if you load a plane up with bombs, a full payload, it's going to dramatically shorten its cruising range. And then, but still, let's say it's 1,500 with bombs. They can get the job done, right? Those, you know, so the bottom line is what we're looking at is a situation where the U.S.'s air attacks, it appears to me, they've been pushed the hell out of the region. They have been pushed out of the region as far as their ability to use airfields. Their airfields have been severely damaged. B, if any airfield that hasn't been damaged, you better damn sure be worried about putting a plane on there because guess what? Something's going to be coming in to hit it. So they got big problems in where they can fly out of, which means they're using a lot of fuel. You are, just think about this too. There's the cost, right? The cost of this thing. Man, this is a lot of fuel. You got to fly from 2,000 and 3,000 miles away to come in. Now, what else has happened? Trump said to Spain, we want to use your bases. Have you heard that? Trump has said to Spain, we want to use your bases. And Spain says, yeah, like hell, right? Spain is like, oh no, brother, that ain't happening. You're not using our bases. Well, I understand that. Let me see what we got here.
Spain don't want that Iran smoke.
Politico's reporting. Here we go. Oh, you can look it up. Trump threatens to cut off trade with Spain over air bases. Spain is a member of the EU, 20 blah, blah, blah. So any attempt to single out Madrid would create friction with others like Germany and France. Threatened to halt trade with Spain and said he had instructed Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to cut off all dealings with the country amid a dispute over the use of jointly operated military bases. We're going to cut off all trade with Spain, Trump said. They're going to sit down with German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. We don't want anything to do with Spain. Spain is a member of the EU.
We don't.
So I don't know if, to be quite frank, I mean, you know, Trump, he'll try. I don't know if he has the authority to do that, to tell you the truth. I mean, to just say we won't do business with a country, I think there'll be lawsuits filed. Think about this. You are a business in America and you sell things to Spain. You're a business in and you have a wine business and you sell Spanish wine, you sell Spanish, whatever the hell that comes from Spain. I don't know what they make, but whatever it is, you sell it. Perfume, God only knows what, right? But there's a lot of things that come from Spain, and you have a business here in the United States and you import stuff from Spain. Trump's saying you're out of business. You sell stuff to Spain. Trump's saying you're out of business. Sorry, you can't do business with Spain. So what he's saying is, companies here in the United States that make money, he's saying we're going to do a complete sanction. First of all, that's sanctions, which means it's illegal under the of course, the UN. That's like the US ever cared about that. But number two, does Trump have the authority as the president of the United States to independently and unilaterally declare complete sanctions on another country and say we will not do business? Can the president do that? And what does that mean, don't do business? Because here's the thing. If I am a business and I buy and sell from Spain, right? Okay, that's how I make my money. And I say I'm buying stuff from Spain. First of all, one of the things he has to do is instruct the Treasury. And all this stuff has to go to the Treasury, and the Treasury has to say you can't. And then it's sanctions. And then because if you break US sanctions, they can be up to $300,000 fine. Think about that. There's legal ramifications here, and there has to be a process. I live in a county, Anne Arundel County. The head of the county can't just say, from now on, nobody can drive over 40 miles an hour in the county. Well, then what's the police going to write you a ticket? And what's it going to say? A ticket has to say, in violation of law so-and-so, code, whatever. It has to have something specific on it, but nothing specific. Yeah, nobody can do business. What are you going to do? If somebody does do business with Spain, are you going to accompany? What are you going to do? There's no sanctions. There's no legitimate sanctions. So are you going to, I don't know. Is he saying that people can and our government won't? I don't know what the hell. And we have bases in Spain. So what is he saying? The soldiers and the people on the bases in Spain, if they want to go to a hotel, if they want to go to a restaurant, they can't go. I mean, again, it's Trump. We're not doing any business for Spain. It's like a little baby. Yeah, let us use your bases or we won't do any business. Well, that's it. We won't do any business. I don't even know what that means. Let me continue. But let's look into this. Why do you need bases in Spain, Trump? Don't we have bases all over the Middle East? Whoops. Oh, I know. We got aircraft carriers. We have the most powerful military in the history of the world. It's unrivaled, empowered. Nobody. We kidnapped Maduro. No other country could carry that out. We've got power and glory and might. So can we please use your base in Spain? You know what I mean? We're the mighty. We're the powerful. The old powerful and almighty is there, stuff like that. And hey, Spain, you think we can use your bases? No, you sons of bitches. You're gonna get it now. That's the way we look. And can we get back to why we perhaps may need to borrow a little bit of hangar space in Spain? Because we don't have any. We don't have any. Our one ship is either poopy or there's a story that we're getting about it being poopy, but it really has some I think there are some technical problems with that ship. You're not going to tell me that there's sewage problems and that supposedly were repaired at some Greek island, where the hell it was, Cyprus, and now it's parked off the coast of Israel and you can't bring it around. Or even worse, you thought, and see, this is what I think. And if you watch the show, I kind of predicted this. I said, you know what? Well, not predicted, but I just guessed. I just surmised. I'm nobody's genius. I'm just another schlub. But you know, we can speculate here. That's what you and I do. We can speculate. And I speculated, and I'm like, well, we're 1,000 kilometers away. They can't get us. And I'm like, what if the Iranians, if we're 1,000 kilometers away, and the Iranians were like, well, we know they're going to be 1,000 kilometers away. We need a missile to go 1,001 kilometers. Yes, sir. 1,000. You know, it's kind of like the old cartoon where the dog chases this guy and he's got a leash and he runs and the dog gets to the end of his leash and it catches him, right? And the guy runs and then he does it one time and the dog runs and he thinks he's at the end of his leash and the dog has the other end of his leash in his hand and there ain't no end to his leash and you're like, right? Well, apparently, we thought 1,000 kilometers were far enough. Well, we're good. 1,000 kilometers, there's missiles coming at them. Don't worry about those missiles coming at us. They'll drop at 1,000 kilometers. And we're 1,000.05 kilometers. They'll drop just before they get to us. Boink. And they're coming. And they're like, boss, the missiles ain't dropping. That's okay. Move out to 1,003 kilometers. And boss, the missiles ain't dropping. 1,004. Yeah. If you are the Iranians, in fact, I would put it out there. Well, you know, I have these missiles, but they'll only go 1,000 kilometers. I hope the Americans come within 1,000 kilometers because if they're 1 inch further than that, I won't be able to get them. Please, Americans, come within my range so I can hit you. And the Americans are like, oh, good. We're 1,001 kilometers. Boom. Bad news. And again, I have friends that have been in the Navy, in the military, family members that have been in the military. I ain't celebrating military people dying. It's the opposite. I don't want any military people to die anywhere. That's why. What did I play at the beginning? We tried to told you, Trump. We tried to told you, as they say in the hood. We tried to told you, buddy. We said to you, you know, you had a couple of aircraft carriers, and the Houthis sent you home. And the Houthis sent you walking. And we said, I'm just saying, they ain't the Houthis. And Trump was like, yeah, look at this armada. And that's all we heard. How much power is it? Now, you may recall that I had Andre Martyanov on last week. And we talked about the potential, and we were days away from the strike. And I said, well, I don't know. I don't hope it doesn't happen. I don't think it'll happen. But if it does, blah, blah, blah. And I was, had some hopium, but it did. But I had to say, if it does, okay. So, Andre, what do you think? They have a gigantic, a vast array of ships and planes. And if you remember, Andre said, for a country the size of Western Europe with 90 million people, that ain't all that much. It seems like a lot. And I guess if you're attacking, I don't know, Mexico, you guess, maybe a small country, Monaco. Yeah, that's a lot. If you're attacking Iran, number one, it ain't all that much. Let's not forget they can punch back. So there was a discussion that while the media and all the Americans were all like, oh my gosh, what a gigantic, Iran's going to get it. There's so much what they're going to do to Iran. Man, it's going to be terrible. And Andre Martyanov, a guy who knows his stuff, said, well, they don't have as much as you think they have. And I think they're going to get a wake-up call. So here we sit. They're apparently begging for bases. That's what it is. They're out begging for bases. India, can we use your bases? All right. Spain, can we use your... Look, he's mad at the UK. Hey, UK, Can we use your bases wherever? And the UK's like, well, I don't know, maybe not. Oh, you better give it to us. So now the UK, they're begging for bases. The EU, 3 days in, count them, 3 days in. And the US is like, please, excuse me, everybody, hello, friends and allies. Just wonder if you could help a brother that's down on his luck. Anybody got some hangar space? Because right now, well, technically we have hangar space, but it looks more like a big hole in the ground with smoke coming out of it, people running away for their lives. So perhaps, I mean, and what little hangar space we have, we can't really park the planes in it because Iran will blow them to smithereens the second we do it. So could we get some hangar space, please? Can anybody help a brother out with some hangar space? How about you? And Spain's like, we can't help you out. We're not doing business with you anymore. India's like, yeah, we're like 3,000 miles away. Hey, man, we got to play the hand we're dealt. We got nothing. We got bagels. We got bupkis. How about that? All right. So now we're flying literally out of India, halfway across the freaking world, right? Now, oh, here's a new one. Let's go. Here's a big one. Let's see. There we go. Here we go. You're going to love this one. How about this? Macron orders French aircraft carrier group to the Mediterranean. NATO to the rescue. I guess now, I think if I understand French military procedures like I think I do, usually when they send an aircraft carrier, I think that means the war is over. I'll tell you why. Because it's a great platform to surrender. I think what happens now is they come there, Trump gets on the aircraft carrier jack, maybe somebody from Iran gets on the deck, and Trump signs an unconditional surrender. So when the French are coming to help you out, the French military under Macron, I think there's going to be some surrendering done. I'm just saying, I think that's probably the direction we're going on. They're probably writing up the documents, printing them out. All right, Trump is practicing. And of course, the French will help them. Let me show you how you do. There's a particular etiquette protocol when you surrender, and we want to make sure you hold the pen in your left hand and you sign with your right. And they're telling them how to surrender. And damn sure knows if anybody's good at surrendering, it's Macron. All you got to do is look at that picture of Brigitte beating him to a friggin' pulp. I mean, let's face it, he probably surrenders to Brigitte. He can't beat Brigitte. Brigitte whooped him like a slave right in front of the entire world. So you know good and well that poor old Macron, yeah, he's on there. He's going to be there saying, let me tell you how do you give up. Now, France to the rescue. Woo! France is sending its Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier battle group to the Mediterranean as part of a French military buildup in the region in response to Iranian missile and drone attacks. Speaking of televised address, said that France had in recent hours sent additional Rafale jets, airborne radar, and anti-aircraft system. Now, wait a minute. Time out. A couple of things I got to say about this. I thought the U.S. had an armada. An unbeatable armada. I thought they had like more power. The world has never ever seen the kind of military power that we have now. There's an armada like nobody's ever done anything like this before. Oh, you sons of guns are going to get it now. We have an armada that is beyond belief. And boy, we're going to pound Iran screwed. That was Friday. 3 days later, we're calling for reinforcements. The French are sending their only aircraft carrier. I got bad news for you, France. You probably shouldn't send your only aircraft carrier. That's the only one you got. But I think the Russians, people are like, what are the Russians going to do? Oh, I think they're happy. I think if Macron called Putin, hey, Putin, yeah, we're thinking about sending our only aircraft carrier over the Mediterranean to help the Trump out. He's getting his butt whooped. You think are you going to be upset? Would you call it World War III? Would you join it? Putin's like, oh, you're going to send that piece of crap over there? Yeah, no, go right ahead. Let me know. Are you good with fuel? what is it, nuclear? Is it non-nuclear? You need fuel, whatever. What do you need? You need some help. You need directions. You want us to put a Russian pilot on. Now, we'll put a Russian pilot on to make sure you get there safely. But when you get in range of them hypersonic missiles, he'll be plopping on a speedboat and we'll be evacuating them back to Russia. Because, buddy, let me, just out of curiosity, Mr. Macron, you're going to help the Americans, right? Yeah. And you're going to replace the USS Abraham Lincoln, right? Yeah. Which is an interesting metaphor because the actual Abraham Lincoln is dead. But just asking you, the Americans asked you for a replacement aircraft carrier. Yes, Mr. Putin, in fact, they did. What happened to the one that was there? Oh, I think it got hit by some hypersonic missiles and limped away. Oh, okay. And what do you think is going to happen to yours? You know, I hadn't really thought about that. I had it on over. NATO, like some people are like, oh my God, NATO's in the house. And by the way, the British are sending a ship with some helicopters, maybe some, I don't know, helicopters and some friggin' I think maybe some fish and chips or something, whatever the heck. You know, they're sending something over there. Here's my point. I don't think, based on the performance of NATO in Ukraine, that the Iranians are exactly quaking in their boots. No, what military person in the world is sitting there and somebody goes, hey, we've got some information, we've got some data that we've interrupted some and picked up some signals. What is it? It looks like the French military is going to be involved. What military mind in the world goes, oh no, not the French military. Oh, where's quick? Get us some white flags. Why? So we can get them to the French because they're going to be waving. They're going to need some white flags, right? The Brits and the French are on the way. Demilitarization continues. Let me make an easy prediction. There's a lot of things in my life I've made predictions and I've missed, right? You know, with this whole thing, I said, I don't think Trump's going to do it, but we'll see, right? I said, I mean, you know, look, I'm just a schmuck here, and I make predictions, and sometimes they're right, but I always had to say, I don't think they will, but if they do, this is what happens, right? But this ain't a hard one. This is probably one of the easiest predictions I have ever made. I'm giving the French and the British about a day, maybe if they're lucky. You see, when they get in hypersonic missile range, the Iranians are going to take care of business. They're going to give them a call. Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Guys, don't forget the Abraham Lincoln, 1,001 kilometers. That's all you need to be. 1,001 kilometers is plenty far enough, and nothing else will go wrong. These ships are going to get sunk. They're going to get hit. The American ships are getting hit. The American, I mean, think about this. You are sending your only aircraft carrier. The American had a carrier group with like telling you we've got Sea Sparrow missiles, we got the Phalanx system, we've got all of this stuff to protect these. And as Andrei Martyanov says, you can't defeat math, my friend. So they fired, I would imagine you've got probabilities. If you fire one missile at your ship, the probability of hitting it is X. Let's say it's 20%. If you fire two, it goes up to 50%. If you fire three, maybe it goes up to 70%. If you fire four, maybe it goes up to 94.3%. You know what I'm saying? It really jumps up. They fired four. I've understood that maybe two of them hit. It doesn't matter if one hit. They fired four. The law of probability say something's going to hit them. The only thing they needed was missiles with enough range. And I think like this too, they probably fired four because they didn't want to sink it. They just wanted to hit it. That's all. They didn't want to sink it. They just wanted to hit it. They just wanted to damage it. And of course, I think they did. And I don't think the French ships probably, this is an old aircraft carrier too, probably not as good as the American ships. So what's going to happen? these French and British ships are going to get in range, and I think Putin's calling the Iranians. He's like on the phone. Doot, doot, doot. Hello, yes, this is the IRGC headquarters speaking. Yeah, Vladimir Putin. Oh, hold on, I'll get the boss. Yes, sir, Mr. Putin, great to hear from you. Yeah, you ain't gonna believe this shit. What? You guys are in deep trouble, man. Oh no, what's going on there, President Putin? The French are sending an aircraft carrier, and the Brits are sending some kind of ship that carries helicopters or something. And the IRGC guy's like, really? Yeah. He's like, oh my God, no. And then he goes, both of them look at, they're like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I just knew you guys were going to get a laugh out of this one. Look, we got the coordinates of them. We're following them all the way there. And as soon as they get in range, the coordinates will be transmitted. You have your ballistic and hypersonic missiles already, and you know the drill. Yep, sure do. We know the drill. Look, call the Spaniards and the Italians. Ask them if they can tell them. I tell you what we'll do. Tell them if they'll send one each. We'll promise not to shoot at them. Oh man, this is a good one. Oh God. Oh, they're laughing. They're laughing. Yep, you're gonna send in French. The French, well, they have one so here's what I gotta say. I'm telling you, that French, when it gets there, yeah, the Iranians, and I think they're slick. I think they'll let them get a false sense of security. You know, they'll let them move around a little bit, and they won't shoot at them. The French will be like, hey, I think we're okay. Yeah, we're out of range. We're 1,001 kilometers away. Their missiles only go 1,000 kilometers. Yeah, and they'll let them move around a little bit. Ships will take off and then the French will get a little bit happy. Well, I think we can move inside. Let's go to 950 kilometers. Okay, they'll move a little closer. You know, they'll just let them get comfortable, and then they'll unleash a salvo of missiles and adios. Hello, welcome to Davy Jones' locker, right? Hello, welcome to hell, where you can park as long as you want. That's what they're going to be looking at. We got 2 more ships coming, and they are going to get parked in hell. That's what's going to happen. These fools are sending ships into the mix. And I think the Iranians, first of all, the Iranians ain't happy. You killed their leader. You bombed a school full of girls. One of the things that I've read, and you probably saw this, is apparently on numerous incidents, the U.S. has reached out to the Iranians. Let's talk about a ceasefire. And the Iranians said, oh, you want a ceasefire, do you? Yeah. Hold on a second. Hey, guys, yeah, double the next missile salvo. There's your damn ceasefire. You want a ceasefire? All right, here's what we're going to do. The next missile salvo that we send, we will write on it, this is part of our treaty. We are going to get rid of our missiles right now. Guess what? You want us to get rid of our missiles? Yeah, we are. One salvo at a time, right into Tel Aviv. We're going to write it the next time. Part of our treaty, JCPOA. We'll spray paint it on the side of the missiles. Anything else? I got your treaty, pal, right here. You want to look? If you want a deal, yeah.
Oh, good. You made it to our meeting. What? You didn't realize we have one right now? This AI meeting assistant is.
Then go to a car dealer. Because all we got for you is hypersonic missiles. That's all we got. We got nothing else. Have a nice day. Apparently, the Trump administration. Now, let me ask you this. If one side is calling the other side saying we would like to institute a ceasefire, and the other side is saying you gotta be crapping me. No ceasefire. Who's winning? I mean, just from a logic, let's use our deductive reasoning. There is a conflict. One side says, hey guys, can we get a bargain? a deal and a ceasefire. You wanted a deal. Didn't you talk about a deal that you wanted a deal, Trump? You're trying to get a deal. Can we get a ceasefire? And the other side says, nine, yet, nada, no, click, doo. I'm sorry. The party you're speaking to has just fired another salvo of hypersonic missiles at Tel Aviv. That's what you got. They got nothing for you, Trump. They got nothing for you. Meanwhile, as Andre Martianov said, if that wasn't bad enough, if you think about it, so NATO has been pretty much demilitarized in Ukraine, right? But, I mean, right now, the Ukrainians got to be thinking, oh, my God. You see, if you do this and you say Israel is the wife, Ukraine ain't even a side chick. They are a $50 hooker that America got drunk one night and went out and picked up a ragged $50 hooker off the street who was a heroin addict, and they got the clap. That's all Ukraine is, a diseased, drug-addicted, $50 prostitute. And now that's how they're getting treated. Now, personally, me, I see all human beings as equal, so I wouldn't hate a $50 prostitute. I would see a poor, unfortunate person who needs drug rehabilitation, probably grew up in terrible circumstances, abused, sexually abused. I'm going to look and say that prostitute is just as valuable as anybody else in life, right? But that ain't the way how people treat them. And so right now, the United States is just looking at Ukraine saying, you gave me the clap. You don't expect me to come give you another $50 after you gave me the clap. Not happening. So I'm sorry, diseased, drug addicted, $50 hooker, Ukraine, you're out of luck. You're going to get surrounded. You're going to get annihilated. You have no electricity. Oh, by the way, excuse me, Europe was supposed to be putting together a $90 billion loan to give you money because you got a whole lot of people like Mindich and other people. Remember this? Remember this? One of their Zionist leaders, crooked Zionist, but I repeat myself, thieving Zionist leaders named Mindich stole a minimum of $100 million and fled to Israel. I wonder how comfortable it is now in Israel there, buddy, and Mr. Mindich. I wonder how you're enjoying that money. Well, as the hypersonic missiles rain down on you and your group of criminal friends. So they need to steal more money. So Europe's like, we'll lend you 70 billion, 90 billion, that is. Now they're like, oh crap, nobody's gonna buy those bonds. We can't do it. We can't lend you 90 billion. And oh, by the way, I think they're gonna run out of money in March or April. Ukraine runs out of money, okay? So you've got Europe saying, uh-oh. So then Europe says, I know what we'll do. We'll go back and we'll steal the Russian assets. Well, they can't do that. They can't steal the Russian assets. They can't take out a loan for 90 billion. Oh, by the way, the Straits of Hormuz are now closed and gas just went up 93% in Great Britain. And that's just the beginning. Things are going to get far worse in Europe. But the good news is, oh, you got to think something is good. The Europeans passed the new sanctions bill, and nobody can buy oil or gas from Russia at the end of 2026. Oh, they're so wise. Kaya Kallas, I love you. I love you. You're really looking out for the European people. They barred everybody from doing it. And oh, by the way, the Ukrainians have like blown up pipelines so no gas or oil can come into Europe. You gotta love these people. You've gotta love them, right? Anyway, so the garden ain't doing so well, and it ain't going to be doing better. Now, I think the Russians are just going to keep doing what they're doing, but I think here in the next couple months, if I were you, Zelensky, I'd be calling the French, asking if I could borrow one of those white flags that they're bringing to the United States, because the Russians will accept the white flag, although they're going to throw you in jail in a Siberian work camp for the rest of your life, most likely. But hey, the good news, you probably won't get there, because the MI6 will kill you first because you know too much. Let's hope they don't. Let's hope they don't. Let's hope nothing happens. Let's hope you don't get taken out. Let's hope you don't get unalived, as they say, these days. Let's just hope that doesn't happen. Hope you live a long and fruitful life, breaking small rocks into little rocks in Siberia. It's cold in Siberia, real cold. Yikes. Wouldn't want to be there, Mr. Zelensky. You hear that, Mr. Zelensky? That's the sound of inevitability. Mr. Anderson. Anyway, let me continue. So, one of the interesting things about making this a NATO war, here's an interesting thing about it. NATO has an ongoing war. That is lost. It's against the Russians, and NATO is at war with Russia, clearly, and that war is lost. That war is over. That war is finished, and that war has impoverished you, right? Okay. But no, that wasn't good enough. This one is really going to impoverish you. And to the NATO countries that are working, that are sending whatever the stuff they're sending, France, you're joining a war that is lost before you even join it. You imagine that? Hey, Garland, can you come help me out? Why? I got 10 guys on me and they're beating me to a pulp. Would you like to join me? No, actually, I wouldn't. I'll call the police or something. But if you think 10 guys are beating you to a pulp and I'm going to join the fight on your side, now 10 guys will just be beating 2 people to a pulp, and I'll be one of them. I'm sorry. We'll call I'll call the police and an ambulance. That's the best I can help you. But I'm not joining a losing fight that is lost before I join it. That's what NATO's doing. NATO's done. NATO's finished. Well, first of all, the U.S. is NATO. NATO is like a euphemism for U.S. imperialism, right? And then NATO is lost to Russia. I understand now that apparently there's some big like cauldron where all of these Ukrainian soldiers will be surrounded in Donbass. They're going to be running out. Let me see if I say anything. They're going to be running out of quite soon. They're going to be running out of money, which means they'll be running out of food. And do you think the United States is going to send them ammunition? We'll be out of ammunition. We'll be Ukraine. So NATO won't have any money. NATO will have lost a war in Ukraine. They'll be in the process of losing a war in Ukraine here within days. But by the time the French and the Spain get there to join the losing party, they're going to be broke. They're going to be losing a war in Ukraine, which is pretty much lost. They're going to be losing a war in Iran, which is pretty much lost. I mean, think about it. The Brits are sending some helicopters. I wouldn't get them helicopters. What are you going to do? You're going to go to Iran? Hey, the helicopter's going to Iran. They'll be shot down in seconds. What are they going to be using to move troops around? People, look, here's what we're hearing. Donald Trump may use ground troops. Okay, that sounds good. How? How would you get them in? First of all, how many? Trump's going to bring in ground troops. How many do we have? How many will you bring in? Let's just say, for the sake of argument, you could come up with, I don't know, 10,000 ground troops. How would you get them to Iran, as a matter of fact, to the border of Iran? And then what? What do you think of, there is apparently one of the things that Iran has been saying for the last day or so is that approximately 160 Marines were either at a hotel or one gathering spot in Dubai. And they found out where they were and they attacked them with drones. And that there's between 40 and 70 killed and then the rest wounded, right? It sounds kind of like what the Russians do in Ukraine. They'll let some troops muster together. They will keep an eye on them. And then when they get together, they'll attack them. I think that it is that the Iranians, I don't know if the Russians or the Chinese are helping them. And maybe they don't have to. The Iranians are very, very high-tech people, very brilliant scientists. But I think they have quite well figured out how to follow phones. And a emergency document came out that said that all soldiers were to turn off the location devices on their phones and to get rid of a bunch of apps. They set up a bunch of apps. And I think they figured out that the Iranians and or the Chinese or the Russians have figured out how to get into their phones and follow them around and see where they're all bunched up together and attack them. But apparently there's a lot of that going on. The thing that the U.S. used to always do, follow your phone around and send drones to kill you. I think that they're doing the same. And, you know, look, I'm not saying the Russians got to give them missiles. They don't, but I'm saying the Russians and the Chinese are helping them out with tech. And these are superpowers. And all of the things that the U.S. can do with technology, trust me, Russia and China can do them, if not better. And they have their targeting systems. They have everything. And trust and believe that when those ships come in range, they will be targeted and they will be annihilated. I believe that right now. That's why I'm saying in this day and age, I think they're like, at first Macron said, I'm not going to use this, use our ship. And now he says he isn't. I believe they're going to send them ships in. And they're going to have to keep them a long ways away because I think they will be if they come in range, they will be targeted and they will be addressed. And the French and or the Brits will be swimming around in the water looking for help. Apparently it's a carrier group, so it could be multiple. Keep in mind something. Even in a carrier group where there's all these other ships and planes and stuff that are supposed to protect the carriers, right? It's still the biggest thing there. So it's the biggest target. So it's the easiest thing to target. So what do we know? That now, let me ask you a question. The Iranians said they fired 4 ballistic missiles. We don't know what kind and hit them, right? And so they're at least 1,000 kilometers out. So what do we know? Number one, that the Iranians have anti-shipping missiles that have a minimum of 1,000-kilometer range. Or further, because they were further than 1,000. So they didn't, it's exactly as we suspected. They have the range to hit you. Now, here's the problem. You don't know what that range is. If they hit you at 1,200 kilometers, do they have 2,000, 2,500? You don't know what they have. You just know this. They can hit you. And they did. And now, where do the Brits and the French park their carriers? Because if I'm the Russians and the Chinese, oh man, this is a bonanza to me. If I'm the Russians and the Chinese, I say, Iran, you just sit here. You let me handle this. I got them. I got them on my, just like you got a scope, you got them in their crosshairs. Don't worry about it. I got them. I'll tell you when to pull the trigger. In 5, 4, bam. So a couple of sacrificial lambs are being sent. And I think the Russians are like, you sons of bitches. Oh, yeah, these Ukrainian Nazis, you helped them out, didn't you, friends? Oh, Britain, you tried to kill Putin, didn't you? You said 91 drones trying to kill Putin. Oh, you're going to attack our generals. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, you're going to blow up passenger trains. You're going to hit our strategic assets, are you? All right. Yeah, you know what they say about payback is a witch, right? And my point is, I'm not happy about, I try to maintain a light attitude about life, period. I'm not happy about war. I'm not celebrating war, and war is not funny. But NATO's been doing their dirt for a long time. And now this was inevitable. It was inevitable for this reason. NATO has been picking on little countries in the US, and everybody's little, and you're picking on little countries. Okay. And now they're like, all right, we got to go to Russia and China. Well, it was inevitable that they had to move up the food chain. Inevitable they had to go from Libya to the bigger country. And now inevitable that sooner or later they had to take on Iran. And what I've been saying is this: you waited too long. You waited too long. You gave Iran the last 25 years to prep. This figure, they know how many missiles they have. They know how long they can go. They know how many more missiles they can make. They're like, we're blowing up their missile making capabilities. You're not, because their missile capabilities are buried so far down in the ground and you don't know where they are. They are not just firing missiles at you. They are making missiles. Oh, and by the way, it's quite possible that there are ships coming across the Caspian Sea from Russia that might have missiles in them too. Could it be right? Now think about this. They really helped Russia out with those Shahed drones that the Russians changed into geranium, right? And now they're doing some damage with those stinking drones, right? As Andre said, they can carry up to 57 kilograms of high explosive. Do you have any idea what 57 kilograms of high explosive can do? Some serious damage. Some serious damage, right? So you got these things, they may look a little like, wah, oh, it's coming in, sounds like a little moped, but 57 kilograms, bad news. When it hits something, it can take out a tank. It can take out a lot. It's taking out whole hotel floors. So what we've got now is a situation, and this is the worst thing. Let me ask you this. What is the golden rule of conflict? The number one rule of conflict. It's easy. Everybody should know this. Never underestimate your adversary. That's what it is. And they're like, we've got this gigantic armada. Oh boy, we've got missiles and tomahawks, and they're counting the number. Well, that means we've got up to 600 or 1,000 tomahawk missiles that we can strike you. And then we've got JDAMs and JASSMs, HASSMs, SMASSMs. We got all kind of stuff. Then we got F-16s, F-35. We got Patriot, SOD. All that stuff sounds good, and it's all great until the war starts. And now Iran sitting there, and what is the bread and butter of Iran's capability? Surface-to-surface missiles and drones. That's what it is. Now, what I think Russia has done and China has done is provided them with two advantages that they didn't have before. And that is targeting, so they can very precisely hit their target, and real-time data intelligence. Real-time data stream. Now, apparently they have provided with a lot of extra electronic warfare, but real-time targeting and data. So now it's, okay, these people are the leaders of whatever, they're moving here. Okay, they're going into a bunker. All right, here's where they are. We got them. Here's the data. It's in your missiles. Boom, fire. A couple hypersonic missiles, that bunker's gone. Apparently in Israel, in Tel Aviv, they've got lots of targets. They know where bunkers are. Apparently, some bunker that had a bunch of high-ranking Israeli officials in it was hit. And a lot of high-ranking Israeli officials have been killed. We don't have the names yet. High-ranking Department of Defense and U.S. officials. You see, generally, it's easy. Our people will be in the area. They're working on computers. They're at bunkers and tactical operations center and things like that. The bunkers and the tactical operations center are getting hit now. They're blinding us. They've taken out apparently 2 Amazon, these big data server info farm things that are gigantic that they're building with tens of billions of dollars. The Iranians have taken out 2 of them. 2 of them. That's what we use to run a war with. That when they say we're using AI, that's what the AI needs. The AI needs these big server data farm thingies, and they need this stuff, these big Amazon web server farms, this gigantic, powerful, super powerful. So they're like, we're going to use Claude to give us the data. Claude has left the room. They're taking out your data server farms, which means you're not using the AI stuff anymore. They tracked them down. I'm sure with the Russians and the Chinese, it was like, well, let's see. These things draw a lot of power. Let's get into the system and let's just see where the power is. Let me ask you this. You don't think the Russians, like the Americans, apparently I know of at least 2 instances where we're to understand, if we're to believe the Iranians, a bunch of Americans. In one instance, Americans were at a base. They took them out of the base, but rather than vacate them from the area, they moved them all to a hotel. You don't think the Iranians, you don't think the Russians and the Chinese hacked into the cameras in the area? You don't think they had spies in the area? You don't think they were hacking into phones? You don't think they knew which hotel they were in and smacked into that hotel? Apparently, they knew what rooms and conference rooms and everything that these Department of Defense officials were. You think the Russians and Chinese can't do that stuff? You think they can't hack into the camera and phones and computers and you're on Wi-Fi? You're on Wi-Fi in a public hotel? How's that going to work out for you? Oh, the Russians and Chinese are all up in your computer. They're looking at pictures of your kids. They're looking at where you were on Pornhub, OnlyFans, whatever the hell. They're looking at everything you got. They're downloading. And you know what else they're doing? They're on there. That means, so if you think about it, what we're mean is this. That means that they're master hacking into, this is what I think, this is what I truly believe. The Russians and the Chinese are master hacking into these computers and then getting into the whole system. What does that mean? That means they got your whole attack plan, doesn't it? That means they know everything you do, everything that's situated, where it is. So I think there's a couple of things going. I think that the system is compromised. I think now, did you see that big Chinese ship, man? Let me find it. Let me find this. You got to see this for those who haven't seen it. Let's see. It's a Chinese spy ship. So they've got, the Chinese have this big old spy ship. It is like the, here we go. All right. So this is a ship that the Chinese have sent to the region to do its dirty work. Look at that son of a gun. It's a real spy ship there, right? The Chinese research vessel Open One is monitoring our fleet and sending position information to Iran. Should they send intel to Iran regarding flights of planes or missiles towards Iran, this ship and its two escorts should be considered combatants and enemy vessels. Do you need to neutralize the Chinese ships that are putting American lives in danger? This is what somebody says. Not ain't shooting Chinese ships, and the Chinese are not shooting American ships, and no, America's not shooting Russian ships, and that's not the way that happens. Let me ask you this. Do you think that those American drones flying over the Black Sea, or American planes, or American ships that are in the Black Sea that are doing reconnaissance, ISR for Ukraine, do you think the Russians are going to shoot them? No, they're not. They understand this is the game. So now what do you got? You got some Chinese ships that are targeting everything. And do you think that they need those ships to target them? They got space-based ISR. They got radar. They got space-based. They can read. If you're sitting on the deck of one of those aircraft carriers reading a book, they can tell you what book it is, which edition, right? So they got this Chinese spy ship. I think that they've hacked into. I think they have hacked into the military system. I think that the military system is compromised, and I think they're able to figure out where people are. They're probably getting messages, go to hotel so-and-so. We'll meet you there. There's be 300 other guys. I personally believe that the U.S., what's the term I want to look for? That its computer systems and its computer networks, by now, the Russians have compromised them. That Russian and Chinese intelligence have compromised them. And, you know, that's why one of the reasons the war is going so bad. I think it is. They know everything they're going to do. They know what they're going to do. They know when they're going to do it. They know how they're going to do it, and they know what they're going to use. You lose a conflict like this on ISR. Everybody's got missiles, everybody's got aircraft, everybody's got all of these things, but the guy that's got the ISR, and I think, and see, here's why it's so important, because the United States would never see it was coming. They would never expect that somebody could get into their systems and see everything that they're doing and know what they're going to do, when they're going to do it, and how they can. They would never expect that somebody would be technologically good enough to compromise their systems. Russian, Chinese, good enough to compromise your systems, brothers and sisters. They got spies on the ground. The Iranians, the Iranians showed pictures, remember that? From inside of a, it was inside of a nuclear research facility of Israel, which meant they did it to let them know we got spies inside, brothers. Do you remember when they said we just got like a whole bunch of computers and all of this information, and they put some of it out, just a little bit of it out, and like, hey, we got a lot of stuff. So I'm just thinking systems are compromised, and the war is lost, and Trump and his gang are done. JD Vance is finished. Man, I saw online where JD Vance like did this tweet. And I went online and I started reading under it, right? And man, he was just getting baked. Let's see. So here's one of his things, right? And okay, so let's just take a look at this. This is from JD Vance's Twitter. Let's take a look at this. And he does, JD Vance reposted message from President Donald Trump, right? In real time. They show him with AIPAC, the AIPAC trackers there. Look at this. Another war for Epstein. When is Precious enlisting? There's Barron. Look at this. President Trump betrayed MAGA because he is MAGA. No wars, huh? No regime change. Why did I vote for you? He wants you to stop talking about Epstein files. March for Chits. Look at this. You're not going to have a war with me. Trump lied. Free USA from Israel. Everything. I mean, not a little bit. Donald Trump is destroying America. This is, okay, we've got one good one. So you got a little bit of stuff in there, but for the most part, you have people, I mean, they are just baking him. They are just baking him. So look at that. You've got, oh, by the way, let me show you something else. Here's a website that you might not have seen that just popped up. Watch this one. Here's one you need to see. Watch this. DraftBaronTrump.com. America is strong because its leaders are strong. President Trump proves that every day. Naturally, his son Barron is more than ready to defend the country his father so boldly commands. Serves his honor, strengths his inherited. Dog bless Barron. Right, there you go. So, draft Barron Trump. That's out there, right? I've seen people write online, they're like, JD Vance, your career is over. Your career is over. You're done. You're not going to be president, which is obvious. There's no way out of this one. He's not going to be president. I hope we all get out of this. I mean, basically, if you think about it, it is Trump, and it was what he was told. It's a regional war. It is World War III. It is a regional war. And now you're going to bring the European countries in there. I don't think, now people are like, do you think Russia will join? No, Russia doesn't need to join, and China doesn't need to join. Because, for starters, Israel was swatted like a fly. The United States is getting pummeled, and we're getting driven out of the region. In fact, Russia and China are sitting back saying, Iran, hey, guys, yeah, take care of my light work. I'll be sitting over here on the ship having a cup of coffee. That's light work. They don't need to come in. It's not like there's some powerful entity that they need to help Iran out. Iran is wiping the floor. 3 days. You know what happened? People say the 12-day war. 12 days ain't a war. 12 days is a butt whooping. That was not a war that I saw. I saw as they say on the street, Israel messed around and got their wig pushed back. They did not. Israel did not fight a war. They got beaten, senseless, and pummeled into submission for 12 days until they had to go call in Uncle Donnie to get him out. Now, 3 days. Now, here's the thing about it. Israel said we don't want no trouble. 3 days. 3 days. That's how long it is. Now, 3 days, the war's lost. If you think Iran, if you think Russia and China really need to step in and help? No. If they needed them, they'd come in. But have you noticed how well NATO and the West has fared in military conflicts lately? Not so well. Russia and China, you know what? Russia and China don't, they need to do, you know what they're doing? They're sitting back like this. Yeah, right over there. Here's the coordinates. Boom! Oh, here comes the British ship. Yeah, we got the coordinates. We got it up on the screen. Oh, yeah, send them over to Iran. Boom. Ooh, yummy. We got a French aircraft carrier. That's going to be fun. Hey, as soon as they get in range, we'll give you the coordinates, and you know the drill. That's all they're doing. I'll put it to you like this and this. They keep messing around here. It's going to spread to Africa. You know, Bahrain is in trouble. Bahrain is, we talked about this, Bahrain is 80% Shiite, somewhere around 75 to 80% Shiite. A small minority is a Sunni, and the Sunnis are in power, and their royal family there is partnered with the U.S. And excuse me, Bahrain is kind of falling apart. The Shia there are going bananas, and I think they say down south, they're fixing to overthrow the government. And the Saudis are horrified. Apparently, the Saudis are sending troops to Bahrain to put down the rebellion. Why would the Saudis do that? Because the Saudis are just like the Bahrain. They're a royal family in charge of a country. And a lot of people there probably ain't real thrilled with Israel. And they're going along with Israel. And so right now, the Saudis are afraid that there's revolution in the air. You know me, revolution, right? There's revolution in the air, and they're afraid that it's going to, the winds of revolution are going to drift into Saudi Arabia, and they are correct. I think they're going to drift into Europe too, because the Europeans are about to find out within the next few weeks. You thought Ukraine, see, with Ukraine, at least it was slow. It was boiling the frog. It was creeping a little teeny bit at a time. See, that's the thing about Ukraine. It was creeping. It was slowly but surely you were getting cried. They stepped on a landmine now. They stepped on a landmine. And you know what? I think we're in for a bit of a bumpy ride, because the Iranians are chanting in the streets, no compromise, no surrenders, no compromise, no surrender, only revenge. That's what they want. Man, don't screw around with them. What is it? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Never, ever, ever put somebody in a position where the only thing they want is revenge. Now, here's something interesting that we need to look at. This is, I don't know if it's true or false. Press TV. A spokesman for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard says more than 650 U.S. military personnel have been killed and wounded within the first 2 days. True Promise 4. In the first 2 days, the war, 650 Americans killed and wounded. He emphasized it was natural for the U.S. military to deny or conceal the casualties. Nevertheless, Iranian intelligence, as well as field reports, confirmed the toll. He said Iranian strikes, which included missile and drone against U.S. naval assets and military headquarters in Bahrain, forced the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier to flee towards the southern Indian Ocean, and flee it did. He highlighted the Iranian forces also managed to inflict heavy losses on U.S. military facilities in the Persian Gulf. Iranian missiles and drones repeatedly hit the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet. There we go, a new wave. Okay, so my point being, anything else? See, there we go. That's Press TV. Iran says second U.S. THAAD anti-missile unit destroyed. And so here's the bottom line. There's one more. U.S. defense is overwhelmed by Iran's missile, drone and missile barrages. Wall Street Journal, right? Oh, there we go. I'm back. So the bottom line, let's see. Let's try to, I accidentally made a little bit of error and clicked in the wrong place. One last article. Iran's constant firing of drones and missiles has clearly challenged the U.S.'s ability to reach its military objectives. This is from the Wall Street Journal. The analysis published on Tuesday said U.S. military and diplomatic resources in West Asia are under mounting pressure as Iran conducts back-to-back waves of drone and missile assaults on the Israeli regime, as well as the assets of the U.S. The analysis comes after a day after U.S. CENTCOM confirmed that 6 service members lost their lives following a drone strike against a facility in Kuwait. Additional Iranian strikes have targeted American positions in Iraq. They said the incident showed that the difficulty for American forces lies in countering widespread Iranian attacks across the broad geographic area. There you go. Old thought. Yeah. So there we go. That's where we are now. And look, a couple of things before we go. From a political perspective, what is that behind me? Holy crap, it's a paper towel. I was going to say, what is this weird white thing behind me? Well, maybe it's a white flag. I have to send it to the French for their, they may have use for it on their aircraft carrier. But at any rate, give it the Brits. But at any rate, politically speaking, you know, apparently it was reported that somebody told Trump that it was suicide. It was political suicide to do it. And it was. And we all said that, you know, all of you guys and me, we said it is political suicide. And apparently it was political suicide. And it's over for Trump. You know, okay, he made it what? The 20th was 1 year. And then the 20th of February was a year and a month. So he, you know, roughly a year and a month and a half almost. And it's the end of his, a lot of people said that if you do that, Trump, that's going to be the end of your presidency. People told you not to do it. Now Trump's, oh yeah, it's only going to last a couple of days. Man, you picked on the big boys now. You didn't, and this idea of a strike, we're going to strike Iran, they use that language. And I kept saying, strike, what do you think they're just going to lay there? You're going to pummel them and they're just not going to lay there? And you know they got the horsepower to hit you back. And they hit everything. And it was like, we didn't think that they were going to hit everything in the region. Why? Well, they said they were going to hit everything in the region. I can't imagine why. They're like, hey, if you touch us, we'll hit everything in the region. Wham! Hey, can you believe this? This is kind of shocking. They hit everything in the region. Who would have ever thought such a thing? Just because they told you. Just because your Pentagon came out beforehand and they were like this. Hey, right? The Joint Chiefs of Staff. Hey, I think they're going to attack Iran. You know, I'm just saying. I tried to talk. You know, count me out. That's the way the Joint Chiefs were like. Look, I'm like, hey, I ain't in this, man. I'm not down with this. I told them, guys, probably not the best idea. We're running short of stuff. They got a lot of stuff. Maybe we shouldn't do this. Screw you. Shut up. We know what we're doing. We're going to do something that nobody's ever done before. And they're doing something nobody's ever done before. And they're going to lose 2 wars. You know why? 2 wars. Let me tell you why. Because in March or April, Ukraine is completely out of money. And where are their weapons going to come from? And meanwhile, the people in Europe are going to be hitting the ceiling saying, look at the price of gas and fuel. And I went to the groceries. I can't buy anything. And what's going on here? And for some people that committed a genocide, what are you doing? What are they going to say? Well, fair enough. I know you can't eat right now. You're all getting laid off. We're dealing with an economic collapse. Fair enough. But right now, we got to send another $20 billion to Ukraine. You think that's going to work? It's over. Ukraine, you're over. You're over. You're just a $50 prostitute with a venereal disease and a drug habit. That's all you are. That's the way you're going to be treated. Thanks a lot, everybody. Oh.
its interceptor missile stock within 1 week at the current rate of fire, and Qatar within 4 days. Both are urgently seeking additional military support from the U.S. The Middle East Eye is reporting that the U.S. is stonewalling requests by some Gulf states to replenish their air defense interceptors as pressure mounts on them to join the U.S. and Israel in their war on Iran. So, could the U.S. be looking at serious air defense problems as it tries to protect not only Israel, but all of its little vassal states in the region?
So Trump is living in his own little fantasy world, quite obviously. I mean, him and Zelensky have separate fantasy worlds, but they're both living in absolute fantasy worlds. I have been harping on the U.S. problems with air and missile defense for over a year now. In fact, I was surprised when the U.S. And Israel launched the 12-day war last year, because I said, how are they going to do that? They don't have enough air defense interceptors, right? And sure enough, it quickly turned into a long-range strike war of attrition after the decapitation strikes failed. And then after 12 days, Israel's like, yeah, U.S., save us. And Trump came in, dropped some bombs, declared victory, and then begged for a ceasefire, which Iran, over the heads of the IRGC and others, the supreme leader, said yes. And not even a year later, right? What are we at? 8 months later, we're back here again. So has the U.S. massively re-increased, U.S. and Israel, right? Replenished their stock of air defense interceptors for their very poorly performing air defense systems, it must be said? No, they haven't. Why? Because they don't make enough of them. Their production rate is crippling. They make, right now, they had Raytheon, which makes the PAC-3 interceptor for the Patriot, had hoped to ramp up their production to 600 a year by the end of 2025. Maybe they're making 650. I mean, let's give them optimism. Let's 650 is nothing. 650 is nothing. The U.S. In Ukraine, Russia is firing dozens of missiles a night, which is why the Kiev regime has no air defense, no ability to bring them down. And for the PAC-3, it is absolutely standard to fire at least two, at the very minimum, two interceptors. Often three, to have any chance of bringing down a ballistic missile. Now, what we're seeing and we have video evidence of this in multiple occasions in the current conflict, we are seeing 6 and 7 interceptors being launched at a single Iranian ballistic missile and not hitting it, right? So that 600 is absolutely nothing. The THAAD, right, which is supposed to be the U.S.'s high-end air defense system, they only have a handful of them, and they make a grand total of 96 interceptors a year. Now, they just signed a contract. Supposedly they're going to production is going to be bumped up to 400 a year within a decade. And there's no bearing on this conflict at all. So we heard last year, after the 12-day war, we heard the Pentagon demanding that the military-industrial complex double or quadruple the production of a dozen different types of missiles and munitions. And foremost among those was the PAC-3 interceptor for the Patriot, the THAAD interceptor, the SM-3 and SM-6 standard missiles that are used for air defense aboard U.S. Navy ships, for the Aegis systems and the like. Also, they were actually of offensive missiles as well, Tomahawks and so forth, because the U.S. was wasting so many of them playing whack-a-mole against the Houthis in Yemen, first under the Blinken and Sullivan administration, and then again under the Trump administration, till they just gave up on the Houthis and took their carriers out of the Red Sea. So shortage of offensive and defensive missiles. That has not been remedied. We heard from both the New York Times and the Times of Israel last week that the U.S. had a offensive missile arsenal, right, for a 4 days of intense strikes on Iran, 7 if they decreased the intensity. And you can see we're already running up against that very quickly in the timeline. And the shortage was, we're told, even more critical for air defense interceptors. And all of it makes sense. Not all of the U.S. interceptors can go for this conflict either, right? They tied a certain amount of them through Biden or Blinken-Sullivan contracts to Ukraine every month, to the Kiev regime, right? They can't give them large numbers anymore, but whatever they make a month, a certain number of them automatically go to Ukraine. The same thing with other U.S. Vassals and partners around the world, all who use the Patriot interceptor, right? They have to spread out the wealth. They've only got so many of them, and there's only so many for their own uses. And that brings us to the situation where we're in now, where the U.S.'s Middle East allies with U.S. military bases that are being attacked by Iran, retaliated against because they have U.S. military bases that attacks are being launched on Iran out of. And the Arabs are all upset about this. I'm like, do you have control over your own bases? Do you, right? So if you don't, right, if the U.S. launched these attacks without your permission, then it's not your sovereign territory to begin with. If you do, then you're fully complicit and culpable in this war on Iran, and you get what you deserve. That's certainly the way I see that, and I think that's pretty unquestionable, to be perfectly honest. So, but they're screaming about air defense already because Iran has settled on a strategy this time around. Well, in 2025, they focused entirely on Israel, on hitting Israel with their long-range, very formidable long-range strike capacity, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, long-range strike drones, even some hypersonic missiles. But this time around, they are hitting Israel, but to a degree never before. They're launching hundreds of missiles and drones a day at U.S. military bases, and it must be said, even now, economic facilities of the Gulf states. And they're attacking, either the countries or the bases of, I think, 14 countries now, if you count everything together. If you count a British base that has been hit, a French base has been bit, and then plus the Gulf states, plus the U.S., plus Israel, it all adds up to 14. So it's pretty significant. So they're spreading out the damage. And the U.S. concentrated whatever air defense assets that they could scramble, and they sent Patriots, they sent THAADs again, or at least one THAAD system. They only have a handful of them. They pulled the USS Gerald Ford out of the Caribbean, put it on. It's already been at sea for almost a year. It's got plumbing and toilet problems, which has led it to be nicknamed the USS Poopy Jerry. And they're having severe problems with 45-minute bathroom queues and 80% of the toilets down, servicing 4,600 sailors and the like. And very bad, very, very. We've seen lots of videos and the crew potentially sabotaging the plumbing on the ship. They're so angry about being sent back out again after being a year for almost at sea by shoving T-shirts down into the toilets and flushing them, and it's a mess. Gerald Ford is a mess, but still, it's an aircraft carrier. It's sitting right off the coast of Israel. It's supposed to help use all of its assets to help Israel with air defense. So what did Iran do? They primarily attack the Gulf states, right? That it's a smart strategy. They're making the U.S. spread out its already, abysmally critically low air defense assets, right, in both the numbers of launchers and, more importantly, in the number of interceptors across a big variety of potential targets now, a huge variety. I think it's a smart strategy, but does have consequences. The consequences are that Qatar has already joined the U.S. in attacks on Iran. Saudi, was expected to do so, and potentially the UAE as well. So we see this has already become a regional conflict. But that still doesn't solve the problem with air defense. And while it must be said that Iran's air defense it isn't performing, doesn't have so much better or any better performance abilities than the U.S. And the U.S. and Israeli strikes seem to have already withered away whatever air defense assets they did have. And now we're starting to see U.S. MQ-9 Reapers fly fairly freely over Israeli or over Iranian airspace, with only a few of them being shot down. That tells me that the Iranian air defense is very low or done at this point. And that changes, because up until now, U.S. and Israeli aircraft have not entered Iranian airspace, right? They're firing, by and large, they're firing standoff strikes out of Iraqi airspace, out of the Gulf, right? They're not getting close. Their carriers are way out at sea. They're playing this safe in that regards. But if Iranian air defense is done, well, then they can start more focused bombing campaign that could actually target like police stations and military facilities, trying to weaken the stability of the Iranian political security structure, which, with the stated goal of regime change, that's certainly a possibility. But right now, it's a slugfest. Both sides have problems with air defense. It's either ineffective, it's exhausted in terms of interceptors, or it's already destroyed, right? And we're seeing that on both sides. Both sides are getting absolutely pummeled. This is a long-range strike war of attrition again already. The U.S., they performed their decapitation strike, right? They took out the Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader. They took out dozens, at the very least, of their top leaders. And by the way, the U.S. deceived you last time, and you gather all of your people together, or top people together, in one place for a meeting, and it gets attacked. I'm sorry. The Iranian political military leadership, they failed the Darwinian survival check. They just failed it, right? Maybe their successors, and they were smart enough to appoint 4 levels of succession, figuring they were going to be killed. Well, if you have big meetings like that, yes, you are going to be killed. And so that's good, right? So maybe the next succession of Iranian political and military and clerical leaders will be smarter than the ones who just all gathered physically together and got themselves killed. But that said, Iranian command and control is much more dispersed this time around, much better organized, and they were able to retaliate within just a couple of hours in a very big way. And the understanding is that Iran's military now is operating largely independently in different regions. They don't require orders from central control, right? Because they assume that the center might be hit hard. So they're operating off of prearranged orders, their own attack plans. They're making their own assessments on a regional level, and that has kept them in the game despite enormous damage at the top levels of the Iranian government. So once again, the decapitation strike that was supposed to provide a quick regime change it succeeded, but it failed. It succeeded in getting the top, but it failed to, collapse the Iranian government. Therefore, we're back into the war of attrition again. The same thing that we were in June last year, and with air defense already, not so great on both sides, it's an offensive slugfest. Who can take the most damage, and who runs out of offensive missiles first? Well, missiles, or on the Iranian side, the U.S. is also trying to take out missile launchers, right? So that's another thing. But they're hiding them underground. They're also mobile, right? So they're moving around. We don't know. We don't know how successful. We've seen some videos that the U.S. has provided of successful hits, but we don't know how many. So now it's a long range strike war of attrition, a slugfest. It's like two heavyweight boxers just not even worrying about defense and just plowing away at each other's faces right now. That's what it's like.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of people are watching this going, okay, how long is it going to go on for, right? Clearly not just 4 days. President Trump went from 4 weeks to now, oh, we're ready for a forever war. I don't know about that, but that's exactly the opposite of what he campaigned on. Now, as all of this is happening, kind of bringing in some of the other key pillars of the multipolar world that we're keeping an eye on. I know that you have the Korean outlet, the Chosen Daily, reporting that the U.S. airstrikes on Iran, if they continue beyond the 4 to 5 week timeline Trump is predicting, then U.S. military assets and troops stationed in South Korea on the Korean Peninsula, including THAAD and Patriot systems, could also be deployed to the Middle East. So if you are Russia and China, there's, on one hand, when they're looking at this and they're going, okay, the U.S. is going to get tied up in the Middle East. That's not the worst possible scenario for us. But then on the other hand, they also know that Iran is a key ally and a very important member of the multipolar world overall, and an ally of China and Russia. So how do you view their in here, whether it's from, help that they may be able to provide, or even just helping to put the pressure on the U.S. in all of these different areas where now Washington is trying to figure out, okay, how do we focus specifically on this war and maybe a little bit less on all of these other conquests?
Okay, so from Russia and China's point of view, right, as you pointed out, the situation is nuanced and complex. On one hand, the U.S. is wasting a lot of military assets, especially air and missile defense interceptors and offensive missiles that now can't be used in Ukraine or Taiwan, right, or anything of the sort. And the U.S. has now the potential of being bogged down in the Middle East for who knows how long, right? So that is taking military pressure off of both of them. Now, China still has no desire to launch a military attempt to take Taiwan or something of the sort, but it does take pressure off of them, and certainly it does off of Russia operation in Ukraine. They must feel in the driver's seat, and for Russia, watching energy prices skyrocket, both for oil and for natural gas. Natural gas is up 80% in Europe, I think, just in the last 4 days. It's huge. Russia sees all of that, of course, as a windfall. That's great for Russia. So on the other hand, Russia and China also have a very important vested geopolitical interest in the Iranian government surviving, right? That is critical for them. For China, it's an important part of their energy supply, but even more than that, it's about its geopolitical position. It's part in the Belt and Road Initiative, and just also keeping the U.S. from total U.S. and Israel from total hegemony over the Middle East. So they don't mind if this conflict drags on, as long as the Iranian government survives. That's the most important thing. And that is also the priority of the Iranian government. So, there's agreement there on that. We know We don't know everything that China and Russia are doing. We don't, right? There's lots of reports, there's lots of rumors. We know the Chinese are providing massive satellite intelligence, which is a lot more useful and important for these Iranian retaliatory strikes all across the Middle East that we're seeing. And we know they're doing that because even Chinese commercial companies are just making it all public, right? You can they're showing right where the U.S. military bases are, where they've positioned air defense. It's right here. You can hit it right here, guys, right? And that's all public, right? And we don't even know what they're getting behind closed doors, but obviously. And, there's all kinds of talks. Forbes has reported about Russia providing man-pads, man-portable air defense systems, a secret deal, although it's not clear to me that those are arriving already, that may be later. But there are also credible reports that a lot of the Shahed long-range strike drones that Iran is using to very good effect in the Gulf countries are being found with advanced Russian parts inside, with electronic warfare proof antennas and other parts. Now, Iran provided Russia with the basic model of the lowly Shahed 136 at the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine. And Russia has evolved that several times over into very advanced military of wide range of different varieties and utilities. And the Guran, as they call it, the geranium, has become a very important weapon system in this conflict, now fulfilling a whole range of different functions. And now Russia is providing that more technologically advanced evolution back to Iran, and they're using them across the Middle East. That shows very tight strategic partnership. So I believe that, we're not going to see Russian and Chinese troops in Iran or jets shooting down American planes. Those are geopolitical fantasies that belong in computer games. But there is a lot of intelligence and military technical support, I believe, going on below the public level that we're not aware of. It's much more visible and undeniable this time, certainly than it was in 2025. So I do believe they have a very important vested interest in making sure the Iranian government continues, that it survives this. Other than that, everything else, as you said, is unintended geopolitical consequences for the United States. If the Iranian government survives and the U.S. gets bogged down for a while, that's not bad for Russia and China.
Yeah, you've got Russia over here like, oh, interesting. The U.S. isn't able to really put its focus on Ukraine. Europe isn't able to really do anything as they're dealing with all of these. I love how Europe gets hit every single time. No matter what happens, it's always bad for Europe. And it's like, oh, the Middle East, yeah, that was bad for Europe as well. And it just keeps going from there. The last thing I wanted to bring up really is just what you're keeping an eye on as we get further and further into this war. As kind of you were noting before, right? As we're in a situation where if we start running low on air defense interceptors all around and this war of attrition continues, what are you keeping an eye on? And what do you think that the U.S. is actually ready for here? Because Trump keeps talking about this big wave of strikes that's going to come in. That gets me a little bit concerned that there is some hope for a nuclear option, and that would put us really at the point of no return. So,
revolutionary salute to our brother Randy Thomas for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Soldiers, salute.
Where does this go from here?
Okay, so one thing I'm watching for is the U.S. scrambling, like this news about South Korean THAAD and air defense system being sent to the Middle East. That's a sign of desperation, right? That indeed the air defense Achilles heel of the U.S. air and missile defense is showing, and they're in a bad position. That That's already happening. Another thing that I'm watching about is news like we've just heard about Qatar and Saudi, at least potentially the UAE joining in the conflict. That is a new level of escalation. Also, Hezbollah has joined the chat on the Iranian side, and Israel is already planning a ground invasion of Lebanon. The Lebanese government, which is a quisling government, is saying that Hezbollah must disarm. They're dragging them into a conflict, and they're threatening to the lowly Lebanese military, quote unquote, is going to disarm Hezbollah. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that, guys. But a potential civil war situation in Lebanon coming out of all of this. There's a civil war situation possible in Bahrain. Bahrain hosts a U.S. military base, but it has a 70% Shia population that are cheering every time that U.S. military base gets hit by Iran. They've tried to storm the U.S. embassy, and in a repeat of 2011, Saudi force military is moving into Bahrain to help the Sunni dictators, the monarchy, keep control. That is another potential flashpoint situation of this conflict just going outside of all control. Something eventually, if they are focused on regime change, what the U.S. and Israel are going to try to do is activate insurgents, separatist groups, the Mujahideen Khalq, which the U.S. keeps on a leash in Albania, those absolutely crazy death cult. The Kurdish groups, the Iranian Kurdish groups have gathered together in Iraq. They've declared that their intention is to overthrow the Iranian government just recently. They've joined together a variety of different factions, but Iran is already hitting them. They're hitting them in Iraqi territory with drone strikes, with Shahed strikes. So Iran is certainly keeping an eye on a situation. There's also potential for Balochi separatists, for Azeri separatists. That is another thing. I consider that ultimately a much, this is all going to be sponsored by the CIA and Mossad. That to me is something that is potentially far more dangerous to the stability and continuance of the Iranian government than all the U.S. airstrikes in the world, because dropping bombs just does not magically translate into regime change. Doesn't. So those are the things in particular that I'm watching for as this conflict unfolds. That and the the occasional boom boom Tel Aviv video. I mean, that doesn't get old.
Yeah, when Israel is in this position, and I know it's got to be a little bit worrying to some of those hawks in Washington that are so reliant on the Zionist lobby, and they look over and they go, wait a second, how much money do we give for the Iron Dome every single year? And it's not able to stop this missile and that missile. And yeah, it is certainly interesting to watch it all play out. To say that there would be a lot at stake here would be a bit of an understatement. But I always appreciate you taking the time to join me to break down all of the latest here. International relations and security analyst Mark Sloboda. Y'all.
Donald Trump was ordained by Jesus Christ to bring about Armageddon? I believe he may bring about Armageddon, but it's not in some holy manifestation of God's will. If even a modicum of what is contained in this article is true, we have a serious, serious problem on our hands. I have, for years, rang the alarm bell about white Christian nationalism, about Christian nationalism more generally. But really, it's all part and parcel. Christian nationalism is, by its very nature, white Christian nationalism. And according to this reporting in this Substack from Jonathan Larson, who is not just some rando with a Substack. He has written for publications. He has been a journalist for a long time. He is asserting that the United States military troops are being told explicitly this is a religious war. And moreover, this religious war is intended to bring about the return of Jesus Christ. Any commander who would enter into this kind of religious propaganda is violating their oath to the Constitution and is giving, by virtue of the entire narrative here, illegal orders. We have a separation of church and state in this country, despite what Christian nationalists would have you believe. This is a secular nation. The First Amendment in the Bill of Rights of the United States Constitution: Congress shall make no law we do not have a state religion. This is the headline. U.S. troops were told Iran war is for Armageddon, return of Jesus. Advocacy group reports commanders giving similar messages at more than 30 installations in every branch of the military. This is not an isolated incident of one particular dipshit commander saying we're here to bring about the return of Jesus the Christ, which, by the way, again, rapture theology came around in about 1833. If Christ was born right around the turn of the previous millennia, that would be right? Right around year zero. I think it's actually right around year 3 or so. It took 1833 years for someone to look at the Bible and say, actually, I think Jesus is going to come back. It's going to be a blaze of glory. So just to get that out of the way, a little sidetrack there about rapture theology. A combat unit commander told non-commissioned officers at a briefing Monday that the Iran war is part of God's plan and that President Donald Trump was, quote, anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to earth, according to a complaint by a non-commissioned officer. This is someone in the military, a corporal or a sergeant, someone who is of lower enlisted rank, like I was, sounding the alarm, saying, hey, whoa, this ain't right. What if this person isn't a Christian? What if this person doesn't believe in that particular offshoot of doctrinal belief in Christianity? Most Christians do not believe in the rapture, like Protestant, evangelical, Pentecostal, non-denominational, Assemblies of God types like I grew up. Most people don't believe it because it's a new theology. From Saturday morning through Monday night, more than 110 similar complaints about commanders in every branch of the military had been logged by Military Religious Freedom Foundation, the MRFF. The complaints came from more than 40 different units spread across at least 30 military installations, the MRFF told me Monday night. The MRFF is keeping the complaints anonymous to prevent retribution by the Defense Department. The Pentagon did not immediately respond to my request for comment. Look, we got a problem when the Secretary of Defense himself is hosting church services that I've covered, sermons by his pastor, Douglas Wilson, who believes that we should repeal the 19th Amendment and remove the right to vote from women, who believes, these are his words, women are people that people come out of. That's what he believes the utility and usefulness of women is. And he's preaching at the Pentagon during these bizarre church services. And now that message is being disseminated to the troops as a justification for Donald Trump's illegal and unconstitutional war against Iran. Great. One complainant identified themselves as a non-commissioned officer, an NCO, in a unit currently outside the Iran combat zone, but in ready support status, deployable at any time. The NCO said they were Christian and emailed the MRFF on behalf of 15 troops, including at least 11 Christians, 1 Muslim, and 1 Jew. Full email will be printed below. I'll link to this Substack below. Support this person's work if you have it in you, if you enjoy what they write, if you find value in what they do. Supporting independent media, as you hear all the time, is very important for this very reason. Because you're not hearing this in CNN, you're not hearing this in New York Times. This isn't an article that I'm reading from the Washington Post. This is independent reporting. The NCO wrote to the MRFF that their boss, but in an elevated station, their commander urged us to tell our troops that this was, quote, all part of God's divine plan. And he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has enshrined evangelical Christianity at the uppermost levels of the U.S. military, airing monthly prayer meetings throughout the Pentagon. Last year, the Pentagon confirmed to me that Hegseth attends a weekly White House Bible study. It's led by a preacher who said God commands America to support Israel. Monday's email from the NCO said that their commander's remarks, quote, destroy morale and unit cohesion and are in violation of the oaths we swore to support the Constitution. Well, at least somebody within the ranks of the military is understanding and taking seriously their oath to the Constitution. Support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I guess since we're here, and I don't want to paraphrase it, we'll just read it. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. That seems pretty succinct, pretty clear. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion. This would be an establishment of religion. Muslims don't believe that Jesus is coming back. Jews don't believe Jesus is the Son of God. Well, neither do Muslims. But evangelical Christians do believe those things. That Donald Trump was ordained by Jesus Christ to bring about Armageddon. Half of that, I believe. I believe he may bring about Armageddon, but it's not in some holy manifestation of God's will. Very dangerous. Share this story. If you're still with me, thank you. Share this story with people who desperately need the information, which I believe is everybody. Anyway, what do you think? I invite you to this conversation. Let's have it in the comments below the video, please. You can also leave me a voicemail, 714-576-4054, and email me daily@dollamore.com. I love you and appreciate you very much. Thanks for your passion and your organization and caring about making shit better. It's going to take all our effort. Be genuine. Take care of one another.
We're going to go on a little bit of a journey today to see if we might be able to unindoctrinate, unbrainwash ourselves, because I think it is our job, in fact, our duty to do so.
I mean, this is a very special day today, and I'll tell you why, because since 1979, when these guys took over, Iran's been chaotic for people that live there. 81% of the people there do not want the IRGC.
It is convenient, isn't it, that Patrick Bet-David, an Iranian expat who has since been using his platform to push the United States to do regime change in his home country, chooses to start the history of Iran in 1979. Because guess what? This is a photo of Iran in 1950. Looks basically like America or any other Western country.
New buildings and modern apartments are among the visible signs of progress in Tehran. At their national university, young Iranians with a growing spirit of national pride are becoming the doctors, teachers, engineers, and leaders of the future.
And Iran today, as I've been told, looks very much like this: a society ruled by a quote unquote fundamentalist radical Islamic regime, which I have since learned, and many people won't tell you this, was our doing.
Is we must remember that we, the American government, are the reason why Iran is radical. We did this. They had a democratically elected leader that we did not like. I remember, I believe his name was Mossad. Yeah, right?
Mossadegh.
Yeah, Mossadegh. Thank you. And we didn't like him because he wanted to nationalize the oil. Specifically, the Brits didn't like it.
50s.
Even in Wikipedia, 1953 Iranian coup d'etat aided by intelligence agencies of the UK and United States.
Weird.
So then we put the Shah back in, if my memory serves me correctly, who was sick and unpopular, meaning he was actually suffering. Physically sick. And we paved the way for the most radical elements of Islam from a country that, Patrick, you know it better than I do, the Persian people are the most entrepreneurial. They're some of the smartest people that have really been living under radical Islamic captivity for many decades. Why am I bringing this up? Sometimes your intervention can make things far, far worse.
Sometimes intervention can make things far, far worse. And that is why Charlie had to go, allegedly. But Charlie was right. Mohammad Mossadegh was an Iranian author, politician, and lawyer who served as the prime minister of Iran from 1951 to 1953 until his government was overthrown in the 1953 Iranian coup d'etat, aided by the intelligence agencies of the UK, MI6, and the United States CIA. Before its removal from power, his administration introduced a range of social political measures such as Social Security, land reforms, higher taxes, including the introduction of taxation on the rent of land. His time as prime minister was marked by the clash with the British government known as the Abadan Crisis, following the nationalization of the Iranian oil industry, which had been built by the British on Persian land since 1913 through the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, later known as British Petroleum. Okay, so as a rule, and this is very important to kind of set the baseline, we as a country, the United States, we are not in the business of democracy. We are actually in the business of oil, and maybe Israel. Again, allegedly. Mossadegh was then replaced by this guy by the name of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, aka the Shah, who then consolidated power and negotiated the consortium agreement of 1954 with the British, which gave split ownership of Iranian oil production between Iran and Western companies. But at the same time, he ruled Iran with an iron fist, relying on his secret police called the Savik to systematically suppress dissent through surveillance, arbitrary arrest, torture, and execution. But again, we don't care about the human rights abuses in other countries, so long as they serve our imperial aims. In this case, the Shah served three critical imperial functions. A, the oil. He ensured a steady flow of petroleum to the West. And two, he played a critical role in the Cold War in that he provided a physical barrier against Soviet expansion towards the Persian Gulf. And number three, Israel. Okay, he maintained a, quote, periphery doctrine alliance with Israel, providing a non-Arab partner in a hostile region. But I have to say, after about a decade of rule, even the Shah started doing some noticing. Okay, let's just put it that way.
On the Middle East, the Shah is committed to a secure state of Israel, but he insists the Israelis must give back the Arab lands they conquered in 1967, and he believes the Jewish lobby in the United States helps breed Israeli intransigence on that matter. In fact, he says American presidents and presidential candidates are too quick to do the bidding of the Jewish lobby.
Surely, Your Majesty, you're not telling me that the Jewish lobby in the United States pulls the strings of the presidency?
Not entirely, but I think even a little too much, even for Israel interests.
You think the Jewish lobby in the United States is too powerful for the interests of Israel?
I think so. Sometimes they are disserving the interests of Israel because they're pushing around too many people.
How do you mean pushing around?
Well, pressuring. They have many means at their disposal. They are putting up pressure on many, many people. And at the end, I don't think that it will even help Israel.
Why, if this is true, why would the President of the United States pay attention to that lobby?
They are strong.
Strong in what sense?
They are controlling many things.
Controlling what?
Newspapers, medias,
Your Majesty.
Banks, finances, and I'm going to stop there.
Well, now wait just a second.
Wow, that was the Shah of Iran in 1976 on CBS 60 Minutes. And then coincidentally, after all of that noticing, we shall say, there started to be a, quote, cooling of unconditional support for the Shah as he faced mounting domestic instability. This is a New York Times article from 1978 where President Jimmy Carter said he didn't know whether the Shah would survive. And he started calling out and highlighting his regime's various human rights abuses. Once again, probably just a coincidence. Let's not get ourselves nuked here just yet. But let's take a listen to what happens next.
In 1978, massive protests against the Shah's corruption and ongoing brutal repression broke out across Iran. This leads to the Iranian Revolution and the overthrow of the Shah and the emergence of the Islamic Republic. In response to the Iranian people rightfully retaking their natural resources, the US helps install Saddam Hussein as dictator of Iraq and funds the Iran-Iraq War from 1980 to 1988, killing at least 1 million people in the hopes of breaking Iranian society, so US oil companies can move in and retake the oil fields. In 1988, US Navy ship USS Vincennes shoots down Iran Air Flight 655, killing 290 civilians. No apology is ever made. In 1995, the US begins sanctions against Iran with the intention of crippling the Iranian economy so US oil companies can move in and rebuild the nation. At least 100,000 Iranians die from the sanctions as a result of being cut off from affordable import of life-saving medicines. It's around this point Iran starts looking to acquire nuclear weapons because the United States won't stop threatening their government, killing their citizens, and surrounding their country with military bases after the US invades Iraq and Afghanistan, the two countries on either border of Iran. As a result of Iran attempting to defend itself from endless US aggression, the sanctions are escalated, killing more Iranian citizens. The Western media to this day continues to paint Iran as this violent rogue state that is a threat to world peace, despite the fact Iran hasn't started a war with anyone since the fucking Scythians in 597 BCE. Through everything the United States has done to Iran over the past 70 years, at no point has Iran ever attacked the US. Meanwhile, the US has bombed, invaded, or couped every single country in West Asia.
Isn't it insane that we were the ones that funded Saddam Hussein in the 1980s? This is history that I definitely did not learn while I was in school. That is for sure. But basically, yeah, the entire Middle East imperial project is like a game of musical chairs where the US funds and arms various dictators and terrorists and then deposes of them when they're no longer useful. And we do it all under the guise of liberation or keeping the West safe. And as that guy was saying, this comes at the expense of millions and millions of lives of regular people who have died over the years and decades because of our meddling in the Middle East and beyond. And to those people like Patrick Bet-David who are saying that Iranians are happy and they're dancing in the streets and this and that, I'm sure some of that is going on. But it doesn't make it not propaganda, because the truth is just so much more complicated.
I'm Iranian. My family's Persian. We came from Iran in the 70s. I have family in Iran that were impacted by this. I woke up this morning and I had to look up at the school my nieces go to was the one we bombed. So, fucking insane. It's not, but you know what you would have in the morning like this. Especially the extent that we're bombing Iran. I don't know if tomorrow I'll find out that my uncle's dead or my nieces are dead. So
we've heard a confusing mishmash of arguments from the Trump administration about why they want to wage this war. One of them is for supposedly liberating the Iranian people.
I bet you Iranian people are quite upset with the regime. My family in Iran doesn't like the regime. But what Iranians distrust more than their own government is America.
But if there's one country that Iranians trust less than their own government, it's America. And this is exactly what a certain someone was warning about just a few short months prior to being taken out by a furry.
Wouldn't the world be better off if the Ayatollahs went away and replaced by something better? Wouldn't Iran be better off? It's time to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen. Let's close that chapter soon and start a new chapter in the Mideast, one of tolerance, hope, and peace.
Okay, that sounds good, but that's pathologically insane. I'm sorry, it is. How do you know it's going to be better? Yeah, the Ayatollah is awful. but maybe he's one of the few guys that can keep that country together and not have a 90 million person civil war. Lindsey Graham is so consistently out of his mind, it's hard to even comprehend. Iran is hugely diverse. It is a massive country. Do the people agitating for war even know that? Because be clear, regime change is war. Just to understand, regime change is not like changing the head coach at the Chicago Bears. It's not how it works. It's not like a clean transfer. Typically in the Mideast, it's very messy, creates a quagmire, and then there is civil war. Do you understand how large Iran is? It's massive. It's a very big country. It's mountainous. It makes Afghanistan and Iraq look like a cakewalk. Just look at this beast of a country with all the different regions, all the different dialects, if we could put that up on screen. And then you have a major refugee concern of Mohammedans that will come to Europe and endanger more Christians and Jews, and Mohammedans that will come to America. No, that is wrong.
So yeah, he is no longer here to say these things now, but it doesn't stop us from asking more questions like, why haven't we learned our lesson by now? Or shouldn't we have learned our lesson by now that, you know, this will not only destroy hundreds of thousands of lives in the Middle East, but it will likely further weaken the United States? Why do we do this?
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
So basically what he's saying there is that Israel was going to go and attack Iran anyway, no matter what. So our hands were tied. We had to go in. Which obviously the elephant in the room from that answer is who actually controls the American government or the American military? Is it Donald Trump or is it Benjamin Netanyahu? And if it really is the latter, that sort of necessarily means that the client state has completely overwhelmed the sovereignty of the host. In other words, the tail is really wagging the dog now. And if all of that is true, what's going to become of our nation when the virus, we'll call Israel the virus, completely takes over the host? That is it for me today. I appreciate
Coffee. Follow me